levels, gotta raise the bar. Push the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win.
raise the bar, push the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, you've been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
Halo, gue fans Bigetron Red Aliens. Bisa dibilang, gue rindu banget melihat mereka juara. Gue udah ngefans sama Bigetron dari awal banget mereka muncul. Melihat determinasi mereka di kompetisi, jadi salah satu faktor kenapa gue bisa suka banget sama gameplay mereka. Selain prestasi yang mereka raih di kancah dunia, mereka juga selalu bisa bikin harum nama Indonesia. Dan ini saatnya mereka membuktikan kalau DNA juara mereka masih ada. Dengan amunisi baru, gue berharap ini adalah awal kebangkitan Bigetron Red Aliens. Meskipun Zuxi tidak bisa merasakan medali emas yang diraih Luxi, di PMWI nanti, gue berharap mereka bisa angkat piala bersama lagi.
Gue yakin kali ini kita pasti bisa.
Kalau ngomongin soal mob, bisa dibilang ini soal loyalitas. Karena gue dong support mob dari awal mereka ada. Paling Zai dan Frenzy, serta pemain baru lainnya, bakal bikin mob jadi tim yang akan diperhitungkan nantinya. Meskipun soal prestasi, mereka tidak sementereng tim lain. Tapi gue yakin, mereka bakal ada di titik sana nantinya. Evolusi yang dilakuin mob adalah salah satu pergerakan yang sangat menarik perhatian gue.
Sabar, pelan-pelan aja, pelan-pelan, jangan ngegas.
Di PMWI nanti, bakal jadi panggung pertama dan pembuktian mob yang baru.
Tim Indonesia yang akan mendapatkan lebih dari Chicken dan Ryzen berhasil
Sudah saatnya mob bangkit dan jadi tim yang diperhitungkan di kancah dunia.
Dua tim Indonesia sudah mendapatkan winner Chicken Dinner. Sabar, pelan-pelan aja, pelan-pelan, jangan ngegas. Smoke setup.
Kali ini, di depan ribuan penonton, gue buktiin gue bisa juara dan mengharumkan nama bangsa Indonesia.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، عيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
malang forever.
Saya tidak akan membiarkan saya berada dalam zon selesa, kerana bagi saya, setiap perlawanan adalah permulaan yang baru.
Yang menakutkan kita orang bukanlah kekalahan, tapi kehilangan yang asal dari titik permulaan.
Mereka adalah punca kekuatan saya. Sesukar manapun perjalanan ini, saya akan mengarunginya dan membawa pulang kejayaan kepada mereka.
Walaupun sudah mencapai 2 juara C Championship dan pingat gangsa sukan C, kali ini saya ingin mencabar diri di peringkat dunia. Saya percaya pada pasukan dan diri saya untuk mencapai ke tahap yang lebih tinggi.
Dah bertahun saya meninggalkan halaman kampungku demi mengejar impian saya di kota ini. Semua usaha selama ini adalah untuk membuktikan diri dan mengibarkan jalur gemilang di pentas dunia.
Kali ini kami telah bersedia.
It's now or never. Tidak kira pengakhirannya. Kami akan buat yang terbaik
untuk mengharumkan nama Malaysia.
Forever play with pride.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Afterparty Showdown. Yes, we are fast approaching our final day of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational here at Gamers8 in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. So if any of our teams are going to try and claim the top spot by the end of this competition, now is the time to step it up a notch. My name is Banks and I am your host, and I'm joined on the main stage by my co-host, Fancy.
حياكم الله من جديد اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور في بطوله الببجي موبايل وورلد انفيتيشنال في الافتر بارتي شو داون، البطوله الاستعراضيه اللي شاهدناها بالامس. في اليوم الاول مرينا ب6 مباريات كانت جدا رهيبه مع المباريات حقت الشو ماتشز، لكن زي ما احنا عارفين تونا في اليوم الثاني باقي عندنا 12 مباراه في البطوله الاساسيه، ولا ننسى انه اذا في فرصه للفرق انهم يرجعون راح يكون فرصتهم الحين، لانه خلاص بعد اليومين هذه راح نعرف مين اللي بيكون الحاصل على الجائزه الاكبر من كل الجوائز اللي موجوده عندنا.
Leading the charge going into day 2 are our current reigning champions of the PMWI, Alpha 7. However, we still have 12 matches to play between now and the end, so it really is anybody's tournament, Fancy. You can't rule anyone out.
زي ما شفنا بالامس المباريات كانت جدا شديده، وزي ما احنا عارفين المبات الجديده غيرت اللعب حق اللاعبين، غيرت البلاي ستايل حقهم. زياده على كذا لا ننسى ان تقسيم الجوائز خلاهم يلعبون بطريقه مختلفه، لكن فريق الفا 7 قدر انه يحصل على المقدمه حتى الان، وزي ما احنا عارفين الفارق ما بينهم وبين المركز الثاني والثالث شوي بعيد، ما هو بسيط. فهل بيكون في فرصه لباقي الفرق انهم يسوون كاتشب اليوم ويرجعون مره ثانيه للبطوله؟ خلونا نشوف.
So remember, if you're watching this at home, there are many match rewards to be earned by our competitors during the Afterparty Showdown. And keeping track of all of these rewards and stats from day 1 are our friends over at the desk. So let's go say hi.
زي ما احنا عارفين ايضا ان تقسيمه الجوائز بما انها مختلفه، بما ان اللاعبين جالسين يحاولون يحصلون على اكبر قدر منها عن طريق البلاي ستايل حقهم، سواء انهم يركزون على اللعب الاجريسيف او سواء انهم يحاولون انهم يركزون على انهم ياخذون التشيكن دينر. لكن كذا ولا كذا ما ودنا ندخل بالتفاصيل هذه، لان التفاصيل هذه بتكون عندنا سيد التحليلي. خلونا نروح عندهم يقسمون لنا الجوائز من جديد، يعلمونا ايش اللي ممكن يصير اليوم، ونشوف ايش اللي ممكن يتغير في اليوم الثاني معنا في بطوله الافتر بارتي شو داون.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. Thank you again, Banks and Fancy, for that lovely intro. I'm Jason Cap, and I'm still your host here on the desk as we get underway with day 2 of the Afterparty Showdown. But like always, I can't do this alone. I have my 2 gentlemen to my side to help carry me, which is no easy feat because of how lanky I am. We got Maxman and Kalaris to break things down. Gentlemen, we've had our first day roundup. We've had Alpha 7 just completely run away with the event so far. The question is, can they do it yet again here in day 2, Kalaris?
You're looking at me the entire time. What a total bait. Sorry, Max. Yeah, I think that what they showed yesterday was phenomenal. I don't know whether or not they can replicate it. It is very difficult to show that kind of form 2 days back-to-back here in PUBG Mobile. However, with less teams in the lobby, there is room for them to be able to do it again. So let's see how it goes.
I'm not jumping in.
He's ignoring you.
Yeah.
Well, we'd obviously get to have our duo match as well before we kick things off, so will be happening yet again today. We got to see Scout pull off a 1v2, and I'm really curious to see if he could do it yet again. He's got to be riding a high from that one, but we saw, Stalwart Esports be towards the top, Kalaris.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is the, yeah. No, you're not allowed to talk anymore. Yeah, you're right. The fact that Stalwart was able to do what they did yesterday in the duo tournament was awesome. Top being on top, looking very good. Action, getting so many elims in the duos. Very exciting to see that duo continue on forwards.
Yeah, obviously we're going to be finding out momentarily. Remember, we do have 2 of those matches coming today, of course, with our 6 matches from all the other 12 teams. It's time to head down to the stage, though, for a quick interview before we kick off the day.
Welcome back to the main stage. That was quick, wasn't it? We're joined by Revo from Alpha 7, the team who are currently leading the charge going into day 2. Now, I have to ask you, how you've managed to do that, staying consistent that well. Do you think that, well, first off, what gave you the competitive edge going into this day and to stay on top yesterday?
Qual que você acha que foi a vantagem competitiva que vocês tiveram para ficar na liderança ontem e jogar muito bem?
Eu creio que foi a nossa inteligência e o psicológico que todo time tem e o suporte por trás dele.
Yeah, I think it was our mindset and our emotional intelligence and all the support that we have behind of the team to keep doing a good work.
معنا احد اللاعبين من فريق الفا 7. كذا نسال السؤال الاول انه ايش اللي خلاكم تقدرون انكم تسيرون في المقدمه والفرق حقكم يكون جدا كبير عن باقي الفرق؟ فكان الجواب حق اللاعب انه احنا اكثر شيء ركزنا عليه هو المايند سيت حقتنا، دائما احنا نكون مركزين في الجيم حقنا، وبنفس الوقت ما نحاول اننا نخلي الضغط اللي موجود على البطوله انه ياثر علينا.
Well, intelligence will get you so far in competition. However, it seems like you have a new secret weapon because Mythic has recently joined your roster and he's been playing incredibly well. What do you feel he adds to the team dynamic?
além de tudo que você falou no começo, parece que o Mythic trouxe muita coisa boa. O que você acha que de mais importante que ele trouxe para essa evolução de vocês?
Acho que a gente recuperou a agressividade que a gente perdeu no início do ano, com a saída do Senab, e eu acho que o Mythic trouxe isso novamente.
I think we got back our aggressiveness, like he's a very aggressive player, and when we lost Senna, we lost that kind of aggression, and now we have it back.
السؤال الثاني كان متركز على اللاعب انه احنا عارفين انه المايند سيت حقتكم جدا مهمه وكل اللي قاعدين تسوون الاستراتيجيه كويس، لكن بنفس الوقت اللاعب بيتك دخل معكم للفريق والشيء هذا فرق معكم فرق كبير، فايش الشيء اللي هو ادى او اضافه معكم للفريق؟ فكان الجواب حق اللاعب انه مثلك خلانا نقدر نلعب اجريسيف من جديد والشيء هذا كنا فاقدينه والان احنا قدرنا نرجعه ومثلك بيساعدنا اننا نستمر على النقطه هذه.
Well, like we said in the intro of the show today, you are the current reigning champions of PMWI. This could be your first global offline event victory. So what do you think it's going to take to win this?
Vocês são os atuais campeões do PMWI, mas essa pode ser a primeira grande vitória na LAN. O que você acha que vai precisar para vocês conseguirem?
Acho que a gente tem que manter nosso foco e continuar lutando pela nossa família, que acho que a maioria do time luta pela família e pela mãe.
Yeah, so I think we keep maintain focus and play just as we play on the first day and keep fighting for our family because I think everyone in our team plays for our moms or our family.
السؤال الثالث والاخير اللاعب كان متركز على انه ايش الشيء اللي بيخليكم تقدرون انكم تاخذون الكاس، بما انه زي ما احنا عارفين السنه الماضيه في البي ام دبليو اي قدرتوا انكم تاخذون الجائزه، لكن البطوله كانت اونلاين الان هي اوفلاين، فايش اللي بيخليكم تاخذونها؟ الجواب حق اللاعب يقول انه اكثر شيء ودنا نسويه اننا نركز على اننا نكون مركزين في الجيم، ما نحاول اننا نغير اشياء كثيره، وزياده على كذا احنا كل اللعبه اللي جالسين نلعب عشان اهلنا وعشان امنا وابونا، فعشان كذا ودنا نركز على النقطه هذه.
You know what, this dynamic, this speed, this flow between these multiple translations and questions has been absolutely amazing, I have to say. But you know what, Revo, congratulations so far. It's only been one day, and we really wish you the best of luck going into day 2, and obviously for the finals tomorrow. So good luck. And we're going to hand it back over to the desk so they can break everything down. And let's get into our first match of the day.
شكرا لكم اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، خلونا على طول نتوجه للاستديو التحليلي نتكلم عن المباراه الاولى اليوم. 12 مباراه عندنا، يومين فقط وجوائز كثيره، فخلونا نشوف من اللي بيحصل عليها على الاستديو التحليلي.
Interesting to hear Revo talk actually about Seta Texas, Sanab, whatever you want to call him. The replacement of him has worked out extremely well for their team with Mythic coming into their roster, able to fill his shoes extremely well, obviously, as we have seen. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see Alpha 7 finally pick up their first LAN event, the first international LAN event, I should say.
It would be amazing. Like,
that was talking to Colors. I'm sorry.
Talking to Colors.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Because of course, Revo and Carrillo are very much up there in terms of the top eliminations and stuff like that. But when you talk about in Mythic as well as Mafioso as well, they're still big, heavy hitters. So there's a lot of room for this team to kind of flex out and do more damage.
All right, let's take a look at the format. If you guys missed out yesterday, well, you didn't see exactly how things go down. There are 12 teams, no more 18. We've gone down to 12. Right. We're playing 18 matches in total. But as you can see here, Claris, Vikendi, Karakin, and Livik going to be in the pool.
That's right. It was spicy yesterday when it came to all of the drops and how things were going to be playing out. Obviously, some teams I think even got caught a little bit off guard by maybe how fast the circle was going to be moving to be able to get themselves into the right spot a little later on. I think today they'll be coming in with a bit more of a fresher mind for a lot of this, being able to adapt to that. And maybe we'll see some more attempts at trying to be central as opposed to playing the edge, because the edge gets a bit dangerous on some of these maps with the circles moving how they are right now.
Yeah, with the hardships we've had, it's been a little bit rough. But I'm looking forward to Vikendi, actually, just because the one we got to see yesterday, the zone was just super north.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Vikendi too, especially when it comes to potentially a castle finish. I know that there's not many of us here at the desk that are looking forward to something like that. But, you know, I'm keen.
All right, we can see here the prize pool, $1 million on the line. But as you can see as well, the match rewards, it mostly comes from this, the individual awards you win within the match to get you extra money. But at the end of the day, well, at the end of tomorrow, $60,000 goes to that first place team. So let's actually take a look at our match rewards and see how people get this kind of money. And Max, man, I'm going to let Claris take this away because you can see $10,000 for chicken dinner.
Ah, we can't do it too long. He's going to, look, he's actually sat down on the floor now. You've not seen him, but what does Max think, eh?
I can't see the graphics from down here. I don't know. Where's the graphic? Oh, there it is. Okay.
It's back.
You got that, of course, $10,000 per chicken dinner coming into play.
Thank you so much, Max. But Claris, what about... No,
great contributions, yeah.
Okay, we're going to have to talk in the green room, guys. That $10,000 per chicken dinner, of course, really came into play yesterday.
Definitely.
We talked about it, especially for Damwon Right from South Korea. And not only is it going to be complicated to replicate for Alpha 7 their first day, I think this entire situation of day one only having 3 teams taking home a win, that's really something very outlandish. So today in particular, I think we're going to see a lot of new teams get their first win and potentially ride that high and get even better
You would
results.
hope so, right?
Yeah.
Especially considering how things played out. I mean, something that was a little bit abnormal was actually that Vikendi match. It really didn't feel like a Vikendi match to me because of the fact that we had such a northern circle. That's not the typical land for Vikendi in the kind of middle of the map. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and at the end of the event, obviously, we're giving money out to different players and potentially duos as well. At the end of tomorrow, we'll have our best duo team in points. We get extra 15K added to their tally. Of course, the fan favorite vote as well, going to be going on currently over on social media, over at PUBG Mobile Esports on Instagram. But you can see there's a lot of money to win. Even 20K for the best team presentation. If you missed out on those yesterday, there are a couple of them extremely good. I think in general, our talent team was pretty consistent, pretty much on the same level of who we thought was the best.
I think I picked Rad for 3rd, but nobody else picked Rad for 3rd other than me. I liked the throne that they created, but STE and Damwon, we were big fans.
I think I would for Alpha 7 me on the 3rd position because no one uses the pickup feature in-game, so imagine using it outside the game. So I was like, whoa, actually, this is really outlandish. This is cool.
We can see the points as well. We have switched things up from 15 points for a chicken dinner down to 10. So obviously elimination points become a much bigger focal point for these teams if they want to potentially get that first place finish.
Yeah, and we saw that with Alpha 7, right? If you have those great central positions and the circle coming your way. I mean, we saw yesterday a lot of very hard shifts, right? And they came on like very, very pivotal, great positions team could hold on to. It worked for Alpha 7, it worked for S2G, it worked for Damwon. If it happens again, those eliminations are very important to rank up in the leaderboards.
And also those point gains are also applicable for the duos tournament as well here, which as we see Stalwart just doing so well, already 30 points over there. It's going to be difficult to deal with it.
If only they were doing that well when it came to the Afterparty Showdown outside of duos. It's fine. You know what? We'll see where they're going to stand actually currently. We've been talking a lot about Alpha 7, so let's get an idea of where the teams do stand here overall within points of our event today. 76 points for Alpha 7, currently sitting in first place by quite a large margin. However, only 10K ahead of Damwon Kia.
Yeah, that's just one extra chicken dinner. And when you look at Alpha 7, we were looking at the stats earlier, right, James? And you saw that out of the top 5 players of these 6 real matches outside of the duos match, 3 of those were from Alpha 7. It was Revo, it was Carrillo, and it was Mafioso, if I'm not mistaken, that were up there popping off. Like that much domination in a day is really insane. But as you said, can they replicate it? That level of performance is very hard to have 2 days in a row.
Surrounded by 2 strong performances from Stalwart in those kind of top player rankings as well. I think as much as, we've got 3 teams getting themselves the 2 chicken dinners apiece, one team that obviously impressed as well, Team Falcons, no chicken dinners to their name here, but they are excellent when it comes to all of the little extra stipulations that they can get. And here on home soil, once again, they're constantly looking to impress. They're a great team.
There are 3 things guaranteed in life: death, taxes, and Kalara's talking about Team Falcons.
They're really good.
On to the second page, though, with the other teams we have remaining. Unfortunately, actually, for Riyadh, I thought we saw they had $1,000 yesterday, so maybe a little bit of a glitch in the matrix. Wow. Down to 0 money at the moment. But again, we could see them change their strategies up. We did have a team run straight for an airdrop just to get secured that first one to give them $1,000.
Yeah, I think strat changes like on a day-to-day basis are needed for a tournament that's never been seen before. Like your strat might come into the first day to think, oh, it might work out. Complete fumble, right? It doesn't work out at all, and you're going to have to make some VOD reviews and completely change your approach. And I think Rad is one of the teams that need to bring a big change to the table to hopefully rank up a little bit higher.
Based on the money structure of this tournament, it's a game of extremes. You can't play the middle ground. You can't play the middle road and just like, oh, look, we got nice few eliminations there. Oh, we're another team. I don't know. I'm trying to emulate here. But the point is that if you do that, you're not going to be getting the most eliminations. You're not going to be getting the most team eliminations. You're not going to be getting all the drops because you're playing conservative. It's a weekend of extremes, and you've got to be extreme. Ta-da.
I want to hear you go extreme. Come on, Max. Let's hear it.
What? Extreme!
I'm done.
This is why we don't let Max talk often.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at our schedule today. Obviously, 2 show matches coming through at the start and the end of the day. It'll be Sanhok and Livik only. Tomorrow will be the last one, and that will be before we start the event. So we do have Erangel, Livik, Vikendi, Karakin, Sanhok, Miramar as well. On top of this, gentlemen, I'm really excited to see how today's going to go, actually, because we did see some change up in strategies. But for now, we're going to focus on the format of our duo event.
Yeah. I mean, duo event in particular is very interesting with what players are used. We saw it happen for 7C, right, where Scout comes in purely for the duos.
Yes.
I think some teams could try and use their sub, especially for those, because 8 matches a day is a lot of matches, right? And I think that having that sub come in for the duos is actually a good plan for some of these teams if that's their approach.
I think it's going to be hard for people to knock Stalwart off their perch here throughout the duo tournament. Top Action is a devastatingly strong duo. We saw, was it Action? He has 11 eliminations out of the 14. Was it Top?
It was Top that had like, he had almost 3 times as much as second place Top Fragger. It's insane.
The next is like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So, you know, Stalwart is looking primed and strong here to be able to take it. Only 3 matches remaining. They are scary.
And they should have got potentially 2 wins, right? That first win was very close. Scout did play spoiler, so like it was like 1 win and 1 unofficial win.
Sanhok's the perfect battleground for that kind of scenario to occur. There's so much foliage covering, not easy to see everybody.
Gentlemen, our reporter, 7 Worlds Gaming, live down on the stage, has actually informed us that apparently Scout is playing all matches today.
Oh?
Yesterday, he only played the duos.
Including squads.
That's an interesting
So, if he doesn't, you guys all know who to blame. 7WG over on Instagram and Twitter.
Yes.
That's 7WG.
I blame him for anything anyway, to be perfectly honest.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
Yeah.
We typically do blame the shortest on the show for most of the problems.
That's right. Normally it's me, but this time it's 7 because he's even shorter than me. I don't know how it's possible, but
that's why we bring him to events, is for his height.
That's all right. Redeeming quality. Good point, Jason. Yeah.
Yeah. Big shout out to Sony Xperia 1.4, which was created in collaboration with professional esports players. You can see all the players currently on the stage using these devices, and they're official smartphone partner here of PUBG Mobile. Also need to give a shout out here to Savvy Gaming Group because they have been able to make this event possible. All of our sponsors are able to make this possible for us to enjoy, whether you're playing or watching from home. And last but not least, the fan favorite player. I talked about it before. You guys just need to head over to the PUBG Mobile Esports Instagram page and give likes and leave comments about your favorite teams. Currently, if I'm not mistaken, Scout was winning, but obviously we'll find out when we do finish off this event. I can see over his shoulder, we got about 50 seconds until we are into game here. We're going to be heading over to Sanhok yet again. Gentlemen, it's going to be 7 Worlds Gaming and Avenger to walk you through Scout 1v2ing for the win again.
Thank you, Jason. I'm actually hoping that happens. You know, there was a lot of non-believers for Scout, although you and I were the ones that believed in him, especially you. I was just kind of hoping that he would clutch it up, but I wasn't too much of a believer. We'll see what they're going to end up doing. With the duos, though, if we're actually going to talk about 7Cs, that duo has been playing it super, super slow, and they have been playing that snake role, just waiting for all the other teams to fight it out and trying to sneak their way into the zone. We saw it almost backfire yesterday with Scout just barely being able to get into this zone and then clutching that 1v2 that we ended up seeing against Stalwart Esports. I wonder if they're going to continue to play that kind of strategy, just super slow, try to snake your way in, and then just wait for the right time in third party.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how it's going to lead out here in our show match for the start. The duo is always a really fun take on how things can run out. And of course, with the domination we've seen from Stalwart so far, is it going to continue? Are we going to see some creative things? And also, to your pleasure, Seven, we are playing Sanhok twice in this time span of us casting 4 games today. So that is super exciting. But for this one, and especially here for the duo, only being 24 players, there's a lot of space coming out here on Sanhok. So all the players, they should be getting their favorite setup and be looted to their teeth.
Yeah, there's going to be so much room for them to loot, to just wait and see what's going to be happening with the later circles, too. I mean, even yesterday, and we're talking about that, and guess what? There's already a knock. Even though there's 24 players, a team decided to just hot drop, and it's going to be RA Esports and S2G. And RA Esports, it's already out within the first minute yesterday. Avenger, it took us at least 5 minutes to get 1 elimination, and that was with the actual full 12 teams, 4 players. Right now, less than 1 minute, and we already have a team out in RA Esports.
Yeah, and it happened so early here. You know, like we were just expecting the drops to just evolve, and STG was able to just completely close them out. We actually get a quite nice circle here. This is a more rare one for Sanhok, far northern one. Tadmog is decent still. Paradise is decent still. So that's obviously the good start for this one. Again, a huge thank you to Sony Xperia for joining us here for Gamers8 and PMWI being our official smartphone sponsor. On screen you have Alpha 7, Revo, and Carelio.
And I was going to mention, wow, for everybody that's currently watching, watch PMWI together in-game esports center with your friends to win PMWI special sets. And don't forget the PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time. And you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI. Now, I'm looking at the stats from yesterday in regards to the show matches, and I believe this is the first time that S2G is able to get some eliminations on the board for this matches, so that's good to see, and you can see right there how it happened. Silas being able to get the high ground. One of the other players from R8 Esports didn't even have a gun yet, and he switched it on him too. Wow, okay, Silas. I appreciate that. I appreciate the aggression right off the bat too, even though you guys have so much room.
QBU unscoped as well. That's kind of crazy. All right, Falcons here as well. Looting, it's obviously Yusuf and Powerful. Amazing players. They've been doing quite well so far throughout the tournament. And as the guys in Des were mentioning, and they were talking about, well, mainly Jason and Kylaris was talking about, they didn't give much talk time to Max in that case. You know, cheering on Falcons and them being able to do well in our main Afterparty Showdown. Obviously, here we are in the show match.
Yeah, before we actually got to Saudi Arabia, I got a chance to... Oh, you know what? I'll tell you in a little bit of Rod. They were talking about Rod starting to change it up a little bit. Guess what? It's not going to work their way as Damwon, Kia, Fabian being able to get the knock and getting the finish there on one of the Rod players. And Munir is going to just try to back off, try to do the strategy that worked out yesterday for Scout and 7Cs. Play that snake, play that patient role. Now, what I was going to tell you, I got a chance to share an airplane with Kalaris, and he was telling me Team Falcons is definitely going to surprise a lot of people, and so far he has been right.
Yeah. And obviously, them being able to do this well without winning any chicken dinners, that's kind of amazing, kind of surprising. So that's great, him constantly cheering them on. And obviously sometimes Maxman get to get a little chat here and there. He's been pretty accurate in some of his points as well. I actually liked some of the points that he was making. Also, you know, cheering on Stalwart, cheering on these guys.
Yeah.
And, you know, I agree. We've seen some crazy things from Stalwart. And actually, they've been super impressive throughout. Also here in the showdown, it's just been insane how well these guys are able to play.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Top was able to do yesterday, just being able to smack everybody that came close to him. That shotgun in Livik is just absolutely insane. And that's one of the matches, too, that I'm going to be keeping an eye on for today, because Livik, it's so small, it's so compact, so many third parties, so many angles that you can pretty much see across a majority of the map. And once you get close, that shotty is just absolutely unstoppable. And you were saying Maxman does like Stalwart Esports. He also likes Damwon Kia. But so far in the duos, I mean, Damwon Kia hasn't really been able to do much. I think they're currently standing in the 10th place for the duo standing, with Stalwart Esports being in first place, followed by Nigma Galaxy and 7Cs, obviously, with that win that they were able to collect yesterday. Rod Munir, we saw what just happened to Desha 999. He's going to slow down a lot, and you better believe Damwon Kia is looking for that extra player. They're looking to get that extra point.
Yeah, for sure. It's also the advantage they can have in a 2 versus 1 right now. Fabian first, they are chilling. And Tad Mock just outside the logging camp area. And Munir is just going to chill there, try to have an advantage over that. Deadeyes guys, they are in Penang, and they're chilling quite a lot. And yeah, we're obviously looking at some more passive playstyle here. And as Kalaris actually mentioned here, it is very much the two different edges we see. You know, we are having two extremes, as he was pointing out, and it's the same case here for the duos, right? You want to be able to get as many points on the board. It is 10 points for the win, 6 points for second place, and obviously 1 point for the eliminations, the same as the main stage of the Afterparty Showdown is. So you see quick fights at the beginning, then it slows down, and people are really considering how to salvage if they're losing a few players, or how to get the most out of every single game. And for Alpha 7, it's really worked out well. And I've been super impressed with them, you know, also picking up Mythic, one of the best players coming out of Rise Esports from Brazil. That's a huge pickup for them and a huge loss for Rise. I'm kind of excited to see what PMPL Brazil is going to do here for the fall edition, and how Rise is going to be able to fare, and how much Alpha 7 potentially could dominate over Vivo Kid Stars.
Yeah, with Alpha 7, I think the big question mark for me today is going to be, can Carrillo continue to perform like that, right? This is a player that usually tends to perform really well, and the whole team kind of picks it up and they rally behind him. You saw what Mafioso was able to do yesterday. But when Carrillo starts slowing down, such a big fragger, it slows down the whole team. So I'm really intrigued to see, maybe not so much here on the duos. Yeah, I'm hoping that they're able to win it, right? But on the first match, for the actual points that are going to be counting towards the other prize pool, I'm intrigued to see how they're going to be playing. Are they going to continue to play that aggressive style that we saw them yesterday? It didn't matter where they were at, they were willing to take the aggression to the teams, and I think that's just a style that plays for Alpha 7 in a big way. As we're currently looking at the map here, you can see 7C Scout currently very far away from his teammate Sir Ryan. I think they're trying to figure out how they're gonna try to rotate out of this. Scout did tell me, I got a chance to talk to him, he did tell me that he was gonna be playing every single match today, so hopefully that will be the case.
That's gonna be crazy. Interesting to see what 7C is going to be able to do. They obviously had a rough main tournament for that case, but right now they are looking to do the best here in our duos show match. Obviously, they are the only team on that west side, south of Hattin. Could potentially be taking over the bridge or split a little bit later. We'll see what they do. Vampire, our PMWI main tournament winners here with Ravenclaw and Fluke, TH. These guys have been impressive.
Yeah, they're going to be going up, and a lot of people are going to be trying to figure out where the next circle is going to be going to. Is it going to be going to the island towards the west? Is it going to stay on the main island to the east? They're trying to make sure they position themselves in a way that they can make a quick rotation, because in Sanhok, you don't want to get caught making a rotation. There's really not that much cover. Yes, there is a lot of grass all over the place that you can lay down and be a little bit of a snake. But with some teams, if they're able to get a bit of a height advantage, it's going to play a huge, pretty much a huge advantage for them. You can see Luxy right here. I'm actually surprised that both of the twins are not doing the duos, considering they probably have just amazing synergy.
Yeah, Liquid has really been a standout player for them, so that's mainly, I think, I would assume one of the reasons. But yeah, you would assume, you know, twin synergy, there's something, like sometimes you've heard these stories where twins, when they're not together, they can feel when the other one's sad. Yep. So it's like really next level synergy. Luxy takes some shot towards Falcons, and Powerful is just able to take that buggy and just send it through and past everyone here, not taking too much damage. Oh, I say that, and he catches a headshot at the very end. Does have only one first aid, and he nearly used it, so I would assume that he's going to use the bandages instead. Oh, he is going to use the first aid. It's going to be no first aids after that, so that's kind of scary. I'll probably have chosen to take the bandages in that case. The situation that he had 10.
Yeah, I'm with you on
Only one
that.
of each stim. They're kind of also, or he's kind of low on stims as well, only one of each. He is stimmed though, so that is fine. Let's see how much information he's able to gather from this location.
Considering that
Yusuf, oh, Powerful, actually able to get so much information from that. Yusuf does go down to Liquid, and that is super unfortunate. The question is, can he catch him? No, I think he's able to crawl around that corner, Yusuf, and Powerful might be able to pick him up there, Seven.
Yeah, both of those teams are going to be able to recover, but guess what? There's going to be a lot of teams surrounding him, and we saw it yesterday, and I think we're going to continue to see it today, those third parties. And this is actually something that I got a chance to talk with Luxy earlier during breakfast, and he was telling me how much faster the gameplay is. You can't really take on those fights, and if you do take on a fight, you better finish it off quick. So I think Bigetron is going to be looking to do that, but guess what? Damwon Kia, Fabian being really sneaky here, just waiting patiently, and he needs to be careful because Bigetron, if they hear any kind of footstep, they're just going to automatically shift towards where he's at. But right now, there's some focus, and Luxy actually gets third party by Afterparty Esports. This is what I was talking about. You have to make sure you cover all your angles and you don't get just too tunnel focus on a single fight. And guess what? Fabian finally decides to come out, and he's going to say bye-bye. This is the moment I was waiting for. Let me get those 2 easy elims, and while I'm at it, I'm also going to loot you.
And he has a little freedom to invest for that as well. So he's going to be stacked to his teeth. 3 eliminations so far. Damwon Kia rocking up and saying, let's go. Vampire on high ground too. Falcon able to fully recover from that situation. Really good for Team Falcons.
Super unlucky there for Bigetron. Just they see a player almost get a knock. They do end up getting a knock, and then one of the players gets traded out as well, and then they get sneaked up on. And then you can see Damwon Kia now starting to make the rotation. I wonder how long Team Falcons is going to stay there, because they are being overlooked by Vampire Esports. It will be interesting how they rotate out of that. Stalwart Esports taking on some shots to some of the other teams on the horizon as well. S2G, I see Rod too, Munir. Remember, he lost a player earlier to the M1 Kia. And here we go. Powerful and his teammate are currently all the way healed up. But as you mentioned, the make it. I wish he would have used the bandages. I was going to talk about that earlier. I mean, he knew exactly where Bigetron was. He knew more than likely they didn't have a vehicle because of the way that they were just positioned in regards to Bigetron. He should have been able to use those bandages.
For sure.
And just take his time because anyways, he ended up waiting for his teammate to get there.
Stressful situation for sure. He wanted to be fully healed before he could start peeking and gather some of that information. Fluke.
This is all comments in hindsight, right?
Yeah,
this is us being
100%.
able to just look at it. Some people, when they fly out of ATV in the desert, they think they're going to be able to jump off, but they end up holding on for dear life and end up with a bunch of bruises.
Yeah, or personal preference as well, right? Because you come in a situation where you're thinking here powerful. He needs to be healed as fast as possible so he can cover you driving in, right? But for sure, not being able to have any first aids for the future is going to be a rough one. On top, and he finds Scout. Oh my God, he finds him on this bridge. And he's able to take him down. The question is Scout going to be able to get revived off that, or is he going to be finished off? Definitely looks like he's taking a lot of damage right now. That's even more. So I think he's just going to bleed out in that case. Scout goes down, and that is Deadeyes, guys. Taking that point for them, and 7C is going to be left just to Sarang.
Interesting there from Scout. He was going to be trying to be sneaky there on the bridge. He ended up backfiring, but Deadeyes taking full advantage of that and then just getting an ilm to themselves. See how these teams are going to end up rotating and how their circle is going to end up as well. Deadeyes Joker just looking around, trying to see what he's going to happen. And then ultimately for 7C, Saran being so far away from Scout ended up helping him. As we're looking at the map here, you can see Alpha 7 towards the north. They are taking their sweet time. There's nothing really to worry about. And this is what I was talking about earlier too. How many teams are just positioned in that intersection? See S2G, you can see the player from Rod. And who's going to benefit the next circle that we are going to be getting here? Nigma Galaxy currently playing a really slow. This has been their pace as well. Looting in boot camp, seeing what's left. And oh, this circle's a good amount there of the river.
Yep.
7 scenes. Interested to see how he's going to decide to just rotate. I wonder if he's going to go for the swim or if he's going to just decide to go through the bridge and maybe end up with the same fortune that Scout had.
Yeah, and that's really the faith in the hands of the Deadeyes guys. Two interesting things is that we have these two compounds. They are in play, and the two high ground and or the one high ground compound, one low ground compound is kind of interesting. The one above the bridge on that southern side is really interesting and could take a lot of control. Now Ravenclaw is pushing, and top is the last player for Stalwart. See a lot of teams coming in from the east here. We're just looking on and seeing right now.
7C is being able to get some revenge there on what happened to his teammate earlier. Saran being able to spot at least her from Deadeyes. Is he going to be able to spot up Joker? Oh, the grenade ends up bouncing on the top. Did he realize that? I think he did. He started backing off a little bit, and this is how action ended up getting eliminated to Ravenclaw from Vampire Esports. There you see Deadeyes, sir. I think he has been spotted. Can Saran get this nade and just ultimately get the ilm? They are going to be getting pushed by the zone. He is able to cause some damage, but he's not able to get the elimination. He's going to be able to heal up. He just keeps going from tree to tree.
Yeah, Joker just have to try to do something here. Shots, ooh, connecting just a little bit. Sarang can move with the circle and then maybe take on Joker just a little bit later. I think it's unfortunately it for on top. He's going to be bleeding out to the blue zone in this case. Damonkia lost one player. Fabian's on the ground. Kirill also knocked, and Revo further away. Utility could be used and could be connecting. That's a potential big one. Ooh, does some damage. I think Kirill is going to go down though. And it's effectively a 1 versus 1. Fabian still alive. Revo with 3 more grenades in hand.
Revo just letting those nades rain. I think Rio might have been able to just relay some information in regards to the footsteps that he was able to hear close by before he ended up getting fully eliminated. And this is going to be an interesting 1v1 here between Forrest and Revo, who's going to take it. I know a lot of the Brazilian players carry momentum, regardless whether this is a show match or not.
Oh.
And take a start of Haven, as we're saying that, guess what? Yusuf and Team Falcons Powerful are going to try to third-party this
DBS.
fight. Forrest with the DBS, can he get some shots? He's able to get some shots. He gets the first knock. Can he get the second knock? He needs to back off because he did end up getting a little bit damaged by the nades. And ultimately,
Falcons.
Powerful from Falcon. Too much with those nades, and now Revo's looking to be able to third-party that and hopefully get some elims from Team Falcons.
6 nades now. You found more nades. Revo is continuing this artificial red zone, but not connecting on Falcons. DPS in hand for Powerful 2. Yusuf is going to try to get some more information and push maybe around that rock. Revo is disengaging from that fight, so he will be moving around the northern side and just try to get a bit more terrain inside the new circle that has popped. It's gone northwest, and it basically only has one compound that is basically guaranteed to end right next to. And yeah, that's the huge question is, how does these teams at the east side approach? The next thing is it says S2G doing some damage towards Falcons, and they're also prioritizing getting into the circle. They realize they have to, otherwise they're not going to catch a break with that. Circle is closing in just 10 seconds. Yusuf, Powerful, has to take S2G on straight head-to-head or push towards Revo and have maybe a better chance to sweep towards him. But the terrain is just running out here. Sarang has found a decent spot to survive for some time here outside the border. He's going to be fine with that for some time. And Nigma Galaxy, they are inside this compound that are in the dead center of the zone. Fluke finds Joker. And Deadeyes Guys are eliminated by Vampire Esports.
Falcons does have one player down. He's going to try to be able to get out of this. He's not able to get out. S2G just bringing in the eliminations, eliminating Team Falcons while they're at it too. And you were talking about Nigma Galaxy. They are already positioned within that compound as Silas does end up getting knocked by Revo. Revo with the big rotation earlier deciding to back off. That ultimately ended up paying off in a big way. And he might be able to get some elims. And guess what, Kalsi, can you get out of this? You are going to have Revo looking at you. Can Revo connect? This is going to be a big question mark, and ultimately he can connect. Revo on a tear right now. 3 elims to himself.
Remember, just better.
Yeah, just better. He's got the Brazilian samba in him.
Monia probably could be going down to zone in this case. Rad, yes, they go out. We're down to just 4 teams. Rad able to get that 5th place elimination, getting 3 points. Vampire actually in a pretty decent spot here. Would you see the next circle has popped top right of the minimap? They're actually slightly inside. That means Nigma Galaxy have to move out. Ravenclaw finds Lord, and that's a huge opening. That is the go sign for them. They have to send this in, and they could finish off that potential elimination.
That's exactly what Ravenclaw's going to be doing. He's ripping up his nade. Is this nade going to be able to hit Hamodi? Decides to back off. I think they are going to end up losing Lord. And he needs to be careful because now this is going to be 2 players from Vampire Esports. Ravenclaw does end up getting some damage.
Grossa in hand. Fluke.
Here come the nades. Is Hamodi going to be able to hear where Fluke is? That's a great nade right there. It makes him back off. He does end up half damage. Ravenclaw able to heal up. Hamodi just backing off, and while everything is going on, guess what? The other players that were just solos in Revo and Sarang from 7Cs are going to be able to just relocate, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're positioning themselves to be in a great place after this fight is done, or if not, being able to third party. Just so many third parties in the matches that we saw yesterday. Sarang playing it patiently. I wish he would use this time to actually find some kind of bush and get himself a better location.
That could be a good nade. Could have been a good nade. That one. Ravenclaw spots Sarang now, trying to get him down and finish him off. He's just swimming, trying to survive for a bit longer here, but it could be 7Cs giving his life up in the Cs, and it's going to be a 1 versus 2 Revo, potentially with Vampire Esports if they're able to close out on the Nigma Galaxy player that is still in the compound. Hamodi, Sarang taking some damage now. More damage. Oh, Ravenclaw is actually going to be able to find that one, so that's a point guaranteed for Vampire. That's 5 eliminations for them. That's 5 points, plus the guaranteed top 3 here. That is also 5th for 3rd place, so it's 10 points for them in this game so far, guaranteed. And they're looking to have the upper hand here.
I think Vampire Esports might have heard me. They decided to disengage a little bit there with Hamodi, especially with the new circle that they ended up getting. And keep an eye on where Revo and Sarang was. We saw what just happened to Sarang, and now they're trying to spot Revo. There's going to be a lot of utility use here in regards to grenades, and Hamodi's Gonna pop some smoke grenades and try to get out of here. Oh, Ravenclaw being able to follow Rebo. Now it's gonna be a 2v1. We saw what happened yesterday. We had seen teams and players being able to clutch that 2v1. Can Hamodi do it here? He's not gonna be able to do it. The grow side just way too much. Vampire Esports gets the win on this first show match for day 2 at the After Party Showdown PMWI. Wow. What a match there for Vampire Esports, being able to get themselves 17 points. That's definitely going to push them up to the top, because this was a team that only had 1 point after 2 show matches. Great showing there from Vampire Esports.
Yeah, just had to adjust to the format being only 2. They're used to being 4-man strong, right? And when you adjust to that, you can definitely tell the mechanical skill is through the roof for these guys. Really well executed. And with a Grossa in hand, there is not much to do against those guys. It's super easy with that last spray down.
Yeah, when you have that close range, DVS, Grossa, you just try to back off. Just try not to get in the way. But overall, great play. I'm actually surprised Rebo was able to survive that long. He played it out really well. You called out when he started rotating, that ultimately being the best thing that could have happened there for Alpha 7.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, we are ready to go to the match standings here, sponsored by HTC with our desk. Let's see how much Maxman is going to be able to talk for this one.
Well, the correct answer is none. Maxman is currently ill in the restroom, puking. Oh, he's back. No, he is here. He'll be talking the whole time, actually. We're going to go the full other way. So, Maxman, take it away. Analyst and host.
Oh, no, everything now? Okay, that's fine. We'll take it. Yes, congratulations to Vampire Esports taking himself the chicken dinner on this game. And not a very easy push to take on to Nigma Galaxy. We were talking about it a little bit before, right, Kalaris? Like, Nigma Galaxy had that compound for the longest time. And yet the fact that Vampire are able to take that location away, remain as a 2-man squad, and keep the other teams at arm's length was a very big achievement for them. So great from Vampire, but we also see that Alpha 7 are still popping off. They still got the groove going.
They're just so hot right now. Let's put it that way.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, they're in every facet, in every phase of this tournament here for the second weekend. But yeah, watching Vampire Esports hold this down, lock this down, I mean, it doesn't help the other teams around them as well that are grosses in hand as you go into some of these final moments. Very difficult to deal with their position.
Well, we're past the halfway point, though, for the duos tournament, as we have only 2 matches left to go. One at the end of the day today, one coming up at the start of the day tomorrow. So if you are a team trying to catch up to Alpha 7, well, this is one way to do so, at least for Vampire Esports. So not too bad out of them. Do we have a second page? No, we don't have a second page, I believe. Because under 2 points, we want to see people under 2 points.
I will say, though, a little bit unexpected.
Oh, we do? Hey.
Oh,
what?
A little bit unexpected that Stalwart 0 points from this game, considering how fantastic they looked to the first 2 duos. So there will be no shift for them. However, yeah, all the other teams going to do a little catch-up.
Yeah, I think they were picked up by like just 1 player, if I'm not mistaken. And that's the thing about the duos that's very important. Even if you're in a 1v2 situation, if you have a good kind of weapon with a lot of ammo, you can spray transfer. We saw that with who was it? Fabian, I believe, on down one. On BTR. 1 clip, 2 elims, squad wipe. That's the big issue. You've got to be very careful. 1 player could be your downfall.
A huge difference compared to squads, because you can't get away with something like that in squads too easily.
Yeah,
you can. Well, yeah, I mean,
okay.
you can spray down 2 people, but there's likely going to be 2 other people looking at you from different angles. But here in the duos, yeah, if you spot someone out, and there is the tendency to clump up in the duos because you don't want to be too far away from your teammate, yeah, you can get those spray transitions nicely.
Oh, you're obviously going to be seeing more of that as well here. Vampire Esports, you know, if we think about outside of duos and think about the whole event in these 2 weeks, doing a fantastic job taking the main event. But going back into the After Party Showdown, they've looked a little bit lost. Now, to be fair, there obviously are, 7 new teams, but you've had like 3 days of play already. You've had your 18 matches.
Sure.
Technically 4 now.
I think there was glimmers of hope for Vampire when it comes to the squads tournament here for the After Party Showdown, because they took such a strong spot in that first Erangel game at the start of yesterday. But then after they kind of like shifted and didn't really kind of transition on the 3-1 split that they had, everything kind of fell a little bit apart a little. I was kind of surprised by it. So maybe we'll see them get some momentum back off the back of this duos for day 2.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let's take a look actually at overalls though when it comes to duos, so we get an idea of where currently teams are standing. Remember, we had Stalwart at number 1. They're still going to be at number 1, but wasn't it 17 points that last match for Vampire? I mean, they only had 1 point before this.
Yeah, I think that was very close to exactly how many they got. So yeah, Vampire, really big step up there from there. But Nigma Galaxy actually pretty consistent. Without a single chicken dinner, pulling somewhat of Falcons here, but in the duos match, no chicken dinner really needed. Just get some elims, some placement points, and you're good to go.
Yeah, and because there are so few elimination points available here in the duos tournament, getting a chicken dinner is such a boost. across the 5 games that they're going to be playing. I mean, yes, Nigma Galaxy, nice little bump up as a whole, but the fact that Stalwart is still kind of that 10 and 9 points ahead of them, that's actually quite the leap here in this duos tournament.
And it's actually really good because when you see a team get a win, typically then a very strong position, right? Very good compound, a good overlooked position. And normally breaches are very hard because you have like 4 players taking multiple angles, all like just overwhelming you with like angles and power.
That's right.
Here you only have 2, so it's a lot easier to shut down those like crashes and to just get the eliminations off the back of it.
How do they overwhelm you with 4 colors?
He was he did this. We didn't see it on camera where he was doing it, but it was good. It was good.
It's true. I did hear the roar as well.
By the way, at the start of these highlights as well, the fight in Paradise, the fact that he finished it off with a QBU, some extra tap-in potential at the end, love it, because it's not exactly the easiest close-range weapon to wield.
Yeah, and also you did they lost it yesterday on the first match in Sanhok, right? S2G did go out early, so a little bit of vengeance here coming into play. So S2G looking hot yesterday, and also seemed to potentially start off well in the duos.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, we looked at Alpha 7 yesterday. Their duos, they didn't fare too well, obviously doing a lot better when it came to the Afterparty Showdown. Stalwart Esports, I mean, they were top. They did well in duo. They didn't do so well when it came to the rest of the event. I'm curious to see if they can bounce back. As you guys did obviously miss out on yesterday, we had only 3 teams take chicken dinners. So that means each of them got 2 apiece. That is a fantastic start for any of those 3 teams. However, if you're one of the teams trying to catch up, it's a little bit rough now.
I would say, though, yesterday is a very big outlier. Like, the circles were rough. Like, a lot of the time you would see, like, BT in a good position, RA in a good position, Stalwart sometimes be in a good position, then hard shift, half shift. And I think that that's something teams need to work on today, is being able to adapt to those rough situations. If so, a win could happen. But I still think we saw some consistency somewhat from Stalwart, right? Getting a few points, but not able to quite get the win.
Yeah, if we see the same tendencies today, we said it at the top of today, in fact, that teams might need to navigate more central and try and play from their edge. If we're getting all of these hard shift constantly across all of these battlegrounds, sorry, but there's too many battlegrounds to try and account for trying to go for wide rotates and trying to get into edge circles constantly. So a central position might work out better.
You know, one thing we've not really discussed whatsoever, and I want to touch on really quickly, was the fact that in-game leading with all of these new maps coming into the pool, and of course with the change to how the zones work, that is extremely difficult to do. And we saw Alpha 7 just be so consistent throughout the entire day.
You got to be an encyclopedia of PUBG Mobile.
Encyclopedia.
An encyclopedia. But going from 6 battlegrounds across the whole day. And so an understanding as well in terms of, even as I've already used it as an example today, but that Vikendi circle, it's not a typical Vikendi circle. Approaching that is difficult. You saw people swimming in the ocean for so long. It's difficult to adapt to.
I think this is like a really good way to show if you're a great IGL. If you're able to find consistency in maps like this, you're really one of the best IGLs of the world, potentially.
All right, we got a minute and 15 till we head into our first match here. Take our second overall. I want to give a quick shout out, though, to Aramco and, of course, Saudi as well, making this event possible for all of us to enjoy, especially the players who are having a great time live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. But you know who's also having a good time here? Our 2 commentators. We got Avenger and Seven Worlds Gaming coming back yet again to cover all the action of Erangel.
I have been having a great time. We've been playing PUBG Mobile at night, going to the pool, talking about PUBG Mobile, eating lots of goodies, going to the gym as well. I mean, and then we get to cast.
Wait. Going to the gym?
Yeah.
I haven't seen you in the gym.
I go when you guys aren't there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wait until you see these gains in PMGC.
You go past it, or you go into and they go back out? Or?
No, see, what I do is I go inside, grab a water, just to make sure I don't get dehydrated, and then walk out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Jason thought that you were just on the way to get your massage there, because that's kind of going through the gym, and then you go in there to get your massage. But yeah, maybe not. Games are starting very shortly. We are on to Erangel here, who showed only 7. And as we see on screen, we potentially could have a spicy plane path. And maybe, just maybe, we could have a military base. But let's see what happens once we get out of the plane and once we start everything. We are on to Erangel, the first and most known map in here, and I actually want a little bit of reiterate of what the guys were talking about here. We are playing these maps. We're playing 6 different maps throughout the day. Really interesting in terms of how you approach the games and the amount of information that these IGLs they have to have, like where do the other teams land, their timings, their location. There's just so much information. So the way that you approach the game really has to be hard set from the get-go, or you have to be super adaptive with the information that you're able to gather throughout the game. You can really tell how much and how well Alpha 7 has been able to do here in this so far.
Yeah, and I think this is what we were talking about. Just how much faster the pace is. It forces team to be a lot more aggressive, which ultimately Alpha 7 is usually known for being that aggressive team.
Right.
When the other teams don't really have a chance to think for too long, to react to see what's going to happen, Alpha 7 is able to take full advantage, and you can see it right there. Most eliminations, Carrillo, Rebo. Carrillo with 15, Rebo with 13, and highest damage. We do see action, Rebo being able to sneak himself there in between action and top, and it's going to go on headshots, Mythic. So you're seeing a lot of Alpha 7 players here on this stats, and it's just the aggressiveness. And with this playing path, I was going to say Vampire Esports and Soggy Crawdads would have loved this playing path because they love going to Primor. So, you know, just something to keep an eye on. But going back, just with Alpha 7, so the other teams don't really have enough time to think on how they're going to be able to defend, and Alpha 7 is just able to smother them, able to take full advantage of that, and I think that's what's been working out for them. We'll see what is going to happen here on this one, and you can see longest hit on 363 Avenger.
That's
Yikes.
There was almost, or if not more than 70 meters more than second place there for the longest elimination. That's kind of crazy. As you see on the map here, we have an R8 Alpha 7 potential fight. Looks like Alpha 7 potentially could be stretching all the way into North George. I'm not sure if they could reach that far. It looks like they could also be taking a vehicle and getting out of their R8. It's going to be taking South George, and Alpha 7 is going to try to go to North George. 12 teams, plenty of room, but it was a rough playing path. So, yeah, of course, everyone is not going to be completely satisfied with where they get. Of course, again, thanks to Sunixperia for being our official smartphone partner here at PMWI and Gamers8. We have some amazing stuff in store for the rest of the year as well.
See Nigma Galaxy taking full advantage of the playing path, going to Pochinki, and while we're at it, watch PMWI together in-game esports center with your friends to win PMWI special sets. And don't forget, PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time, and you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI. I feel like that's why we've been playing so much too, because I want to be able to win some of those treasure chests. That doesn't sound bad at all.
That'd be nice. Here, South George with R8 and SK Ton on screen. ID 7 also in there. Alpha 7 here on the north side. They managed to all of them get over there. No problem. And everyone is alive here, and this is where we were talking about, and what the desk has also been talking about before the last game, is of course that we're going to have this very, very extreme approach of how they're playing the game, right? Because they're super hard focused on getting those points from, getting the points from the game that you're able to get into the first prize, which is $60,000, but also focused on your special eliminations, the first T elimination. So you want to be able to be full four-man strong with your favorite setup, so you can take these players on and potentially take home the chicken dinner, but also all these special rewards that we have throughout here. First airdrop. Most airdrops is kind of crazy too. Team with the most eliminations and most teams eliminated. So really big on eliminations in general. If you're able to wipe a few teams, if you're able to get a few eliminations throughout, as you saw with Damwon here yesterday as well, crazy amount of money on the line. $23,000 just for the rewards and $10,000 for the chicken dinner as well. So there's just so much money in the line. Potentially here, life-changing money for these players.
Yeah, we saw some of the players yesterday actually, in a way, change their style of what utilities they tend to use. I think it was one of the players from Alpha 7 and some of the other players from different teams too. We saw a lot more grenades, and that's because they're trying to go not only for that first special elimination, but for the most special eliminations. And I can't wait to see what nades we're going to be seeing today, or which teams are going to be running each other over with the vehicles, because that does count towards it. We're currently looking at Nigma Galaxy here.
We saw that yesterday as well. Sanhok, with how much they tried to get that runner a kill, but he was just ducking and weaving, getting away and surviving that. He ended up just having to try to get him completely eliminated instead. And that was actually super fun to see how much they're trying and focusing on it. Of course, it's important. There's a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, usually if you go the first time around and so many of the enemy team is right there, you kind of stop. But I think that was in the back of his head. He was like, you know
money.
$2,000 sounds really nice for this kind of elimination. Ultimately, he didn't end up getting it, but they did end up getting that squad wipe. Team Falcons, Kalara's favorite team here, currently just looting just Naya. And I was going to mention, with so much space, right, with all these teams, just only being 12 teams, we do end up getting some fights where we have like super looted teams.
Right.
Especially with a lot less hot drops that we are seeing today. I think yesterday we got a chance to see a lot more. And then these teams went back, watched the VODs, and decided to, you know what, I think, yeah, that first elimination is good, but let's just slow it down a little bit and let's see what ends up happening as we continue on through the game. Maybe go for those airdrops, maybe go for those special eliminations. That's what we're talking about as well. And ultimately go for the 10K for a chicken dinner. You can see Bigetron finally rotating out of their looting spot, which was towards the West Bridge, making a push towards farm. And they need to be careful because 7 Seas is going to be very close to them.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see as well here on screen, it's Genfast, Luxy, Succeed, Misery playing. Liquid has been set out for this game here. The question is, how many games is it set out for? It could be the entire day. We'll see. Maybe you had some insights of them speaking with them at breakfast this morning, but we're gonna follow that closely. The desk can maybe also see how many games. Obviously, it's important. How well are these players be able to do? And you have substitutes with you, right?
Yep.
You're gonna be able to focus on that. And yeah, S2G on screen. Currently $36,000 after 6 games. That is just crazy. It is literally $6,000 per game. Let's see if they're able to continue that trend.
36,
right
and
there.
then you have Alpha 7 with 40. And then not far back, I mean, you have Team Falcons with $28,000.
Yeah,
and
without any changes.
That's what I was going to say. They haven't won a single game, so that's impressive. And in regards to Bigetron, the strategies, from what they did tell me, I think they might just be looking to finish out fights a lot faster.
Right.
I felt like yesterday they took too long and it ended up hurting them, so I'm intrigued to see if they are going to be going for that. As we do see this circle,
Pop
a lot
south.
of teams are going to be pushing south. Going to be seeing Dam 1 Kia trying to make a push there. Guess what? Deadeyes being able to spot somebody from Dam 1 Kia. Sir is going to be very close to them. He closes the door.
Wow.
He needs to be careful there.
Good movement.
Very good movement. If it would have been me, I would have ended up getting knocked by my own nade in an embarrassing clip on Twitter.
Let's not hope that's going to happen. Let's see what Damwon Kia is going to be able to squeeze out of this one. Deadeyes Guys kind of have the upper hand, being on the roofs already. Garage over there by Song and Fabian can be approached quite easily when you have on top, literally on top of that 2-story balcony building. Has a lot of control and information, and also one nade in hand, potentially the Molotov could take something down there. Is it going to go in? It's going to go in. It's going to do a lot of damage onto Song. Fabian is on the outside there on the back door, so he's trying to hold that corner. It has been smoked.
Damn one, Kia is getting reinforcements. You can see Forrest now starting to move up with this other teammate as well. He went and picked him up, and now they're going to be making this push to make it a full squad. They need to be careful because somebody from Deadeyes is going to be right there. They crash into the rock, and now they're being spotted. Smokes are going to come out. Deadeye top Sir, is he going to be able to blow up that vehicle? He does end up getting some shots on himself, and now you're going to be seeing the other Deadeyes players starting to rotate and see maybe he can get an angle on the players from Damwon Kia that are stuck in the middle and out in the open.
Pre-needing every corner right now currently. Turlov is trying to just make something happen here now. Forrest and Juni is going to be able to just push and try to do something more. Shari tries to pre-net that corner that Fabian potentially was holding. More utilities being used. Again, a really heavy utility wall in this case. Molotov on the top. That is a really good Molotov closing out that top. You cannot run up. Shari pushing in. Oh.
Big opening though for Damwon Kia as they are able to knock one of the players that was holding a big off angle for Deadeyes. This is going to be huge for them. How are they going to be able to respond? Are they going to be able to take advantage of this?
Oh!
Forrest and Juni end up getting actually knocked and eliminated.
They are, oh, they're both knocked still.
Oh,
They're not eliminated just yet. They just got knocked from that. Shifu's going to be pushing in. Song! That is really well played. More action with the shotguns here. Can he get one more? Nope. It's a 2 versus 2 effectively here in this case. And we're in the blue. Fabian finishes off Shari in this. And now Fabian has to try to see if he can push more. Oh my god, it's really well calculated. He heard it potentially. Let's see what Deadeyes Guys is going to be able to do this one. Turlov, Shifu with the Molotov. Works out quite well for them. Song and Juni in the bottom.
Fabian going for the high ground too on the road.
Pushed
He
alone.
is gonna end up being able, Juni going to be able to finish somebody, and
Oh,
Kia
wait.
ends up getting knocked as well.
Shifu
Deadeyes
last player.
waiting patiently. He's the last player. It is going to be a 1v3 if they end up picking up their teammate. Let's see if this grenade is going to hit on anybody. It is going to get that elimination, and he is able to secure himself the first special elimination in $2,000.
That's great.
That's
Shifu
comforting
now.
considering that your whole team is
For
already
sure.
eliminated.
First team elimination now. Oh my god, Janine, no, that is just so unfortunate. Now Shifu saw that and he's going to be pushing right now after that first aid pop-off. Saiga, oh, that's a good nade by Fabian, really calculated. Now Junine's going to be able to be picked off, and Damwon Kia is able to take out Deadeyes Guys.
If Junie is able to knock himself, does that count the worst? Just kidding. Imagine if it did. As we are seeing a replay here from S2G and Stalwart Esports. Stalwart Esports already eliminated Deadeyes Guys. We just saw what happened to them, eliminated as well.
Yeah, first team elimination for them, $5,000.
Yep.
Being able to close that one out, that was great to see. Now 7C on screen here, 7. They're going to be rotating in. The circle has popped, and it's kind of centered on Milta and the compounds around it on the north side. That's why you see 7 trying to get into those. They have Nigma Galaxy ahead of them. Falcons 2 in the distance.
Aladdin a little bit far away from his teammate here. He needs to be careful because all the other teams are going to start trying to get just a little bit closer to Milta, get an angle, and see if maybe they can third-party any of those teams that might be out in the open. And guess what? Scout was right. He is currently playing this match as well. This is the actual non-first show match that he's going to be playing at the Afterparty Showdown PMWI. You can see Nigma Galaxy slowing it down. I think they have realized that Rod was getting an off angle on them. Is Lord going to be able to capitalize on this? He's trying to go for the headshot. Oh, he thought about it.
It was lined up. That would have been sick. 7C. Inside the north side of Milta, I kind of like that. They have a good amount of control here. The question is, where does the next couple of circles go? To split with that warehouse and that garage building, flat top. Vampire on that northwestern side, actually holding out the dirt road. Freak finds Dasha with a headshot. That's huge. An R8 is going to be pulling up on the high ground tower on that west side, on the farm. They're going to have some control there. And now we're really seeing more teams trying to get in and focus on getting those placements locked down. 2 stops, taking some 2 shots towards the compound.
All right,
Falcons
one of the teams that didn't really have one of the best day ones, they're looking to turn it around. Let's see what this new circle is going to end up looking like. You can see Damwon Kia after being able to eliminate Deadeyes. They did end up losing 2 players, but those Ilims, I bet it feels good. And this is a team that can definitely slow down their play and just wait and see what the other teams are going to be doing. And look at that right there. Bigetron, in a way, blessed with that circle. And it's interesting to see how some of the other teams are going to be reacting to that, because if we really try to predict, I think it's going to go straight down in the middle where there's absolutely no cover, Avenger.
Huge amount of field there. There's a big wide compound in the center. Shots coming in for Prestige. Takes down Colsty with a headshot. Nice aim from this young man. He's able to connect a few more. And they obviously know that now it's S2G. They know that they lost players in the kill feed earlier, or elimination tracker in that case. Colsty is going to be having to heal up a 2 R8. Are they going to push aggressively on that, or what is going to happen?
I think he was just readjusting his buggy. I thought they were actually going to go for the push. I was hoping that they would. Prestige just trying to hold the angle, trying to see if anybody's going to hop on that car, and SGG trying to figure out how they're going to be able to escape this. It seems like their car is still intact. It might have all of the 4 tires.
Tall guy, you see, his helmet is sticking out of the roof. That's basically Jason driving around his cars.
So that's what it feels like being tall and driving.
He has to have a sun top roof, you know, like it has to be popped off. S2G. Oh, he got knocked out. That is so unfortunate. Try to go for that center shack. More shots come toward Colsey. Can they get him? Bandar connecting a little bit, but not enough. Colsey's going to be able to go into that. But now they have this information that there's just 1 player left from SGG. They could push that. And Rad is going to have that information too. They are sitting pretty in this compound. We were talking about that big white compound in the center with the fields around it. Now Rad, they're pushing out some nades toward him. I think he's inside the shack. He's going to have to be very precise to hit those nades into the shack. Vampire now on the move. They're going to be moving on.
Bigetron trying to back him off with some shots too. Team Falcons might have been able, I think it was powerful, might have been able to get some shots off as well to Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports continuing on with that rotation. They are going to stop, and it was powerful. Getting an angle there on that rotation from Vampire Esports. Bigetron is going to be keeping an eye on Vampire Esports as they are very, very close to them now. They do have a 3-1 split at the moment with Bigetron. I think one of the players, that one player, Suxy, that was far away, I think now he's starting to get a little bit closer to his team. And now we're looking at Alpha 7 against Damn 1 Kia. Keep in mind, Damn 1 Kia, only 2 players.
Ooh, that's a good Molotov. It does block off that doorway, but I think he was in the stairway and on the other side. 7, they're going to have to cross, and you see here in the back, 7C is over there, and they could be filling in and maybe sweeping in behind Alpha 7. So Rever was right now on watch duty. He's going to have to get the information for the team to make sure that they don't get pushed from behind. Circle is closing here. The teams have, majority of the teams have managed to get in. We only lost Deadeyes Guys and Stalwart so far. So it's going to pop 7. It goes hard southeast.
I was way off. I thought there was going to be, in a way, not that many buildings around. Guess what? Alpha 7 with the rotation, that's going to be wonderful. Damn 1 Kia is going to be super happy too. Rod couldn't be in an even better position, but they are going to have to be careful because R8, more than likely, is going to be looking to take that compound. Bigetron is going to be rotating from the north down south, and they might try to crash on some of the buildings there too. Vampire Esports, Team Falcons, just so many possibilities in Team Falcons. More than likely just trying to wait, see how some of the other teams are going to be rotating and trying to get some kind of elimination as they are rotating. You can see Spray God there being shot at as he was trying to make his way towards that building. Scout trying to spot somebody.
The rough setup though, only a 1 helmet and 1 vest. 30% damage reduction, that offers only less durability. Mafioso takes some damage. He has a 2 vest and a 3 helmet, so he's happy. He's going to pop a first aid. So let's see what Falcons is able to do from this location. They're going to have to push on to the Nigma Galaxy guys. They're going to have to smoke to get all the way over there now. A lot of teams is going to have to push in from this northwestern angle. Vampire, Bigetron, Falcons. Not a lot of space to accommodate all those teams.
Not a lot at all. And then you can see S2G there being eliminated by R8. And now R8 getting shot at by Rod. Bandar getting eliminated with the nade by Rod. We knew that push was going to happen at some point, but it's an interesting push from R8. You guys can't currently see it, but the players are actually, you can see it, the players are just so spread out. I think they were trying to see how they were going to be able to approach this. I wish they would have been a little bit closer because now they're going to have to be careful with some of the other teams that are being rotating from the north. We talked about it earlier, Bigetron. You can see Prestige here having to make a push, trying to revive his player. And meanwhile, Bigetron and Vampire Esports are slowly starting to sneak their way in. Rod able to realize that. And now Sadat just laying down and waiting patiently. Genfos, can you hit this?
That would have been a wild nade if he's able to put that in.
That would have been a great one. And Nigma Galaxy getting eliminated.
Alpha 7 Esports able to pick that up. They could potentially be looking good for that. Oh, Genfos takes a lot of damage. Has to try to stay in. Rad in a really good spot to defend this. Loxy goes down. And now Genfos is left in the smokes. He's going to try to confirm those eliminations out there. And now Soxy, Misery inside this building here. Sword Desha has to relocate. Has to try to get up. Gets one more. Stat gets down to Soxy. Munir is able to defend this. Misery's on the top. And with a DPS in hand, Desha could be pushing that.
And Genfos is still going to be alive. He's able to heal up. He might be able to get an angle. Misery being able to knock one of the players there from Rod Kait. He was trying to get an angle, but ultimately he exposed himself for too long. Here comes the DBS. He's not able to connect. Desha with the DBS going to be pushing Misery. Misery heard that DBS. He's like, you know what? I kind of don't want anything to do with that. We saw what happened yesterday with Top in Livik.
Really good movement for Misery, though. Jumped up, jumped into the balcony, and then jumped out off. SK-Ton outside. Munir, Desha, last 2 players for Rad. Misery putting out some more utility. Nice shots coming in for Misery. He's able to take down Munir. Now it's Misery versus Desha potentially in this case. They have to clean it up quickly because R8 is lurking in the background.
Misery taking his time, making sure he gets that elimination. You mentioned it. R8 is going to be making that push. Luxy does end up getting knocked, and he is currently getting shot by some other team. I think it might have been Team Falcons. Team Falcons earlier did end up eliminating Vampire Esports. You can see Misery trying to go for that rebuff. Is he going to be able to get it on Luxy? The only team right now with 4 players alive is Alpha 7 Esports. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they already eliminated some of the players too from 7C Esports and an engagement that they had.
Genfos still alive. Desha, last player from Riyadh. He's going to have to try to relocate a little bit. Genfos takes some damage here from Esketon. Now Desha saw him. And now they're going to have a fight. M4 in hand, pushes him aggressively, takes him down with the drop shot. Also counter drop shot. And Desha is able to take Esketon down from R8. Super well executed by Desha.
So you can drop shot me, I'm going to drop shot you as well. Mystery, he knows exactly where they're at. Let's see if this nade is going to be able to hit. Oh, a little bit too short. Desha trying to get that heal off, and he is going to be able to get it off just in time. Genfos here with the ghillie suit. Not helping him out, as I think Fabian from Dam 1 Kia might have been able to spot him. That's actually Revo from Alpha 7. Mystery. Look at Carrillo. Alpha 7 knows exactly where some of these players are at. They're just waiting, shooting around, see if anything connects. Carrillo being able to connect twice there with
headshot.
Mystery. Bigetron eliminated by Alpha 7. Alpha 7 right now trying to go for that match reward of most teams eliminated.
They have a good upper hand here. Only Team 4 guys alive. 7Cs, 0 eliminations so far. Damakia has 8 though, but they are split, so they could isolate the fight quite easily with Juni on that right small shack. A few smokes and a little bit of utility, and they're going to be able to cross that road, or at least try to wipe that out. Let's see where we're going to be ending up here. It does go to the other side of the road. Revo finds Aladdin. That is huge. We're on the top of the restart.
I was wondering when they were going to be able to find him. He was just chilling there in the car behind him, and I was going to tell you that could have been really, really scary for Alpha 7. You can see Scout still alive. We know how sneaky he can be. Can he survive this? He ends up getting out of the car, laying down, popping those stars. Smart play there by Scout. Carrillo just shooting at the smoke, seeing if anything connects. And here comes the push. Alpha 7 against Dam 1 Kia. You know, Dam 1 Kia is going to have those DBS at the ready. And he's going to slow down. What a beautiful grenade there from Carrillo. And here comes the push from Alpha 7. Alpha 7, the aggressive team, they're able to eliminate Dam 1 Kia. And Alpha 7 just slowly but surely continues moving on. The aggressiveness that they're currently showing is amazing for this team. Scout, even though he is about to be in the zone, he does decide to take some shots. He ends up backfiring. Revo ends up knocking him. Just Alpha 7 is too much for everybody right now.
Yeah, vamos do Brasil. It's crazy. Saran gets found as well through that little ticket booth. Revo is just on point right now. Prestige is hiding. Utility comes out from Prestige. That's really on point here. Finds Sarang. And 7C goes down in third.
And this is going to be great for RA, even if they don't end up getting chicken dinner. Prestige throws the nade. It's Carrillo. Revo ends up getting the final elimination in Alpha 7, ladies and gentlemen, on the first match of today, showing why they are in first place. Look at Mafioso right there. They're going to be happy. They told me that they wanted to continue to stay at the top. They really, really want to get this first win at a LAN event, especially in a global stage. And right now, they are looking so good, considering that was Erangel, and it wasn't even one of their favorite maps, which is Vikendi. That's going to be coming on later today. Alpha 7 Esports getting that first win of day 2.
Yeah, crazy. With 3 wins so far in just 7 games. A second place as well. These guys are unstoppable, and especially with Mythic coming into this roster for this event, they are looking for that throne, especially here with this LAN event here. That is crazy. The consistencies from them so far is just through the roof. Really happy to see the boys here from Brazil being able to dominate this much here. Also, they're continuing to just stay 4 guys alive. It's crazy to see how consistent they are, and also how strong they are mechanically. So gifted.
Yeah, getting those angles. I mean, we saw the angle that he was able to get on the 7Cs, but ultimately, I'm pretty sure that Des is going to want to take a look at all of this and break it down for us after this break.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات. استكشف الشات والتايم لاين. وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. STC بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Congratulations, you're champions for PMWI After Show. Oh man, the After Party Showdown just being completely run away with from Alpha 7. A question I asked you guys before we started, can Alpha 7 maintain the pace we saw yesterday? Yes.
Yeah, and we talked about it in PMGC last year, right? They're a team that loves that momentum, right? When they have a high, they just keep riding that high, and they brought it in day 2, which is exceptional, and they got already 3 wins. Like, I think they have like twice as many points as second place now. Like, that is wild.
It's not like this game was even easy for them either.
Yeah.
When you look at a win like this, you're probably like, yeah, they must have been center all game long. Absolutely not. They're chasing circles. I think one thing that benefited them whilst they were up kind of towards Lumbermill and then moving southwest is the fact that they have kind of Milter to transition from building to building. It gives them a lot of hard cover, but they're still blasting whilst doing it here. This team is looking absolute all-star at this moment in time, and it's going to be hard to stifle that progression.
Yeah, and the way that especially they were fighting while fighting, what was it, Damwon and also 7C behind them, right? They really dealt with that fight properly. They just allowed Damwon to leave that position, took care of 7C before going for the push afterwards on Damwon, take that position, great smoke road across the road.
Yeah.
The execution and the way they just executed everything in a row is not easy, but they just pulled it off like almost perfectly, remaining as 4 players too.
I will say it's fortunate for them that Damwon Kia came into the final stages of this game a little bit wounded, of course.
That's 2 players.
Yes. The fact that they had that earlier fight, and of course we get to see the shotgun gods themselves with Fabian as well here, being able to kind of wield these so well. It's not only the DBS is wielding, it's the SK-12 that we're seeing, the M1014 when we get over to Livik as well. Any shotgun, give it to the South Koreans, please, because it's a treat to watch them with it, but it wasn't enough to deal with Alpha 7.
I like how you mentioned, Fabian, with the shotgun. We're not going to talk about, I think it was Junie nading himself. I think we decided it was a bait, right? He was intentionally trying to pull Deadeyes Guys.
Come get us, and then he just like underthrow.
Psychological warfare.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it was actually really well done out of Damwon Kia to actually survive that long. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, got to give a shout out here to Sony Xperia 1.4, made in collaboration with professional players here. And it's actually official smartphone partner of PUBG Mobile. You see all the players playing on it, participating on this sweet phone. You know what? I think Alpha 7 would be like, yeah, we're happy. Why wouldn't you be happy? They got 3 chicken dinners. They can buy quite a few of them. Maybe they want to buy some for their favorite desk. Which probably wouldn't be us, actually.
No, not us.
Probably be the Portuguese podcast.
Yeah, probably them,
Yeah.
Kaya, if you're out there, hook me up. Let's take a look, though, at the match rankings brought to you by STC. Don't see how many points they got, as well as the other teams around the bend. 21 points for Alpha 7. Ooh. And for Damwon Kia, I think this is actually pretty impressive, again, considering they were down to 2 players off the bat. Not off the bat, but early.
And they were second coming into this as well. So the rich get richer. This is the top 2 teams already setting themselves apart from the lobby. I mean, Alpha 7 obviously is very much farther ahead. So in terms of your prediction of like maybe double the points against second place, not quite, because it was of course Damwon Kia that was previously in second anyway. But yeah, they're still extending that lead. Yes,
exactly. They still lengthen the lead right now, which is great. Though we're seeing more from we're seeing more from Rad teams that have been a little bit topsy-turvy. I would say a little bit disappointing almost in that first day yesterday. So at least they are showing a little bit more presence. And Falcons, still getting points here and there, just consistently being there, but we still need to see a win from the Falcons.
But again, I think Rad is now the only team coming in initially with 0 money, right?
I was just going to say that. Like, great, they got 4th place here, but did they get any money?
Exactly. you need to, well, I mean, as Max fully committed to it, you need to be in a land of extremes here. Don't do it again. Don't do it.
Okay.
But, so
Gentlemen,
that's an important thing here.
Do you want to find out if Riyadh got any money in this last match?
Oh, yeah.
I am keen.
I'm down.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Probably not that. Probably not at all. Then we can see Stalwart taking themselves the first elimination. S2G taking the first team elimination. Falcons. Is that what you're going for?
Well, no, I think this is just in general really cool.
That's right.
All the teams. Well, yes, they're a very good team. This is cool in general because these teams didn't get the win. But they're still getting money on the board here because of the stipulations that we have in place. So you can, yes, of course, play for the win. I think that's probably the best way to be playing it out. But you're still getting a lot of money on the board. Never mind, Alpha 7 did quite a lot, so did Down.
So they got, Alpha 7 just, again, 20K game for them.
That's nuts. They're just, do we just give them all the money now? Is this...
I think we're running out of money to give them.
Exactly. It's really insane when you think about it, too, because this week, too, is supposed to be teams that qualified in the first week of the main tournament, right? So they already proven themselves.
Initially,
teams
we saw
that
them
got voted for.
Yes.
No, that like did not qualify directly.
Yeah,
they actually get voted for their region. The fact that they're dominating this hard is absolutely staggering for me. So Alpha 7, I mean, keep going. The guys are popping off.
It feels like they came in prepared.
So, like, to
definitely.
be fair, right, if we compare Brazil, I mean, we had Vikendi, right, from Brazil, the representatives in the main event. Then we have Alpha 7 coming through. Vikendi haven't played an offline international event before, and Alpha 7 have played this quite a few times, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's a little hard to compare those two regions in particular, but I like how you do bring up teams that were here voted in are actually performing better than teams we had in the main event.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially they had a lot of time to prepare, watching the main tournament and seeing what was the overall style, even though I think that we can agree, right, week 1 and week 2 is going to be completely different in terms of how teams are going to approach it, but at least they have done their research, it seems, and they came in swinging, and they're still swinging in day 2, so it's going to be very hard to shut them down, and if they keep lengthening the lead today, day 3 is going to be almost an impossible task to overtake them.
It's a pretty deep talent pool in the region as well when you look at kind of that LATAM South America pool as a whole. So when you've got a team like Alpha 7, okay, you didn't quite qualify against the Vikendi of the world, etc. and stuff like that, but they get voted in. They are some of the fan favorites from the region as a whole, and they show in just 1.5 days, not even 1.5 days, why they're able to blast quiet like they are. Again, this game was not easy for them. They did not have a central position. They were constantly chasing circles because we're seeing so many hardships still, and they're still able to pull it off. That is brilliant.
Have we ever seen, actually, I'm thinking, a America's team win an international event? I think this might be actually the first time if they keep going like this. I'll have to look back and do some research.
Does loops count from way when?
I don't think they won an international event either.
Didn't they?
No. So
they were just really good and just didn't win.
I'm trying to think about PMWL. I think Cloud9 won that.
Wasn't it for Bullis?
Or Footballers?
Footballers. It was definitely not an America's team. So that could be a first. This could be like a first time that's going to happen here.
Yeah. Remember, guys, when we started PUBG Mobile all that time? Nah, just sit here and reminisce about the good times.
I miss good times. Yeah, cool. I think I said Cloud9 because I miss Beowulf.
Beowulf?
Beowulf?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a good
handsome
lad,
guy, great guy. Sad to see him go. Big shout out though to Dr. Suleiman Al Habib, one of our sponsors here to make this event happen for all of us at home, and of course STC. There's a lot of sponsors, but you know what? When an event takes 5 to 6 weeks long, just for play, not even the setup, you're gonna need those sponsors. Let's take a look though at our overalls when it comes to, I believe, points and who's currently leading. We don't even need to guess who it's gonna be. Alpha 7. So just in 1 day and 1 match, they've earned what first place gets at the end of this.
Yeah, that's a really cool, cool dynamic here to see play out, and also just a casual 37 points ahead.
Yeah,
it's all right. I mean, they're used to being like hundreds of points ahead of teams, right?
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. I mean, if they remain in that position, that's 120k they're just taking home, right? And as you said, we're not even reached the halfway point of the tournament. There's a chance they could double that amount by the end of the event, maybe even more if they just keep popping off. So Alpha 7, definitely the team to beat.
And this is the interesting thing about kind of, I guess, not playing the game of extremes. Like, if you look at Bigetron Red Aliens, for example, only 6k on the board, but still kind of edging towards that top 5, which is interesting in itself. They're definitely playing, it feels like, more for a placement than the actual raw fragging potential here.
Well, you look on the second page, right? You see some teams, well,
nothing
a couple
for
of teams.
Rad.
Well, yeah, nothing for Rad is unfortunate. But Nigma Galaxy, they're right behind them behind by 1 point.
You'll get
I
it,
get my
You'll
words
get
out. But they have 10,000 more bucks. You also look at Deadeyes Guys, who's in 11th place, and they have 2,000 more bucks. 7C in last place have still 1,000 bucks more. Like, obviously, it seems like you mentioned before, Bigetron seeming to be playing for the placements rather than the money.
The middle ground. Yeah. And I think that probably kind of plays better for them here at this tournament. For me, Bigetron Red Aliens has been just such a emotional love story of like we watched them for so long be so excellent. There was a downward trend for them for a little bit. Here on the international stage right now, they don't quite pack as much punch as they used to, but they are still a great roster.
Yeah, I think it's just going to take some time for us to see like Bigetron back to their excellency that we saw in the past, right? It's going to take
a little while.
Exactly. So I think you give them some time though, and they could potentially make it. But they were still one of the top teams in their region, right? They were not that far away from Morph, so never know. Just a few extra months, another season, especially in fall, and they can make it up there.
That's not. Yeah. But yeah, so I think it will take a little while longer. But I think everyone kind of wants to see it, right? That's the cool thing. The rest of the world kind of caught up with them around it. And
I'm going to offer you a question. Will they ever bounce back to the point that they'll be one of the top teams in the world again? Will it be a completely different roster without Luxy and Zuxy?
It's going to be tough.
I think we do miss Ryzen though. I think Ryzen was definitely
the Terminator, man.
Yeah, he was a key player. Having him like actually leaving the team definitely hurts a lot. I think Liquid though is a very good pickup that they had. What was it, like 2 years ago? While we were in Dubai. I think he was an amazing pickup. I think that we need to see like more team synergy right now. Liquid does seem a little bit of an outlier sometimes.
I was enjoying you, Highboy, when we were watching him last. He's currently on loan though, of course, to another team, I do believe. But anyway, that's by the by. We could talk about this for a while, I think.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have time to talk about this for a while. As you can see, a minute left to go until we get into the game. But I want to quickly remind you guys at home about the Vibe and Drive event that is going on. You guys can log in and complete missions with your friends and get your hands on a free permanent legendary set. I believe actually us here at the event, I've gotten really close to this now, considering how much PUBGMOBILE we've been playing the last few days. But also for you guys at home, there's a survey going on. You guys need to go check out a link found in chat or over on Tencent social media. And make sure you guys give some feedback to the show. Maybe it's about talent, maybe it's about format, maybe it's about players, maybe it's about how we need to give 7 Worlds Gaming more boxes until he becomes the tallest man on the desk. However, I think you'd be able to see his shoes by then. But gentlemen, Avenger, 7 Worlds Gaming, take it away.
I would be totally okay with that. Except, as you said, you would definitely be able to see my shoes. I will be towering. I just don't picture myself towering over you, Avenger. But you know what? I am happy to see Alpha 7 performing well because this man right here, ladies and gentlemen, do Brazil, is performing really, really good. And I can't wait to see if they're actually going to continue to perform that way.
Yeah, it'll be obviously be curious to see. They have been dominating so far, and obviously these guys coming out of Brazil, and the performance that they've had has just been insane. But we are going over to Livik in this format here with 48 players. It's obviously a tiny, tiny map the size of Karakin for 2x2. Karakin's a little bit smaller because there's a little bit more water around. But the question is, how do these guys approach it? How do these guys play this one out? It's really interesting to see compared to how they did yesterday, and if they're able to step up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see how some of the other teams are going to be performing. We saw the Deadeyes talking about Bigetron and if it's maybe time to get rid of the twins, Lexi and Saxi. No, I feel like that Bigetron without the twins would not be Bigetron.
Right.
And I am intrigued to see how they're going to be playing. I mean, Alpha 7, that last game alone, they ended up getting $20,000. That is a lot of money just for one game. So Bigetron, are they going to be maybe changing their strategies at some point, trying to go after that money? We are seeing where some of these teams are going to be landing. I would be intrigued to see if we actually end up getting some kind of hot drops. You can see Alpha 7 going with the full North rotation by State and Stable. They need to be careful, though, because there is some players there from Team Falcons. And if we go down, Vampire Esports is going to be able to just loot up power plant. A great place to go to. Actually, I either like to go Midstein or I like to go power plant. That's where I have the best of luck finding some loot.
I like to go Crab Crash because that's where I'm really channeling my inner Saki Crawdad. Because there's center, there's a good amount of loot. We had a good ending close to it. And yeah, I really love that one because it's just center, good rotations, the roads are close to it. Yeah, next circle is going to pop, and it's not going to matter too much because literally the entirety of the circle is almost in here with the first one. The guys in the south obviously is going to have to move.
Yeah, and I love that I'm hearing the crowd right now. Oh, they're getting hyped. R8 had a great performance in that last match. And guess what? Team Falcons is going to be getting the first elimination, and they are going to be getting that first elimination reward, $2,000 going for Team Falcons. That's going to make them really, really happy. This is a team that's currently in 3rd place for the overall, and they have been racking up a lot of those match rewards. Deadeyes currently, I love hearing that crowd, and I love that everybody's currently watching PMWI together, and you at home can watch PMWI together in game at the Esports Center with your friends to win PMWI special sets. And while you're at it, don't forget that PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time, and you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI. I mean, look at those crates; they looked amazing. I definitely want one.
Yeah, for sure. The skins are absolutely nuts here. As you see, our rewards ranking earnings so far, $60,000 for Alpha 7. Just crazy. Kia Falcons 32-30 and S2G on 41. It's been very top-heavy so far. You can definitely tell here in our earnings leaderboard. It's kind of crazy to see these teams being able to get this much. Yeah, let's see if they're able to close it out for sure for the rest of the one. But we are day 2. We are playing a total of 3 days, 18 games total. And once we're done with our game of the day, the next one after this one, of course, we are going to be halfway through. We're going to have a really good idea of how the situation is. And, you know, the guys on desk, they're quick to just announce the winner. All right, it's the PMWI Afterparty Showdown. But I think, obviously, I mean, once we go into day 3, the other teams are going to be super aware that Alpha 7 needs to be stopped. And once they pop up in the elimination tracker, they are going to be, you know, kind of hunted and focused on a little bit. Otherwise, there's just going to be those guys winning, right?
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 currently 37 points with the lead. It's different between 1st place and 2nd place.
Yeah.
But I think that's achievable for a lot of those teams. They could try to push for that, right? Maybe not in just one game, but they might be able to do it within 2 games. And if Alpha 7 does end up having a bad match, which we have seen over and over again in PUBG Mobile, yeah, you might be very dominant on the first day. You might be very dominant at the start of day 2. But if you don't continue on that consistency, you can fall off very, very fast. Alpha 7, though, it's not looking to be like that. But Damwon Kia and Team Falcons, I'm pretty sure they are looking at that gap and wanting to close it down. Stalwart Esports getting on some shots there to Team Falcons, making sure to back off. And I'm excited to see, oh, I do see it right away. Top does have that shotgun on his back. Smart man, especially with what he was able to achieve yesterday during that show match.
Yeah, for sure. Fights are coming out already. Stalwart, 4 guys really close to each other. Never alone here. He's going to stim up, try to move around a little bit, get some information. He's alone in this crossroad compound. Question is the other guys going to come to him, or is he going to try to kind of evacuate the situation?
I think he's just going to be waiting to see what his team is going to be doing. The team is going to go up to Ronhez. And he just might be waiting, honestly. S2G, very, very close to 7 Cs. You can see Powerful from Team Falcons back there, too. And the Afterparty Showdown, we're talking about the points. Well, guess what? You just got a chance to see that 37-point lead for Alpha 7.
That's some oomph to that. 37 points after 7 games. That is crazy, considering you get 10 points for a win and 1 point per elimination. Silas.
S2G.
Yeah, you're looking at what the situation could be for that one here. Could take some 7 Cs.
And S2G actually,
towards it.
They're going to decide to be aggressive here. Silas, all of the S2G squads, the shotguns are going to be coming out. They're going to be getting down some angles. S2G being able to knock 3 players. Now it's only Adeline from 7 Cs. Can he survive? It's going to be a very tough one. S2G playing super, super aggressive right now. I don't think Adeline has any of the shotguns. This is going to be too much. S2G just coming in and destroying them. 7 Cs is able to knock down Racy, but not able to confirm that elimination. Great push there by S2G, and that's what we want to see, especially on smaller maps like this. If you are going to be taken into a fight, make sure you fully go for it and finish it quickly, because guess what? Team Falcons was close by, and if that fight would have dragged on a little bit longer, I feel like Team Falcons might have decided to actually third-party that. Instead, Team Falcons decides to back off and not try to third-party.
Yeah, I like that. The push from that really worked out well for them. Vampire here. Ravenclaw takes on Chari from Deadeyes Guys. Let's see if he's going to be able to finish this off. More supporters coming in. Circle has popped. It's gone kind of south, so it's not going to change too much. Chari takes himself down with the grenade, and it's going to be finished off with that. That's Schweppes just sweeping in, getting that confirmed together here with Ravenclaw. They have 1 elimination point confirmed now in this case, and they are onto a kind of a situation here in Crabgrass. The question is, do they continue to fight for it here, those guys, or do they just kind of back off? Here, see the push from S2G. The opening there, the opening knock was just such a go sign for them. They're like, all right, guys, let's try to see if we can secure those $5,000 for the first team full team elimination. They were able to do so. That was crazy to see.
And I think 17 was just not expecting that. They were expecting the knock and maybe one of the players starting to relocate and trying to get maybe an off angle on their team. Little do they blink, and then all of a sudden they have the full squad of S2G pushing towards, and I think that's ultimately what ended up working there for S2G. And on that replay, we did get a chance to see Team Falcons, Powerful, was setting himself up to third party. But as I mentioned, if you finish off that fight quickly, I think they're going to think about it twice, considering that only one player from S2G was knocked. See Vampire Esports only trying to take control of Crabgrass here. They were able to get somebody from Deadeyes earlier. Stalwart Esports still maintaining the same position that they were maintaining earlier in the match too, staying a little bit off the west of Midstein, a great position in this map. Bigetron, talking about it, and interesting stuff. Luxy's actually sitting out for this match, so the Des is going to have a lot of stuff to talk about. We're talking about what happens if the twins are not playing. Well, guess what? One of the twins is currently not playing. I did enjoy what Max was saying in regards to the synergy. Oh, Genfoss. Oh, Genfoss decides to take some shots, but unluckily the player from S2G just decides to move at the right time, and now they have given away their position with 0 knocks to themselves. We're looking at this circle. Alpha 7 just maintaining that north position in Nigma Galaxy, currently having one of their players knock. Not sure if it might have been Alpha 7. Carrillo and Revo are currently very, very close to each other.
Oh,
and they do have
Deadeyes Guys and Vampire. Too. Yeah, look at that. We see some shots coming out over by Crabgrass. Let's see what's going to happen in that situation.
Everybody just slowing it down a little bit more, too.
Once they saw the first wipe in the elimination tracker, right? You want to be all right, and then we don't have to go for it. We're not going to be as aggressive anymore. And this is the case here where we see super aggressive playstyle, and then once the eliminations, the first kind of knocks and everything has been taken off the board, and you're not able to get the money from that, then people start playing a little bit more careful and considered to try to make themselves a chicken dinner and prepare that for them. Ooh. That's a Western shift here. That's going to be good for Crabgrass.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I was going to say, too. Your favorite landing, Crabgrass, might have been spot on. Vampire Esports, now it appears that they're just taking full control of Crabgrass. That's going to be good. But as we were talking about it yesterday during the show match towards the south, where RA Esports is with Damwon Kia is, they need to be careful because they can definitely get some angles on them. And you were pointing towards the north, too. I mean, there is still one player from Deadeyes.
Yeah, exactly. There's Deadeyes Guys up there, and also Nigma Galaxy up by Blobster. Actually, a fun story. Blobster means flowers in Danish. Kind of crazy mental things. It doesn't feel like a lot of stuff is happening here, but especially in this map, I really feel like home. There's a lot of Danish words, Danish things here, obviously with the terrain and the layout being up in the north. R8 Esports Bandar on screen. Potentially could be taking on Damwon Kia in this case.
Just playing it slow, playing that snake roll. Damwon Kia just looking around, trying to see if they can spot anybody. And this is going to be huge. I think they might have been able to spot somebody there from R8. Oof. You can see S2G now setting themselves up. There's only 2 players there from Alpha 7. Alpha 7 has lost a player. Can Carrillo hit those shots? He is able to hit some, but he's not able to knock the player from S2G. And S2G, we saw the aggressiveness that they had earlier. Mafioso able to actually get a knock on one of the players from S2G, and he decides to push up a little bit, continue to be that aggressor that he has been this whole time. He needs to be careful, though. He cannot get knocked here because he's going to be by himself, and his teammates are actually across the road. They're not going to be able to pick him up. With this fight continuing, S2G looking to just reset themselves. They are going to be able to get that revive on Hanslow, player that was knocked. Alpha 7 trying to throw some nades, trying to see if they can maybe connect with anything over there, trying to get another knock. Ooh, Kasi does get a lot of damage from a grenade thrown by Carrillo. Mafioso's now going to be a little bit trapped, being in the blue zone. And I think SCG ultimately is going to be smart, and they're going to decide to back off.
That's kind of surprising, honestly. But yeah, they did take a lot of damage from this case. That's a good knock right there onto Colsey. Carrillo able to find him. Hamsy's going to go for it. No, he's going to go for a first aid first. They're outside in the blue zone too, so it takes kind of a lot of damage. Nate's coming out. He's going to try to do a little bit. Deadeyes Guys has been eliminated by Vampire Esports. That's a good shot, finishing that off quickly. difficulty. They're able to secure that point. Mafioso. Oh, he's been spotted. That's a good shotgun peek with that. I love that by Hamzy. Gonna be able to finish him off too. That's a little bit of a quick situation for them. The question is Mythic gonna be able to pick up? Yeah, he's gonna pick up Karelia in this case. Circle is closing, and it's kind of north of Crabgrass that we could potentially see an ending here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You cannot take too long with those fights, whether it's a third party or whether it's a blue zone. With the way that the circles are currently closing in so much faster, you need to make sure if it's a fight, you're going to have to finish it very quickly. Now, Alpha 7 going to be in a big spot here as they're only going to have 2 players, Mythic and Carrillo. Been talking about how they've been so good at keeping up the 4 players alive. Well, guess what? It hasn't happened here in this match, and now we're looking at Nigma Galaxy looking to take some shots here at S2G. Not able to get any knocks. Hamodi, can he get a knock? He does get a knock, but he ends up getting traded out as well. Silas making the push. How is Nigma Galaxy going to be able to adjust to this rotation by S2G? Freak, I think he was going to try to go for the revive there on Hamodi. It's not going to end up happening. Silas decides to back off. He actually ends up getting knocked. Ray C, can he get a shot on Freak here? Can he get an angle? Freak too much. Just getting the shots there on S2G. S2G, the rotation didn't end up working out for them. And ultimately, the fight that they had with Alpha 7 does end up hindering us. Alpha 7, they lost 2 earlier, but they're still being alive. And you can see them playing very, very slow. Very close to Rod.
Yeah, Rod here on screen. They are on the east side. They're going to potentially be trying to gatekeep as much as they can, but Mythic with 3 more grenades in hand could potentially find an open knock with this here. This is really rough. Mythic. Oh, he's down to 1 HP. That is just so close. Kaito, it's more grenades are just coming out. Can he? Oh, he has so much utility. It's crazy. Can he find Kaito? Kaito's down to 1 HP again. 1 more nade there with the corner. He could potentially find Desha in that case if it's able to just connect it. Oh, it finds Desha. It's on the money. Now Kaito has to move too. He's slow. Kaito still with just a couple HP.
Great utility there from Mythic. He's going to be able to confirm on that knock. He's going to be able to spot somebody else. He switches on them. He knocks him down. He does end up getting traded, but guess what? All of that information, all of those utility that he was using allow Korea to just reposition himself. He might be able to get an angle here on some of the players from Rod. He needs to be careful though, because now Freak from Nigma Galaxy is going to be able to spot him. Korea having to work with the zone just on him, and he also has another team behind him. I think it's going to be too much as he does end up getting eliminated. Nigma Galaxy eliminating Alpha 7. And moving on, and now Rod is going to just finding themselves in big positions here. A lot of other fights have been going on. Team Falcons currently has 1 player down. Bigetron Esports with only 2 players up, and as we're saying that, we see what happened. They have Liquid and Mystery, as the other player does end up getting confirmed, eliminated. Bigetron trying to position themselves here. They need to be careful because the M1 Kia is going to be pushing up on them. And they also have, as I said, that M1 Kia Fabian getting shot by Lord from Nigma Galaxy. Great spots and powerful returning the favor there for the M1 Kia instead and knocking Freak. This is going to be huge for Team Falcons. That's the knock that they needed. Are they going to make this push? You can see they're all setting themselves up in the car. One of the players actually did not end up getting on. I'm not sure if that was meant to be or not, but Damar, Yusuf, the players from Team Falcons slowly crawling their way up to Bigetron and to Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, they find Yusuf Dammonkey on that push from the side. Forrest Juni left alive, and he gets knocked. Forrest is left to try to heal, but I think that is that for them. They're going to be going out here in 4th place. Dammonkey with 4 points for the placement. There were a few eliminations too. I believe it was 2. Now Falcons could potentially pull up that revive. That's a good Molotov to deny, especially that push Freak potentially could be on. Yeah. And now we're down to Nigma Galaxy with 3, Bigetron with 2, and Falcons now with the revive popped off with 4 guys strong. Lord, they have full information here on the Bigetron guys. Freak does take Damar down, and now it's a 3v3 effectively.
Powerful, very close. Great grenade there by him. He's not able to knock off Freak. Powerful. He's going to be able to connect some shots. He's able to see Freak. He's going to end up getting that knock, barely surviving himself. The Molotovs are coming in from Team Falcons, forcing Nigma Galaxy to just rotate in a way that they didn't want to. Bigetron is still alive, just waiting patiently to see who else is going to be getting knocked. And I think Team Falcons is trying to make push here. Powerful. Playing it very slow, healing up. Here comes the nades. Liquid being able to knock one of the players there from Team Falcons. And now this is the push that we're waiting for. Nigma Galaxy. I think Team Falcons is just becoming the focus of all the other teams, sadly. And here we go. Liquid. Can he get this knock? He does have the shotgun. We saw what happened yesterday. Guess what? Raouf does have one too. He's going to make the jump. He's not going to be able to connect with that. And now Team Falcons does have the advantage. Can they confirm here on Liquid? And no, Team Falcons able to actually get the chicken dinner. Great play there by Team Falcons. Two teams who are going up against them. Look at them. They are very, very happy. Yeah, tell them that is $10,000. Kalaris is going to be very happy that his favorite team of the tournament got that chicken dinner.
I'm super happy for them to be able to close one out here. They had 2 second places so far, and now they're able to take this chicken dinner. Huge for Falcons. They needed that. And that means that the guys on the desk are obviously going to have a huge, happy time talking about Falcons. Kalaris in the distance is super happy. He's cheering in the background.
He's going like this. He's like, yeah, he's punching it up. I want to see that when you come to the desk. We are going to be taking a break because I'm pretty sure Kalaris needs to just calm down a little bit before he breaks down everything that happened there with Team Falcons after this break.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدق القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر بالاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري. اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum, and we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
Feeling fine are the Falcons that they're flying high off a victory here. No, go ahead, Kalaris.
Fantastic stuff from them coming in. I love it. I apologize, Jason, for interrupting you.
No, don't apologize. You are very right. They just won. Let's take a look at the match rankings brought to you by STC as they get themselves $10,000 and 17 points closer to approaching Alpha 7.
And finally, a Team Falcons chicken dinner.
That's right.
They need to get eventually right. They were consistently towards the top, not quite able to actually close off that game, but they played the edge. It is their playstyle. They play it so good. They kept getting the reses, remaining as a 3-4-man crew the longest time, and then you have Liquid that just cleared, like, make job way easier for them to get the finishing blow. But it was a really good game from Falcons.
It was actually just a matter of time before they got themselves chicken dinner, considering the placements they were in, considering the position that they constantly get themselves here in these games, and considering the performance we saw from them last weekend when it came to PMWI, the main event here, Jason. I'm excited to see them get this chicken dinner. I think it's not going to be the last of the day. Never mind the tournament.
If Team Falcons don't get a second chicken dinner on the day, will you give us your best Falcon impression on air?
if they don't get another chicken dinner on the day, I will shave Maxman's eyebrows.
What? Hey, wait.
Shake your
I
hands.
did not agree to this.
That's agreed.
Wait, how?
All right.
Thank you.
For Maxman.
Continue.
No, I don't want
Okay.
this.
Well, this is going to be great to see. Obviously, if you want to see, I mean, now I'm rooting against Team Falcons, so now I feel a little bit conflicted here, to be honest.
Yeah.
Let's take a look though at the rankings and how they broke down in terms of money, right? Let's see the awards the teams got for this one. Maybe Rad's going to be there. Maybe they got themselves their $1,000 for the first time. Not here.
Not now.
Next one, maybe.
That would be the most unfortunate result or end of this event if they don't get any money from.
Yeah, you
match
still get
rewards.
like 15k, 10k. I don't remember the last place prize. You still get some money.
Yes.
Yeah, but to have a goose egg for match
The
rewards
consolation prize
would hurt.
We felt bad. So.
I mean, S2G is also pumping here when it comes to the money coming down in. More going their way. Airdrops
Nigma.
as well as eliminations happening. And Team Nigma Galaxy, I mean, considering the compound that they had
It
to
was so
work
good.
with, very nice indeed. I think for some of these teams, we saw R8, for example, head into Crabgrass very early. I don't think that's a winning strategy here on Livik. We say all the time, don't go into a city unless you think it's going to end there. It's especially important here for Livik when it comes to a lot of these cities sitting in these valleys. We don't have much time. I'm trying to talk fast. I'm sorry. I'll apologize. Again.
I mean, all you really need to say here is M1014.
M1014. Yeah, actually, we saw so
Over and
much
over.
of it in this
There
game.
was so
It
much.
was, and it's great to see because it's an excellent gun.
You had what? Nigma Galaxy versus Liquid of BTR taking the M1014 like
Oh, the
battle.
drop down.
Yeah, the drop down.
There
There
it
was
is.
so
There it
much
is.
happening, right? And there you go. Happens once
And
more.
it's cool because there's so many kind of crashes that go on in this map. There's so much close combat going on in this map. That's right. And I think
Cars, you're a
overall-
phone.
That's right. I'm the Sony Xperia. Yeah, there's so much potential for that gun on this battleground. I think these players also are seeing it as the days go on.
I would say it's kind of similar to Vikendi in the sense you have this compound and you have a lot of open ground around, right? So you have to crash late game. It is a necessity. And you saw that crash from like S2G versus, I believe it was 7C.
7C.
Right? The M101,
Bang, bang,
sorry, the
M101. I'm not going to do it every time.
Okay, sorry.
Jeez.
It was very, very impactful in that fight. So when you want to go for the crash, if you have just even one or two, it will make a pretty big difference.
Yeah, and obviously, Clarence, you've been kind of theorizing. It's not bad to have on like one or two different players having a shotgun, depending on what, obviously on any pretty much map.
In actual meta as well, I think you can easily afford it in your loadout because M4s are so versatile, etc. And we're done.
Oh, we're done for now. Well, you're done for now. I'm not done just yet because I got to bring our casters in since we have 45 seconds left to go over onto Vikendi. But before I can throw it on over to them, I'm going to give a big shout out once again here to Spotify and to Razer for helping to make this event possible. But gentlemen, we have Vikendi coming up next. Yesterday, it was a super northern circle. We're hoping for a castle finish. You know, Max would love it, but not as much as he loves these two's commentary. 7, Worlds Gaming. I want to leave you at 7, but I'm going to give you the whole thing. The whole shout out. These 7 Worlds Gaming and Avenger.
Yes, please give him the whole thing. And I think you guys should shave Max eyebrows. I second that. How about you?
Yeah.
Avenger?
I mean, I'm fantastic, and I love that segment. I love how there's just the leeway in between and the synergy in between Jason and Kalara is just crazy. It's just leaving Maxman in the dust. And also, you know, it would be nice to see Maxman fully shaven. Just not the eyebrows, the whole thing. The beard, the eyebrows, the hair, everything off. Just complete bald. And
he does have great hair, though.
Yeah, it could be the next. That could be the next bet we're gonna see from those guys. But we are on to Vikendi. We didn't get the chance to cast it yesterday, and we're off to a really, really spicy one with the plane path being super far north here, as you're gonna see once we go into the game. The stage looking amazing here in Riyadh, and as you see here, we are going really far north. So we're kind of hoping for this next one maybe to go on the southern side, right? Because that'll be really hard for the teams to try to traverse that. My favorite drop here is Dino Park. The amount of loot in that place is just through the roof. You get so fast looted. Also, Cosmo is also nice, but it usually gets contested when I play it. Yeah, all right, let's see. Is it going to be a castle ending? Are we going to have some crazy things happening? And it's the triple Alpha 7-7.
Most eliminations, 18, 18, and 13. And then guess what? When we go to top players, yeah, I'm not surprised to see that there.
Nice
Revo
damage.
actually, I'm intrigued by that because
That's far.
Revo is being able to edge off Carrillo. And as I mentioned yesterday, there's players, yes, they might be in the same team, but they like to be competitive with each
Oh.
other. They do like those bragging
For
rights.
sure.
So,
And 5 headshots for Mythic. That is crazy to see. Yeah, and oh, knockouts too, also triple 7-7.
Yeah, you know, it's just Alpha 7 just dominating so far.
Crazy.
Can they continue on with this kind of performances? And Nate Illems, guess what? We do get one of the twins there, Luxy, with at least 2. And nobody has been able to surpass Jen Foss with that longest elimination of 363.
73 meters longer than Race. That is just crazy. It's obviously super hard to get. Oh my God, we're going to get super far east for this one. Actually, not too bad. As you see on your screen here, there's a lot of teams already dropping. We do have a few teams on that western side that's going to have to make a rotation, but it's going to be easy and dandy for everyone here. Again, thanks to Sony Xperia for being our official smartphone partner here at the PMWI PUBG Mobile World Invitational here at Gamers8 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Amazing to have you guys on board. And Nigma Galaxy on screen. They're going to be sharing this combo. Not going to be a lot of loot for them. And they are going to be outside of Dino Park, just on the east side. Nobody is in there, so they could go loot that. A lot of teams on that western side is in there.
Yeah, a lot of teams with great skins, too. Keep an eye out for the PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time. And you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI. And while you're at it, don't forget, watch PMWI together in-game eSports Center with your friends to win some PMWI special sets.
Never alone on screen here for Team Falcons with a fantastic win just last one. As you see on your right side, rewards ranking is updated. $60,000 for Alpha 7, 48 for S2G, and 42 for Falcons now that they're able to put a chicken dinner on the board there. That's amazing to see. But 101 points, 30 points. Falcon actually closed the gap a little bit from the 37 we saw before. So 30 points now down to second place. But the rest is actually really close as well. Falcons, down Monkey, S2G from 50 points up to 66, 16 points difference there, and 21 up to Falcons. A lot of teams have a huge opportunity just with one game. One good game could potentially put you into the top 3.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we kind of see what happened in last week where it came down to the final match, whether it was going to be Team Falcons or Wildfire Esports. And I'm hoping that this is going to happen here, whether it's Team Falcons or whoever it might be, Alpha 7. I am a little bit biased, you know, because Alpha 7, but Team Falcons has been performing really, really well, and hopefully they will continue to perform like that. That way, Maxman doesn't end up losing his eyebrows. He really loves him. So I'm hoping, even though I secretly want it to happen, I'm hoping it doesn't happen.
You know, the worst thing you can do is shave one eyebrow because it takes so long for the other one to grow out, right? It's just, it does not look good, and it takes so long for it to grow out. Like one of the slowest growing hair or places of hair that you can grow out, except for your
eyelashes.
Eyelashes, exactly. Those are also pretty slow. Except if it's you, of course. You have luscious eyelashes and eyebrows, of course. So you could shave them off, and then in a couple of weeks they'll be back.
Stop it. You're making me blush. Nigma Galaxy making a rotation here with the snowmobile. Boy, it's been a while since we've seen some Vikendi, and I forgot about these snowmobiles. Definitely interesting. When I used to drive them, they were not the best with controlling them. And
yeah, they're better off-road than on the road.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. 100%.
That's
you can
the
see
big
them
one, right?
switching off there with one of the snow bikes. I don't even remember what this one is called, to be completely honest. But I know that one is, to control it is even worse than the snowmobile. You can see Bigetron right here just taking full control of the compound. And it's interesting, as I'm looking at the map here, Vampire Esports is going to be able, if they do end up rotating towards the east, instead of making a long rotation, they are going to be able to rotate just absolutely freely to Cosmodrome and Trefno if they decide to.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be completely fine with that. The question is, how are we going to see those other rotations? Because right now we see a lot of teams coming in from that south side. Deadeyes Guys, Shifu on screen is going to pick up on top. He has a G36C in hand, I see. Maybe he prefers playing that. I actually kind of like it as well. Fortunately, I don't think it's as good as the M4. It's just somewhere in between. A little bit too weak. The punch is too high. Like it's somewhere in between the M4 and the Scar. But yeah, it's not my personal preference, but I think it's a cool weapon in general, and I think it's a nice one for this one here. Luxy with the 4X on it, he's going to be able to absolutely shred people if he's able to close them out. Not that much utility. I see 6 smokes and 1 grenade on them. Here we see Ra-ra-rat coming out and rotating. They are coming in from the south side again, a really populated area.
Going to be trying to make their way up to the north by Cement factory. And I was Gotta point out, 7Cs is still so far out. They were in Double Maestro. And with that
You
team...
know why? You know why, right?
Why?
Because we're on Vikendi, so it's a cold map, so they move slowly because they're frozen. 7Cs.
Well, it's not just Vikendi. I mean, this team has definitely been moving very, very slow. They are currently sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. And I think we are going to be getting our first fight between S2G. Oh, no, it's actually Deadeyes and Bigetron. Deadeyes making some of the players there from Bigetron back off. I did end up seeing some of the S2G players, and we know what S2G has been able to do. If they do see an opening, they are going to make that push, especially if they get that knock. But with 7Cs, this is a team that has been playing very, very slow. They are currently sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. Yes, they have been able to win some of the earnings, but I would like for them to become a little bit more aggressive and not playing so passive. They have the skill. We saw what Scout was able to do yesterday. Yes, it was during a show match. Yes, it was just against 2 people, but I do want to see a little bit more aggressiveness, as we do have Rod here against R8 Esports, who's going to be getting the first knock. We haven't had a nail in yet, and somebody's going to be looking forward to it. Is it going to be Rod? He's going to be wanting to confirm that. You can see Rod being the first one to eliminate right there and getting $2,000.
Oh, he goes down as well.
Getting knocked from behind.
Yeah, and Rod actually looking pretty damn good here. That was impressive. Rod being able to take down R8 Esports. Super impressive of the guys coming out of Egypt here. Kaito on screen. Well played by them. Now we have Deadeyes Guys. More G36Cs in action. Smoke come out. I think Shifu's going to be completely done here. Yeah, he's going to bleed out. That's unfortunate for Deadeyes Guys losing a player like that. That is Luxy confirming that one. And now the circle is closing. Luckily, it's kind of center. It's going to be kind of easy here for Peshkova. We could see a potential urban ending with that. Peshkova is actually kind of nice with that road that's going through the center and all the open buildings. A lot of fights for that. And as you're pointing out here, a lot of teams are still not inside the circle, 7.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy very separate from each other. I think they're looting. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that team. Maybe they're trying to get some of the heals. Hopefully they're not trying to go for a heal up. Team Falcons making now their push towards the east. And then you see Damwon Kia just sneakily making their push towards up north. Right. They need to be careful because they might end up running into Alpha 7 because Alpha 7 is going to take that full control. So I think 2 teams that had the exact same idea, interested to see what's going to happen there if Damwon Kia does not end up just changing their rotation. Overall, though, most of the teams now in this zone, Bigetron set themselves up perfectly. I'm glad that they didn't end up losing anybody earlier to Deadeyes, as I think they were scouting to see if they want to take that compound. Deadeyes did back them up just in time to stop everybody else. And Bigetron is currently playing with both of their twins, Luxy and Suxy. So I think it might be just that Luxy doesn't like Livik. I'll have to ask him and I'll find out for everybody tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be great to hear. And obviously, there's also that touch, right? We're playing these 6 different maps. Some players might have a huge preference. Like, it's one of their favorite maps, right? And the other players, if they hate it, you want to swap out. You want to have these players that have a huge insight and a lot of knowledge, because the terrain on each map is so vastly different. So if you're able to have an upper hand or some information that some of the other players don't have, that's the nice thing about being able to substitute, you know, every single game. The synergy between the 5 guys are obviously very high usually. First airdrop collected here for Calcy for S2G. S2G representing here out of Turkey. Ooh, that is 7C gone down. That is not good for them. S2G being able to find that one. Race on screen, as you see. This 3-finger setup, it looks like.
I forgot how wonderful that ghillie suit does look on the snow.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
Taking advantage of it. It looks absolutely
so
amazing.
hard to see players when they're rocking it and they're playing it as well. Like when they're super slow or move quick, then sit still. Shots coming in here from Race. A lot of G36 in play. I like that.
None of this team is having to rotate yet. The circle hasn't fully closed. Alpha 7 did end up moving a little bit more north, kind of freeing the way up for Damwon Kia. Team Falcons now positioning themselves between Alpha 7 and Damwon Kia. Guess what? Damwon Kia now needs to be careful because they might end up getting sandwiched here between Nigma Galaxy and Alpha 7, as Alpha 7 is starting to go a little bit south, seeing if they want to take that compound. It comes down to what the circle is going to do. What are we going to end up getting? Are we going to get a somewhat of an urban?
Oh,
we are.
that maintains a lot of water, which means that the teams that are on the east side, close to the water, can play that uphill. But Peshkova is going to be crucial for this. I could see a few teams, maybe even 3 or 4, trying to just rush that and prioritize having that, because it is quite heavily centered right now. More teams are trying to rush into some better angles. Right now, Nigma Galaxy outside the zone here, 7. It's not looking good for them. They have a far way ahead of them, and they have a few teams that potentially could be gatekeeping. Does Fabian know? I'm not sure. Fabian's just running in the open here. Rove could potentially take some shots, but he's waiting. Fabian could turn. He is inside the zone right now. Shots up. They're 3-2-1ing that one, and Freak and Raouf is able to take down Fabian quickly and disperse of that. Meanwhile, the last 3 players from Damonkier, they're going to be rotating into the zone here on the southeast side and try to prioritize that.
They're going to have to be careful. Alpha 7, Mafioso is going to be holding an angle there for his team, and he might be able to spot some of the players there from Damonkier. Damonkier already losing one of the players from Nigma Galaxy. Great action that we saw there from Nigma Galaxy, waiting for everybody to be on the same page. Now, Stalwart Esports stop getting knocked by S2G. S2G, we talked about this ghillie suit. It's really, really hard to spot. Can he take even more advantage of it, as he was able to knock top by surprise? Scree getting knocked as well from S2G. This is going to be a full S2G advantage, as they do have the numbers. We saw one of the players also trying to get it, one of the angles too. Hamsi, Pika slowing down a little bit. Action there with him too. What a beautiful grenade there. Pika almost getting knocked, and there's going to be another nade going his way. He needs to be careful. Oh, almost 5 HP. The only thing that's currently holding him off.
Molotov's being deployed for Cold Sea. He has a 3 helmet, 3 vest, of course. Being able to get that airdrop really closely early on. That's a nice push here. That's a sweep around the edge for S2G. They could be pushing on that, try to take down Scry, confirm that one. Meanwhile, see just a few players left. That is it for that. That is super well executed in that situation. Stalwart has to back off, and it's just Action now. Put together with Pika inside the smoke. Action finds Raze. That's important. Action with some more pressure onto the S2G guys, helping out Pika. It's unfortunate for Stalwart, down to just 2 players now, not being able to... Oh, that's a big situation for them to take that one out. That vehicle could be crucial for them. Call C with the Mark 14, so strong, even up close range. Pika trying to nade that corner 7.
Yeah, these 2 teams are fighting for so long that I'm wondering if 7Cs is very close by. Are they going to decide to make a push and try to third party this? It was the aggression that I want to see out of 7Cs, but I don't think they're going to be doing it. You can see Hamsi picking up his teammate right there. Action and Pika, though, ultimately being able to hold it off for a very long time for their team, and they're still trying to find some of the other people. I think they have spotted some of the other players there from S2G, hoping that they can get some kind of elimination. We do end up getting a new circle, and it is going to go a little bit towards the northeast. I think this is going to be benefiting in a big way. Vampire Esports, Alpha 7, and Bigetron is going to have to decide which way of the road are they going to want to be. Are they going to want to be with Vampire Esports, or are they going to want to be with Alpha 7? As the fight between SCG and Stalwart Esports does continue. Stalwart Esports Action currently getting shot from the back by players of S2G. You can see Pika currently laying down Silas. Action goes down to Hamsi. Now Stalwart Esports, Pika trying to figure out what he's going to be doing here, waiting for the right moment. We do start seeing now 7Cs slowly but surely starting to come up. Are they going to want to participate on this? And honestly, if I'm 7Cs at this point, just continue on to the zone. It is too late. You don't want to third party this. Focus on the zone, get to the safe zone. And Rod, meanwhile, they absolutely send it towards the ocean, and great thing they did, because they only ended up just getting one of their players. Now you can see Carrillo currently shooting at Ravenclaw. Is he going to be able to connect? He's not able to get that knockdown. Now
this is a huge play by Alpha 7. Them being able to take that compound. They just saw the circle go north. Nobody was in there, and they pushed that, locked it down. All 4 guys super strong in this situation. Damonkier could potentially take one of the Rad players down. They're trying to defend this off, and that's going to be a dirty fight there on the east side. Meanwhile, Bigetron is coming in on the south side. I think they're going to be fighting Falcons. Yeah, you see right now on screen, Nigma Galaxy just gone down here to Damonkier. Such a good play from him.
Yeah, wonderful grenades, and that's going to help him for that match reward. Don't forget, special eliminations. That's going to be huge, especially with the most special eliminations as well.
Yeah. Team
Falcons just playing it very slow, coming on from a
rough
great
circle
game for
here
them.
with so much water, 7. It's crazy, right?
Indeed. S2G playing it now S2G is trying to figure out how are they going to be able to get into this one and where are they going to end up going because of that fight that took so long between them and the Stalwart Esports is going to put them at a huge, huge disadvantage. Team Falcons, Yusuf able to spot Luxy right there, not able to get the knock. Decides to back off a little bit more. And guess what? Luxy is able to spot Powerful there. He does get some shots very, very low. He's going to be throwing the Molotov. Just decides to back him off. Great Molotov from Bigetron right there. Meanwhile, Jamfo's relocating himself, trying to get some angles.
Oh, look at that. Falcons push down here on the lower ground. It's going to be hard for Bigetron to defend. Luxy still knocked. Genfos also in a situation where they can't get the rest off. Luxy's going to go for Luxy right now, and they have very little time. Falcons going to be pushing up aggressively in this. This is a super good execution by Falcons. Kalsi with the mark 14 now, pushing Genfos. Ooh, a lot of damage coming out here. It's a dangerous gun. 303 as well. Bigetron in the middle of this sandwich.
Falcons just went in impatiently. There is some killings that are going to be end up going to SG. SG, we saw the aggressiveness from them earlier. They are going to be pushing on Bigetron, and Bigetron is going to get eliminated. And now SG is going to have to switch their focus to Team Falcons, and that's exactly what they're doing as they're going to be trying to get one of the knocks. Guess what? Damar is able to start the engagement. He ends up getting knocked there on Kalsi, and they're able to trade out somebody too because Hamsi from SG just went down as well. And Team Falcons, the aggressiveness out of this team is just great. Silas is able to get some knocks. Can he confirm on the other knock? Too powerful, decides to lay it down. Silas with the M4 looking to get those headshots. He's not able to. Powerful, able to remain alive and just go and help out his team. Now they need to worry about how they're going to make this rotation up north towards the circle. Damwon Kia currently swimming.
We saw it yesterday in the other Vikendi, super far northwest circle. Now we have a super far east circle. So much water in play, and it eliminates so many compounds. That's why we have these wild situations where you see so many teams trying to push for the same compound. Third-partying so much Alpha 7 here, trying to deny the push from Powerful. Team Falcons trying to just get a foot inside this circle here, but Alpha 7 says no.
Team Falcons just barely being able to maintain themselves alive right there. They do have a lot of the other players that are going to end up rotating, but guess what? Alpha 7 is just not having any of that. They're looking at all the angles. They're trying to find just any other players from Team Falcons to knock them and eliminate them. That way they can move on and focus on what's ahead, which is going to be Rod, Damwon Kia, and Vampire Esports. But here we go. Never Alone gets to get some of those shots in.
Connects a few onto Reo, but now he has to heal. Ticking slowly down now. He has 5 first aids. A little bit too early on the pop of the first aid. Powerful tries to push, but instantly denied by the UMP by Mafioso. Sadat finds Powerful, though, on the other side. 2 guys here from Rad, Stat and Munir. They are on the edge of the zone inside, but they are going to have to make a move as well. Damwon Kia, 3 players inside the circle, too. Also have Vampire inside that circle here. Next circle has Pop, and you can see here on your screen, top far right minimap, Vampire has just this little compound that they're able to hold on to. Meanwhile, the guys on the south, Alpha 7 and Arad, they are going to have to move in this situation here. Falcons eventually is going to go down to the zone, trying to blue zone heal right now. Good shots coming in from Vampire. They have to deny this push here. Never Alone finds Rero. That's going to delay them, and that's going to be really crucial for their further campaign in this zone here.
It really is. There you go. Never Alone gets eliminated by the place, but Alpha 7, as you mentioned, it just getting hindered by their rotation, and they are going to have to push on Rod here. Is the only way that they can rotate. They don't want to take on Vampire Esports just yet. Mythic is going to be able to get the revive right there, and now Damwon Kia, they went from swimming to trying to figure out if they want to push the action a little bit towards Vampire Esports, playing it super, super slow, and this is the right way to play. And we also see Rod, they do have a DPS at hand. Alpha 7 needs to be careful when they get to very, very close range. Yes, they do have those UMP, but I mean, the DPS is just way too powerful when you are that close. Here we go, Carrillo, who's going to be able to see each other first. Rod, Seda, not being able to get at least one of the knocks there. Can he get another of the knocks? He does end up getting a finish there on Mythic. Seda by himself ends up getting knocked down by one of the Revo nades, and now he comes down to Munir. Can Munir get any of this? No, he's not. Rod is going to get eliminated by Alpha 7. Alpha 7 ends up losing Mythic to the DBS. Vampire Esports Stone making their way a little bit closer towards Alpha 7. That's a great, great strategy there. They know that they currently have the advantage. Ravenclaw and Stone, they're going to lay down some of the nades, some of the Molotovs as well, trying to control where Alpha 7 is going to be rotating. The MG3 is so deadly up close. Here comes the shots. He ends up missing some of the shots. Now Alpha 7 does have all of their players up. Revo trying to heal up. Who's going to win this engagement. Vampire Esports, I think at this point, just decides to back up a little bit more. And they need to be careful because the zone is not going to be on them. The zone is going to be on them. Kia Juni currently actually getting knocked and eliminated by stops from Vampire Esports. And meanwhile, Alpha 7 just being able to rotate, thankfully, to that Rich that is right there for him.
Yeah, it's a really bold push here from Vampire. I like the strategy, trying to push out and finish that, take advantage of that situation with Alpha 7 having a few knock players. More shots coming into Mafioso. There's 2 stops, nearly being able to knock him. The zone is still in play here, and Alpha 7 is able to traverse this super hard and rough terrain ahead of them, while Damonkia is holding that rock lower ground. Shots are coming in. Carillo finds Ravenclaw. That's huge.
That is going to be huge. Can he get that elimination as well? Vampire Esports now in the defense. They're only going to have 2 players. They are in this zone, and they're going to have to be careful between Alpha 7 and then Mafioso playing very risky there with that jump. I thought he might have ended up sliding all the way down. That would have been just absolutely unfortunate. Then Kiana playing it slow, and I wonder if Alpha 7 is going to be able to stop this revive here. Vampire Esports just might be able to pick up their player.
This next zone here did go super hard towards Vampire. Oh my god, Stone finds Carillo as well. This is going to delay them. That's rough. The question is, are they going to be able to swing over and get him? The only way for any of the teams, either Kia and Alpha 7, to win this is just to smoke the entire wall so they can push that. Otherwise, it's going to be really rough. The question is, does Song and Forest try to focus on third party or being the last team, or try to just rock with the zone, or what are their thoughts here? I really want to see some offensive smoke around that edge there on that wall that Ravenclaw and Stone is holding. That's really, really important for Alpha 7 to try to make that push. Forest has a car. The question is, how long is Damonkia going to wait until they try to push the Vampire compound or try to third party Alpha 7?
And with the terrain here that Kia has, it might actually end up working out. I don't think Mafioso would want to get up and take some shots there on that vehicle. And one of the other things that they need to be careful with Vampire Esports is if Kia does decide to make that push with the vehicle, they need to be careful, because if Stobbs decides to shoot at that car, Mafioso is going to be able to counter stand up and see if they can get some kind of knock with that. Revo, Carigi just playing it super, super slow right now, which is the right thing to do. You can see Vampire Esports was able to pick up one of their teammates. They are a full 3 now, 3, 3, and 2. Then Kia is going to end up making this push. They are in the vehicle. They do have some smokes out. And the DBS ready. This is what we were hoping for. Then Kia, what's going to happen here? Who's going to be winning this? They also have a DBS for Vampire Esports. He ends up getting knocked. This is the opening that Alpha 7 needed here, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing now. They need to be careful. Ravenclaw does have an angle on them. He is able to knock Rio. Can he knock down Revo as well? Revo decides to lay it down. This is a huge 1v1. Revo is going to end up getting knocked too. I think it's going to end up coming down to Mafioso. Great players. He does end up securing the point right there for Alpha 7. Mafioso with the UMP making a push. It's too much. Vampire Esports, ladies and gentlemen, being able to win Vikendi. Great performance for them. Great positioning, honestly, from that team. And this is a team that always is able to hold down their composure if one of their teammates is down. Guess what? They showed it here. They waited for the right moment. They made sure they addressed any of the teams that was pushing towards them. Vampire Esports making a huge statement there with that Vikendi win.
Yeah, exactly. Vampire here, our PMWI main event winners, able to win another game here in the Afterparty Showdown. That's crazy to see these guys able to close this one out here. It's a rough push, but that MG3 ended up paying off quite nicely. Kia actually opened it up a little bit for them. And I actually expected Alpha 7 to be able to capitalize a little bit more, but they were so quick in the rest.
Yep. And I think Alpha 7 just didn't have any smoke grenades or anything going their way. I think they threw on so many earlier. That utility was absolutely gone for Alpha 7. It ended up hindering them. Vampire Esports just did too much. And then Kia, I mean, they had the right idea, but they were not expecting somebody else from Vampire Esports to also have a DBS and just be patiently waiting for them.
Yeah, exactly. And now with that, we're actually going to be halfway through the Afterparty Showdown, which is super insane, because that means that another good performance here for Alpha 7 means that they're going to be really far ahead on the leaderboard. Question is, how much is Vampire going to be able to catch up, and how deep are they going to be able to go?
Yeah, I think with Vampire Esports, hopefully this is a great momentum carrier for that team, right? And with Alpha 7, for them to not even get the chicken dinner, but at least be able to get that second place and get some elims while you're at it. Those are going to be some great points for them too.
Yeah, and this campaign so far, and also I loved Vikendi here. It's great to see another rough circle, though, super far east. But we are ready here with the match ranking sponsored by S2G and our desk that's going to be looking at how far the teams are going to be able to take it for the rest of the day.
How far the teams are going to take it. Alpha 7 getting very close to winning that match, capitalizing off of the fight between Vampire and Damwon Kia, but unfortunately they forgot about one player. And Vampire is able to close things out and get themselves 20 points. However, Alpha 7 able to still build up a lead against quite a few others. We got Maxman and Kalarisman on the end to talk about this last match. And I guess we can start things off talking about how we had another rough zone going far east instead of north this time.
We're not going to get a normal Vikendi game, I have the impression. No, the first time I'm seeing Vikendi back in competitive, and I feel like I'm robbed in some way. But it's still working out great.
Rob you of your eyebrows at this rate.
I mean, you know what? I was supporting Falcons a lot more than I usually do this game.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Like, okay, Falcons, please go a little bit further. I want to hold on to my eyebrows, but Vampire, really, the fact also, we're talking about it with Blank in the green room. The fact that they rezzed Ravenclaw and kept him on that angle behind the crate was really what allowed them to get those 2 knocks onto Alpha 7 and what enabled them afterwards to get the win.
Also scary that he had an MG3 behind that crate too, which he had not from that crate, but from a prior crate. So
most crates?
Yeah, maybe most
gentlemen.
Crates.
Rod got money. First team white.
They did
5,000 bucks!
I remember that, yes! We're happy for that. But yeah, the MG3, high fire
back
rate.
to the main story.
Scary to kind of make a transition against, especially when it comes to that. But I will say Alpha 7, the timing at which they did the transition was good. As much as it looked hard and as much as they did get gunned down, it was still a good push. You try and push when those knocks have come in. You know that that fight's not completely kind of been recovered from against Damwon Kia. It's the good time to move, even though it's a hard move to make.
I believe there were 2 teams that had the same idea as them. I think it was BTR and Rad, if I'm not mistaken. And the fact is that Alpha 7 are so quick on their feet when they have an IGLing call out. They just instantly act upon it. They're super snappy. Other teams are a little bit slow, and Alpha 7, that allows them to get to those positions early and alone.
It's exemplified by just how consistent we've seen Damwon Kia and Alpha 7 here be every single game. And again, this is again, on a Vikendi, not an easy circle to deal with. The fact that we've seen 2 coastal circles on Vikendi is such an anomaly. Normally you have these kind of central circles with these compounds, not castle. But the coasts, very kind of uncharted territory for some of these teams, I would say.
Well, we did get to see, though, quite a few teams capitalize off that moment, right? We saw it go eastern. I think it was around like zone 5 or 6, and we saw Alpha 7 immediately push in towards that zone, take a compound. Vampire do the exact same thing. Damwon went for a little bit of a dive into the water with some hypothermia. But we saw the teams realize that we have to make a move. We have to make a play.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that call came out from Vampire very early on. I think we were pretty critical, right, on the first day when Vampire had a good position, potentially on that Suvnovka Island finish, right? They didn't act upon it. They didn't take that position. I think they learned from that previous mistake in this game. They scouted a really good spot that was in the circle on the coastal sign, instantly take it for themselves. So I think definitely there's an improvement on Vampire that enabled them to get this win.
There's decisive moves that are going on here in some of these games. And again, to bring it back to Alpha 7 once again, an extremely decisive move for them to kind of move up on this kind of east side beach location, not beach location, the cliffside location, take some of these priority compounds and just play from them. It's not like they're sending one forward. We saw the example of BTR sending Zuxi forwards as a scout, not having full information, but by the time he gets there, Alpha 7 is sent as a 4-man. Very decisive play to take the compound that he would have arguably wanted for BTR, but they're not as swift.
I mean, the thing about Alpha 7 is, and I realized, yes, it's just Carrillo left over from that Loops roster, was that even back then, we've seen Carrillo and Loops just be very decisive in their decisions. When they make a call, they all go for it. When they smell blood, they go straight to attack like a shark in the water. And they did it right there. But you know, it didn't get them the win. It still got them some good points. Obviously, as we did get to see, I think about 10 for themselves. So they're still trying to lengthen that lead. But Vampire Esports, they're one of those teams trying to claw their way forward a little bit more, whether it is based off of money or obviously based off of placements. And I want to check out their player stats from this last match to see if anyone really stood out. And I mean, Stoned or Mike in game, or I don't know. They actually changed it back to Stoned, I guess, here on our sheets.
He's officially Stoned here on
ours,
yes.
All right, that is good.
Yes.
610 damage.
Yeah, he's been definitely doing some really big work for his team this game this time around. It's really interesting because it is a completely different duo from the duo show match. Like Stone, I think. I expected actually Stone to be in the duo show matches. I don't know what you think, Kalaris, but he's not there actually. It's Ravenclaw and Is it Schweppes? I'm not sure. It stops. I'm not sure.
Maybe. I mean, he's definitely a standout player, right? Like,
yeah.
So that's what you're trying to get at here. He's definitely a standout player. We saw it in the main tournament. We're seeing it here once again. And so you were able to put him in a position where it's very, very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. I really enjoyed how they were able to speed up the process of this game. But hyped to see if they could try and replicate it, right? A lot of teams have been on that high, like Damwon, like also the likes of Alpha 7. If you can replicate and remain consistent throughout today and also tomorrow, hey, you never know. Vampire could be in that top 3 contesting for the top spot.
Needed a drink there, sorry.
It's going to take a big day, to be fair. But again, it depends on what you're going for. Either placements or you're going for the rewards you can get within the match. Let's take actually a look at the match rewards and see what teams got what. We're going to see a certain team in there that we're going to be extremely happy about. My boys.
It's Riyadh!
7K from that match alone. That actually probably takes them higher than some of the teams.
We were musing about it in the back, right? Like, this style of tournament and everything like that, and as kind of time's gone on and they really haven't got much money under their belt, they're making adaptations to try and push a bit more aggressively, get themselves those first eliminations, first team elimination. You can see it very decisively here in this game. So good for them. I love it.
I expect a lot of Damwon on the second page. Like seeing that 4 nade elimination on the side
Overall
of Nigma.
special elims.
Yeah.
Oh, what a surprise.
What a surprise, of course. Like, their nades play with the same. But hey, seeing a lot more money. Also, 20K game coming away of Vampire. Like, the teams that win tend to like take not only just the chicken dinner, right? They get those big elimination games, most eliminations, team wipes also. So, like, it just all comes together in like one neat package. If you just get the win, you get the points, and it just goes together.
Some of these top teams are not sharing the wins either.
Oh,
we have had very few chicken dinner winners over this day and a half so far. So, the top teams are shining, definitely.
They are, and they're getting more used to the phone. And speaking of the phone, the Sony Xperia 1 Forward made in collaboration with professional players to make sure you can edge up your game and become a pro one day. It's actually the official smartphone partner here at PUBG Mobile. In the meantime, though, we're going to head to a quick little break. You can see towards this side, 6 minutes left to go until we head into our next match of the day. But you guys have seen these little basketball challenges we've had. Now, some of you out there might not know what basketball is or how the challenge works, but luckily for you, we have an explainer to break it down for you.
So you're probably wondering why the players are playing this game of basketball, this fantastic game. All right, so here's the breakdown. 45 seconds is all you got to get as many goals as possible. You have 6 balls, 5 on the reserve, and 1 right here on the launcher. You gotta shoot the ball into the net. It's not as easy as it looks, but you keep going until you run out of time. If the ball bounces and goes in, it doesn't count. If the ball bounces off the backboard and goes in, of course it counts. The thing is, this game here right here, it's not just for fun, it's also for money. The winner at the end of Gamers8 gets $1,000. So you better buckle up because this game is about to get heated.
I bet Mads thought that actually went in towards the end, and hopefully everyone cheered like it did. Like you've seen on probably some of those videos on the internet. So that's how it works. $1,000 on the line across all the games, though. I believe it's not just here for PUBG Mobile. We did have one good representative. Who was it again? He was from Stalwart.
Senator,
yeah.
He got like 7, 6?
Yeah.
As he moved it exactly right next to the basket.
See, but I didn't hear any stipulation about the goal has to be standing up.
What are you wanting here?
Or be on the table. Maybe you can move it, so you can just hit it and then try to catch it with the
You can't move the post. You can move around like where you're shooting from,
Yeah,
it has to be on the table.
Can you move the basket?
I'm going to be honest, though. I am really glad we got an explainer on how basketball works. Phew. If I hadn't have had that, to be fair, there were a few more stipulations than that. But, you know, get it in the basket. Woo. Anyway.
I think that counts for quite a few different sports, to be fair.
Sports
but Alpha 7, 111 points, $60,000 for themselves. Team Falcons currently sitting in second place with 42K. But look at S2G, 50K. I mean, I feel kind of bad for Bigetron, though, the only team on the front page here without breaking $10,000.
Yeah, I mean, they've been getting close time and time again. They still are not able to get themselves that chicken dinner, right? That's the big outlier. That's really the big thing that's going to allow them to set themselves apart from the rest of these teams. But yeah, if you don't get the win, like $10,000 per win, that is massive. And of course, as you said already, a lot of teams don't want to share that chicken dinner.
What is it all about? It's about the land of extremes here, Max.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's hear it, Max.
Extreme!
Okay. Yeah.
I love how he commits to it.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
that's the thing I love about Max.
Yeah.
He commits to everything, just like he's going to commit to shaving off his eyebrows if Team Falcons don't get a second.
I like
chip
how he
to
also tried to defend himself earlier. He was like, I'm rooting for Falcons because then I'll have to shave off my eyebrows. He never agreed. We agreed. And he all of a sudden it's just like
peer pressure
Stockholm syndrome.
Peer pressure, I don't know.
It's just captured.
We have more than enough talent here to hold him down and make sure that's a possibility.
He empathizes with the captors.
You can see Riyadh here, though, 7K from that last game. I mean, to not even win the match, but to get $7,000 for that is fantastic. I mean, I'd be extremely happy about that. Let's see if they can acquire some more money, but you have R8 only down to 2, unfortunately.
Yeah, that hurts a little bit. Like, R8 have been a little bit transparent a lot of the time. They still get themselves, like, pretty close to the end game, but they don't get that first elimination, they don't get the first squad wipe, and then they just don't tend to like speed up the process. They don't aim for anything in the game, right? So they just don't get any rewards. So just like we saw with Rad, maybe they're going to try and bring a change to the table, but it hasn't just happened yet.
Yeah, they're not as decisive about their movements and stuff like that. But and it's a little bit of a shame because again, we've looked at this team before. It's kind of the rebranding of Rico Infinity. The 2 guys from Rico Infinity, the 2 guys from previous Allos. It kind of meshes together. It's a great roster, but it's not coming together here right now just yet.
Yeah, it's unfortunate it's not coming together just yet, but there's still time. We're not done just yet. We still got matches.
Right.
I think we're only... Yeah. Did Mickey Mouse just join us here on
No,
the show?
yeah, there's time.
Woohoo! Let's take a look at the match rewards rankings, though, to see which teams will be sitting in first. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Alpha 7. There we go, 60K for themselves. But S2G, 50K. I mean, again, this is a lot of money to win, only being halfway through the whole event so far.
Yeah, this is the most money you could ever win in PUBG Mobile Esports history in a single game of PUBG Mobile. Like, it's clear that now that's what the teams are aiming for. So, yeah, of course, Alpha 7, S2G, they're all running away with the money, was down one also. But so there's still a chance that some contenders could rise up on the last day and make a pretty decent amount.
I think we're trying to make some other teams outside of China be able to equate to how much Nova have won over the course of their history.
It'll take
Come
a
on,
while.
some team catch up. You can see our second page that was around things out. I mean, it does fall down to obviously 2K, but still some decent money being won from all these teams. And there's still more money to be won as we have the next map coming up, Karakin, in just a minute's of time. But before we can hop into that, we got to talk about MasterCard as one of the sponsors of this event, as well as the Saudi Investment Bank, making sure we can have this event happen for all of the viewers and obviously all the teams as well. But we do have more challenges for you guys. We need to take a screenshot of the best PMWI moments and post them on YouTube or Instagram and tag hashtag PMWI best shot, and you can win some cool PUBG Mobile statues. So if you guys want some more information on how you can do that, make sure you head over to the PUBG Mobile Instagram to check it out. Also, we still have the survey. We'd like to hear what you guys have to say about the show, about the commentators, about the talent, about the players, about the format, everything you could possibly want to give feedback to. Make sure you guys head over there, and you can check that out over on Tencent's social media. But as the sound comes on, the music comes through, Karakin is 10 seconds away with our commentators, John Allen and Blank.
It's eking ever closer, Blank. Game 4 of today of the Afterparty Showdown. As Avenger said at the end of the last game, we are past that halfway mark now. It's only going to get all the more tough from here on in.
Absolutely, and these teams, they need to get a Karakin on with getting these points on board during these matches. Trying to earn themselves a little bit more money, a little bit more of those in-game rewards for themselves. Alpha 7, you know, they're way ahead of everyone else in terms of points overall. 111 at the top. Goodness me. Good stuff from them. But we're heading over towards Karakin, a very, very small map with, you know, quite minor compounds towards the center. So a lot of these edge drops around the coastal side will be able to loot up a little bit. We saw some cheeky stuff yesterday with teams heading directly into the tunnels and kind of snaking out towards the end. But you're not earning the big points like the most eliminations over here from Revo as well as Carrillo. 5 ahead of the third place of Never Alone there with 14. But already, we're getting a little bit of a hot drop going on across the map.
Seems like there's 2 groups of teams right now over on the north side. I think S2G rerouted away from that 7C BTR engagement on the north side. As we do hop on in on the east side as well, you've got R8 and Rod seemingly quite close to each other. Nigma Galaxy split around the Deadeyes Guys as well, maybe looking to get inside those tunnels. At the moment, looks like R8 might be looking for the first elimination. Get a little bit more money on the cards. I mean, they were sat at the bottom here, and look at that, 2K. They've doubled their earnings so far, and if they keep going, they might be able to get that 7K total from that first team elimination.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy there. just picking up a lot of money off the back of it. But already it's Deadeyes Guys and Nigma Galaxy who are also taking a fight on. You can see it on your screens right now. Chari, who's been fairly fantastic for Deadeyes Guys during the Afterparty Showdown, starts things off strong for them. But look at that, it's popping off all over the place. We can barely keep up with it.
Okay, BTR pushing in, DBS in hand for the forefront. Nicely done. Off angle for Genfos as well. BTR moving through well right now. 7C, not really getting too much to hold off. Spray God needs to hold the stairway. Gets one, but traded off. Beautiful result for Liquid as he can now start up that res. Getting that flush as well. The team elimination came through from Stalwart in the meantime. Plenty of fights going on across the map, but Bigetron still on this push.
One of the big hitters in S2G already going down. Zuxi, though, just surrounding them. Molotovs sent through. Try and stop the push, but Genfos has got a pretty good idea where this player is. Underneath. Now we'll relay that information back. Aladdin's in a tough spot. Will drop the shot, though. And that'll be him out, but immediately there's a refrag there. BTR are with it this game.
Greedy, greedy, greedy there. Aladdin succumbs. And will get traded off. Sarang, though, last player standing for 7C. Door shut in his face. Maybe looking for this res, but out comes Zuxi. It's taken care of. Not quite good for the second. Liquid is going to be able to clutch this one out. All four of BTR stay alive.
Quickly get the reses back on board, but it's Stalwart 4 eliminations and BTR with the same. So 2 team eliminations there. Stalwart will still hold the most team eliminations title for the current time. Considering it's based on time, whoever gets it first will hold on to that little place on the podium right at the top. Vampire Esports trying to bring things back. Had a great game there on Vikendi. Some really interesting plays that they pulled through. I think Schweppes jumping into the water. You know, as an info play, it was good, but I think he took things a little bit too far. Even so, Stone and the rest of the team were able to back him up and take that victory home for them. But now it's Stalwart versus Vampire Esports, hoping to get a little bit of revenge. But what happened in the PMWI, I think everyone was thinking that Stalwart was going to really be right at the top in terms of the standings. But Vampire Esports came out of nowhere and just continued blasting in that tournament.
I'm not too sure what happened to S2G there. Did they go down first? I thought they'd managed to get the first team elimination, but I think I was mistaken on that.
No, they were the first team elimination.
Oh, well, that's the opposite.
Felled by Stalwart.
Ah, okay, right, okay. That's fair enough. To be fair, S2G have had a lot of money so far. I think they were at 50K at the start of this game.
Yeah.
They are doing absolutely fine for themselves. So, you know, spread the wealth. Share
exactly. Also, you know what they say, sharing is caring. Like so all these teams hoping to take home a little bit of brass by the end of it. Should be very nice to add to their totals, especially the teams that did qualify directly from the PMWI, our top 5 from there. And it is BTR who starts this game off very strong, but it's Stalwart who have remained consistent, I would say, throughout both tournaments. They're still yet to be at the top, and with the current streak that Alpha 7's on right now, this team is looking good, but Stoned, as I say that, will knock one of the players from Stalwart. Very, very long shot, though, so unlikely they'll be able to flush that.
Action seemingly the one to move. Top on the far side. Very, very resable there. Will just slow them down on the northwestern side. The circle really not posing a threat to anyone right now. Alpha 7, no one really in front of them at this stage. Should be pretty much a vibe. Riyadh with only one player left, though, potentially getting pushed on. Was that another knock onto Action? That was the guy going for the res onto top. Now Scry has to reposition. Pika's there left. The last person trying to suppress this angle. Excellent hold from Vampire Esports.
Deja vu, I think I've been in this place before. Scry tries to head up to get the rest, but Stone's having absolutely none of it. Take some shots. And at this point in time, you're kind of calling back to the boys saying, I think it's not likely they're able to scale up to the top side there. And, you know, even though they're so clearly in range, Stoned is just got some insane oversight.
Pika needs to suppress the straight line, but with only the red dot, that's going to be hard shots to hit. Apparently, not that hard though for Pika. Already nailing one over towards Schweppes. Going to be after backing up, get that heal off. Top flushed, Action flushed. They are going to go down. Vampire Esports add 2 to the tally.
Yeah, Piga tries to jiggle it out there, but I think with the punishment that Scry suffered before, he wasn't likely to go for it again. But Ravenclaw, you saw him before in that fight, making the long run to a big off angle. Did in the last game of Vikendi, slightly less of an off angle there, but this one, he's absolutely insane. What a wild sprint this man has made.
Incredible. Really, really solid. I think this is a suppressor on the front of the rifle as well, which is going to mean it would be a little bit harder to figure out exactly where that's coming from. Although these teams will have their wits about them. They'll certainly know a general direction.
Now for 7. Also taking shots down towards Deadeyes Guys. I think for all these games, they are the ones not to be messed with here. In the Afterparty Showdown, look to rack up even more cash for themselves. You know, we may say sharing is caring, but it does feel like Alpha 7 would like the lion's share to themselves. Sure, they might hand out a couple of freebies, but for the most part, it's theirs.
Handing out plenty of L's, though, for a couple of these teams. Deadeyes Guys take one themselves. Alpha 7, though, they did lose Revo in the process. Vampire, in the meantime, on the western side of this next circle, looking to take care of Stalwart, and that will be the end of them. Vampire Esports pick up a team elimination. They are looking to get a little bit more. Bigetron at their western side might prove to be tricky if they don't know they're there, but they should be able to scout this one. It looks like Bigetron know this position's going through. Is this the exact situation that Stalwart were in against Vampire Esports? Let's see if the tune has changed.
Yeah, you do like the Vampire Esports essentially, and now taking up the exact same position. BTR are going to take up Vampire's spot. And again, it really is deja vu today. I feel like maybe I'm going slightly insane. We'll see if BTR can do the same efficient work towards them. But there are shots sent back. Flukath will be knocked by Zuxi, though.
No answering knocks as well. And now, I mean, how does this keep happening? You'd have thought that something would have figured out. 2 smokes bloomed. They are a lot closer together than Stalwart were, which means that these reses potentially a little bit better. They also don't have the massive Ravenclaw off angle that was available to Vampire Esports to stop those reses earlier.
Yeah, that really cut down Stalwart in their tracks. Stone there, running around as fast as possible on the swivel. I hope he's, you know, greased up the soles on those shoes so he can be swiftly sliding from left to right, because he will need to in that smoke. And now even Alpha 7 are taking a chunk out of them. Goodness me, Vampire Esports, you should have known that spot was bad when you took apart Stalwart the way you did.
Need to figure out how to escape from this area, right?
Yeah.
You need to disengage from this engagement. It is not going well right now. Unless they can get a pick or two, and if you're going to land that spray, it could be good. Swept, oh, gets the cover, just about has to put the rifle away and hit the decks, try and get some healing done. Alpha 7 not going to spot it just yet. They see Stone instead. Just dancing around. This guy, happy feet.
Yeah, and I mean, I said that he'd put grease on the soles, but looks like, you know, he switched out the trainers completely for a pair of some ice skates there. So he is really, really making it happen. There's not much ice on this map to be, you know, skating around on, but he makes it look good either way.
I feel like ice skates would potentially be the worst shoe for this sort of terrain.
There's real good grip.
There's no.
Yeah.
That's the entire purpose.
They'll go straight into the sand. He's not going anywhere. He can really plant his feet. It's like having nails on your feet.
And that's what you don't want, surely.
It's like the poor man's crampon.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I feel like ice skates are quite expensive.
Yeah, but if you got nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. Maybe put a pair on your hands, then you're like...
Yeah, then you're really going for it at that point.
Get up the side of the cliffs. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to handle a weapon.
Yeah, I'll test that. If you don't hear from me, can you please ring a helicopter?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll get right on that, certainly. Looks like Vampire Esports have moved a little bit further into their position at this time. Nigma Galaxy not really taking shots. Alpha 7 slowed that engagement with them. Bigetron on the northern side, potentially looking to try and change the path of history and not push onto Vampire's position and take up that spot. Not just yet, anyway. Could change.
It could change. I mean, Zuxi's taking that off angle right now. You can see it. But Vampire Esports, they've managed to get themselves a good lineup. But the next circle about to pop in. Does head over towards the east side. Falcons going to be extremely happy with this one, especially considering, you know, they've held this spot for a very long time in this game. They've not had to move. It's one of the main compounds. Should be very nice and looted. They'll have to be running around like Vampire Esports, searching the bodies for the medical equipment. Nigma Galaxy in front of Vampire Esports, you know, they've been harassed by Alpha 7 before, but were able to, you know, get out of dodge fairly quickly. Now Zuxi, this is that off angle we were talking about before, but it's very important that he doesn't go down. Also, dropping the suppressor on board, very important piece of equipment, considering you are on the off angle away from your team. You cannot give away your positioning.
First airdrop was collected, R8 SK10, which does mean, of course, blank. That's some more money for R8. Beautiful stuff. They got first elimination coming on through. First team elimination, not so lucky, but that's 3K so far that they've earned. Starting on 2K, you will definitely take that.
It's going well. If you want to continue to stay up to date with all the money these guys are able to put in the back pocket, you can join in for the PMWI Watch Together. So you can watch together with us in-game over at the Esports Center with your friends to win some PMWI special sets.
And if you want the gun skins and the outfits from the PMWI, there are PMWI packages on sale for a limited time. You can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI.
It's always worth it to crack out the phone and get a little bit of PUBG Mobile done on the fly, perhaps in between, on the breaks. Though the guys on the desk, they are very interesting. Drop some good knowledge, some good jokes. Can't go wrong with that.
Well,
there's some good ones.
Good jokes. There's some good jokes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some good jokes. Yeah, that's right. Some of them are awful. Horrible jokes.
Did like the explainer. Sometimes you do need an explainer, though, for the desk when it comes to playing basketball. Some interesting tidbits that I'll bring out next game.
I mean, we are all massive nerds here in the broadcast team. So that, I think it's fair enough to try and explain any sort of sporting reference.
I have basketball facts. They're coming up. So you have to wait till the next game to hear about them. So stay tuned here for the Afterparty Showdown.
Oh, I'm excited now. Maybe I'll find out what basketball is. Who is a Kobe?
That's right. Who knows? Very, very famous, though.
Vampire
I think
Esports.
You should know.
That's fair. Vampire Esports quite close to Nigma Galaxy right now. They're down to 2 players as well. Alpha 7, they're in a spot of bother of their own. Bigetron going toe-to-toe with the Titans of this tournament so far. It looks like at the moment Alpha 7 suffering a little bit as Bigetron try and push through, but the blue zone is going to put pressure on this fight. Mafioso down close to Bigetron's line as they move forwards. Not really going to be able to do too much to save this one. What can the rest of the squad do? As Vampire pepper the back, Freak for Nigma Galaxy holding that out. Zuxi descends from the hillside. Teammates starting to drop, starting to fall. Carrillo and Mythic, 2 players alive for Alpha 7. 2 players still in action for Bigetron as it is Liquid to go down.
Mesuri trying to push around the side with the UMP in hand. It's not anything yet, but it does force Alpha 7 into an unlucky engagement. But there are shots along the way from Schweppes. And that'll shut down BTR, but now Alpha 7 suffering from the same angle.
Neither of these teams can go for this engagement under the purview of Schweppes. They have to disengage, Zuxi has to heal, and they can't push onto this position. The only option is to push right around this rock and try and engage that way if you don't want to be spotted out there. And that's a really difficult run to make. Both of Alpha 7 now have their sights set on Zuxi. Nades, C4 being thrown on out, and they're trying to put the fear of God into Zuxi.
Yeah, well, I mean, he has to wait a while to get out, and they're just continuing to send utility in. You can see Mythic with one in hand does have a slight rock along his side, so he can play these aggressive angles, and Zuxi just has to bide his time a little bit here. Molotov 2.
With Schweppes going down, that sightline is suddenly freed up for just a little bit. Hopefully, be able to leverage that to move on forwards for Bigetron. Deadeyes Guys super close to Carrillo right now. Shots from outside in the blue. Nade, Molotov trying to find a small opening, anything that you can to push on forwards. Taru loves another Molotov. Another bit of pressure. As Carrillo got to get pushed by this blue zone as well. Wants to finish out the threat from the back. Do not want to be harried, but around the side, health bar dwindling. Goes to the shot. It's not going to happen. Set back.
Carrillo dealing with that on the side of the circle there, right on the edge, and somehow Alpha 7 still making it through. You see D77 though off in the distance, just dropping the first aid kit in. But Carrillo still has this on lock, slowly taking out players, but it's Zuxi, spots him out first, and he's managed to make his way in. The sticky bombs, they were not enough to stop Zuxi. This guy has been on tears before, and he doesn't likely stop anytime soon. Mythic jumping his way into the circle, but D77, that angle that maybe they'd not found out before, sends in the spray, but absolutely whiffs every single shot.
How does he get that 180? How does he survive? And now out of the blue zone, he can turn his attention to that ridge line, needs some crucial shots here to land, and makes it work. What a turnaround for Mythic. But he's the last player standing now for Alpha 7 into this engagement. Nigma Galaxy versus the last remaining player from Riyadh.
It's not over yet for Mythic, though. And with D77 painting a rainbow above his head in bullet marks, I don't know, man. Mythic really shouldn't have got away with that, but blessing his lucky stars right now.
Oh, that's rude. That's a little bit rude, that. Go on.
Trying to get himself back in the action. Riyadh, though, again, doing pretty well here. They got some money off that last game and now starting to try and increase that bank account. Mythic makes the long run across and no one spotted him nor stopped him.
Zuxi's still going as well. But Falcons, I mean, they dominate the zone right now. It's really a question of who comes second in my mind at this stage. Riyadh eliminated. Freak, now the last player. Only 4 other players in this lobby, other than Team Falcons. It's 4v1, v1, v1, v1.
You got a lot of snakes here. Time to team together, take down Falcon, but already they're picking them off one by one.
Mythic and Freak still playing. Around the side, dueling it out. M249 is just too much to handle. Mythic falls. Nigma Galaxy stay alive. 3 teams now remain.
Zuxi's chilling. He's looking for that second place. He wants to bump up those points. Currently in 6th, you know, it's not a bad idea when 6 are limbs on his side as well. Good stuff from him. It's like 6 points total. I mean, you can't turn your nose up at that.
Certainly can't. Freak. The M249. Again, trying to push forwards. Really low on meds. No boosters. That health bar is only going to get topped up by the bandages. Zuxi, on the other hand, has a little bit more. Panzer, potentially? No, not going to be seeing it here. Freak eliminated. Now, just Bigetron. 1 versus 4 for Zuxi. I mean, is it going to happen? I don't think so.
It's a cheeky heel off. Now I just want to see Yusuf send that rocket flying.
Let's go.
And just, you see if he can hit him. I don't think he will, but Falcons, with the position, they started here, it's ended here. It's a nice win for them, and they'll take the 10K either way.
If they don't get this elimination, I feel like Bigetron Red Aliens might get most eliminations. If it goes down to the blue zone, potential for them to be pipped to the post. I mean, they'll take the 10K for the chicken dinner, sure, but... Oh, Panzerfaust potentially spotting it. Yusuf, he's on the broadside. I think Zuxi's seen it.
Let's send it in. I like the Never Alones there doing the same emote than what they did in their team parade send out.
It's true.
Yeah, it's nice stuff. You know, cosplaying as yourself in game. That emote was created for Team Falcons, in fact.
Hells yeah. No more. Only 1 more first aid. Sorry, I take that back. I apologize. He spotted Damar. He's got to. He's got to have done, right? And
It's
now he's
time
going to
to
lie
go.
down. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, he's not getting back in. Sticky bomb on the floor. Time to go. See you later, boys.
Boom, boom.
What an ending.
Team Falcons take the chicken dinner on Karakin. Excellent way to earn yourself 10K. You do like those. You do like those.
Yeah, dominant win as well. They didn't really have to do too much on that northwest edge because, you know, it was all popping off over there. Team Falcons just kept it nice and chill over on that northeast edge. They wait for the rest of the teams to come over towards them, and that was the end of it.
I mean, absolutely. I think this might be the first time, potentially, that we see the non-chicken dinner team not the chicken dinner team not getting most eliminations in the game as well.
They didn't have to do. They just waited it out. You know, they played it safe. You know, even had one player there with the Panzerfaust in hand. It's good stuff. They were real chill that game, and the Falcons, they'll take that 10K home. But a few other teams managed to get there towards the top.
Absolutely did. We'll have to see how that all falls after the break.
Team Falcons, the eyebrow saviors of Karakin, have once again striked, getting their second chicken dinner on the day and another $10,000 at a minimum on the board. Kalaris, you called it, the profit, saying that Team Falcons are going to get themselves a second chicken dinner on the day, or we shave Max's eyebrows. Will they get a third?
No, we're not doing this again. What was enough?
I love how he got ahead of it.
Yeah, he did.
That was impressive. I was in a rough position because I am the blesser. You know, I normally call things quite well, but I really didn't want them to win, considering there was the opportunity of a lifetime. But anyway, they get themselves the victory. They really didn't have to do much for it here. Karakin's a bit of an odd battleground, I think, to say the least when it comes to this, but they do get themselves the victory. 15 points go their way.
Yeah, our match rankings by STC here showing that they dominated the board here. But to be fair, Bigetron Red Aliens able to at least heal out, get 6 limbs, get 12 points, Max.
It's still not a BTR win, so we're still not able to see it this time around. And they committed to the
heal
heal very early.
Right? Hashtag BTR almost win.
Oh, yeah, I think it's a bit long.
Doesn't roll off the tongue.
I know social media. I don't think it would hit the mark too well, but it's a good attempt. But
wait.
Oh.
Hashtag 2022 BTR almost win.
Hashtag BTR too soon.
Oh.
I think good.
That is why you're the social media master. Let's take a look at some of our highlights, though, brought to you by Sony, and kind of recap what did happen in this one. Obviously, a lot of teams fighting it out. I actually really liked how we had a 4v1v1v1v1 at the end, which is, if you're a team looking for money, that's a lot of potential tasty morsels to pick off.
Yeah, a lot of potential squad wipes, because squad wipe is when you eliminate the last player of a team. There was a lot of solos there, so you could have got like, what, 3, 4 extra squad wipes in the last few seconds. That could have been huge for Falcons. We'll see if they actually won it right there, but in terms of action, you know, a lot of teams trying to go and fight for those high ground positions, and Falcons, of course, had the high ground position at the end. They got the information. Teams pushing their way. Not much you can really do.
I was really keen for them to try and even just peek over and see where they were. Maybe they could have got that Panzerfaust off, maybe a cheeky shot, but you know what? It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Can you give us a more extreme version of that sound effect, Max?
Boom! Okay.
He really does commit.
One thing, yeah.
I don't know why you keep testing me. I don't know.
I like this. That's why I know. If for sure Falcons didn't get a second chicken dinner today, you would have for sure shaved your eyebrows.
Maybe not. Maybe I would have done like the hair, but eyebrows, I don't want to. I don't know, because I've never done it. I don't know if they'll regrow. I don't want to stay like that
they
forever.
Take a long time. They take
regrow.
a long time to regrow.
Exactly, that's what
Don't do it.
Thank you.
I can see
I'm
by
not
the end of
speaking from
PMGC.
experience at all.
Well, we can see our rewards here. We do have, well, it's Stalwart Esports. I feel like we haven't been able to talk about them much today, to be fair.
Yeah.
They got themselves in a rough spot here in this game. I mean, they took high ground kind of expecting to be able to control it, but they had a few just shots coming in from, I think Vampires actually was one of the teams that was dealing with it. There was a funny moment where I think it was Ravenclaw threw a sticky bomb over originally. It's like, it really was kind of rubbish, but you know, they don't really go that far, so you can't really use that.
R8 cleaning up, though, at least in the money section. They didn't do too well in the game, but that is a team that we talked about being one of the lowest, on the lowest end, if not the lowest end on earnings so far.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got like a few games to go today and also the entirety of tomorrow, right? So you need to do a little bit of a change of pace if you want to get some money. I think a lot of teams, they're not aiming for that first spot, right? They're aiming for the money increase and get as much as they can. So I think they need to make changes to and bring changes to the table here.
Yes.
Yes. 40 seconds left to go here, but before we can hop back to our commentators and drop into Sanhok, once again, have to give a shout out to the Savvy Gaming Group for making this event possible. And for you guys at home, to remind you guys about the Vibe and Drive event currently happening, just make sure you guys log in and complete the missions with your friends and get yourself a free permanent legendary set. I know Maxman is looking to accomplish that. I think all of us looking to accomplish that while we're at the event, playing some Pogi after the show is done. But John, Allen, and Blank, we got Sanhok coming up next. Take it away.
Pogi time. Let's go.
That's right. Anyway, I promised you guys at home some basketball facts.
You did.
And we are now in the next match, so it's time for some basketball facts. Now, the basketball fact of the day is that the reason you have a net is because when you throw the ball in, the basketball in this case, it spins around the top and then comes back out again. Depending on how far it gets into that and comes back out, that's still a point. It doesn't have to pass through the net to make a point, and that's why the net is there. So you can see when the ball makes it all the way in and then potentially bounces back out, which is why you have those long little segments where people are trying to figure out how far did the basketball go through the hoop.
And now we know.
And now you know. Absolutely.
And knowing is half the battle. The rest of the battle is actually doing it, though, and that's certainly what these teams are going to be trying to battle their way through if they can get past those incredible basketball facts. I say facts in a plural sense. There was only a singular fact.
There's another fact here.
Okay, we'll save that for in a minute.
All right.
Okay, it's been a minute. What's the fact?
There you go. Second fact is that the net's also there for when the cameraman is on the side of the sideline. This is a little sub-fact. But, you know, you can, with the way that the hoop is set up, you know, toss the basketball up for a cheeky three-pointer and it go to the left of the hoop and still look like it's gone in. So you have the net there also to ensure that everyone on the court knows exactly what's happened. And already we're getting some absolute carnage on the court here in Paradise Resort.
There it goes. S2G, 5K in the bank. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Not only that, first elim will have been going over to them as well. 7K for that fight alone.
All right, then, S2G not happy about how the previous game went there and just immediately wanted to take the fight to R8 Esports, and they've absolutely done such a thing. And Silas gets that nice little team elimination right there at the end.
Very cool. And solo loot in Paradise. What could be better? What could be better? Let's talk about the circle for a second. This is a pretty hard shift for a Sanhok.
It's fairly extreme, you know. Some might even say extreme if you were Maxman on the desk.
I'll tell you what is extreme.
Okay.
Is the fact that if you watch PMWI together in-game with your friends, you can win PMWI special sets. That's pretty wild. That's pretty extreme.
I will say that your segue was less extreme than what I was expecting.
I'll give you extreme in a minute.
Right. Well, you can have extreme in a minute, but only after you've picked yourself up a PMWI gunskin and outfit. Those PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time, just as limited as how fast this fight went for S2G. And you can win those PMWI treasure chests if you play PUBG Mobile during the PMWI.
Very good, very good. Python occupied by Deadeyes Guys. Potentially, well, they will have to leave it fairly soon. Alpha 7, occupants in Camp Bravo on the northeastern side. No one really challenging them very, very locally, but you've got Team Riyadh up a little bit further north. And that's really the only team that's sort of in their proximity. Central, Boot Camp, Stalwart.
Do you know what I'm really liking about these lobbies at the moment? It's just the splits that's coming through on Sanhok, purely because we only have 12 teams. A lot of these players are much more comfortable to take extreme splits at the beginning of the game so they can get as much loot as possible. You can even see Vampire Esports. You can't right now, but when the map feed does come back up again for you, but I will tell you because I am nice in that way. You got Vampire Esports holding 2 towards Camp Alpha and also towards the Confluence, and then 2 down towards Tambang and Ruins, which gives them really, really good control over 2 of the major areas on the map, that Southwest and also Northwest Islands. So really good stuff for Vampire Esports. They can kind of determine where they want to go as the game progresses. Right now, I would probably assume the Vampire Esports Stoned as well as Fluketh are going to be moving up from Ruins and Tambang to regroup with Schweppes and Ravenclaw.
That would seem to be the optimal position. And I feel like this is exactly the situation that this position shines in, right? And that's exactly what they're going to be able to operate on. Huge stuff coming through from Vampire Esports. We've praised a lot in general, even during the main tournament last week. Their seeming game sense in terms of these rotations, in terms of these positions, and knowing when and where to be. Seems like they are carrying that over quite well into the Afterparty Showdown. Certainly will in this game.
Yeah, the macro is turning out to be very important for a lot of these teams, and Vampire Esports have certainly been able to cash in a chunk of money just with the macro that they've been displaying, getting those chicken dinners, that 10K. It's a lot of money for a chicken dinner. So, you know, a lot of these teams are searching out for it because you can get special eliminations, you can get the team eliminations and those very first elimination of the map. But that 10K, that is a consistent. That's always coming your way if you do play the game out very, very strongly. S2G, though, they've got a bit of momentum here. You know, they've puffed out their chest. They're feeling good after that squad wipe. You know, you're feeling maybe a little bit down after the last match. And even if you get that full squad wipe coming into Sanhok, you know, it's not the best. You know, you feel good about yourself. But getting it a revenge versus R8, ooh, that's got to feel good.
Certainly does. I'm looking right now at another way that one could feel good in this lobby. The airdrop over on the northern side, close to down one Kia, under the purview a little bit of 7C. But if S2G swing around, they might even be able to get the first airdrop. You can see it on the top side of your screen. Sung, though, has got that info, baiting out the 1K bounty for it, potentially.
I think that right now we're starting to see more and more DBSs through the lobby. And it might be a DBS showdown for the loot crate itself. And all props to Fabian for really popularizing this method in the PMWI. He had some sick matches over towards Miramar with that weapon. And, you know, we're all happy to see it. Kalaris is super happy to see it.
Do you know what DBS stands for?
No.
Da Big Shotgun.
Da Big Shotgun.
That's right.
Of course it does, yes. Is that in your head or, you know, canonically?
I choose to not answer that question.
That's okay. You know, no comment is a comment in of itself. Damwon Gaming, Damwon Kia, just down this side, holding strong. Really just baiting. Everyone's baiting out the airdrop. I mean, $1,000 is nice, but, you know, if you can get the most team eliminations, you know, that's a big chunk of money there. So you really want it to be very, very safe before anyone heads out to even touch this airdrop. You can see teams surrounding it.
Over on the northwestern island here, Vampire did get spotted out. I don't know if that was by 7C or even Stalwart or Deadeyes Guys on the south side, but Ravenclaw did get knocked. I imagine it's in this engagement because you can see another knock coming through from Vampire Esports down the hill towards the Deadeyes Guys as point break will be Fluketh on the south side of the formation for Vampire Esports.
Ooh, that is a nasty one, but it will play out nicely for Vampire Esports should they be able to get this player back up in an action. It looks like Deadeye Guys have taken
look at that.
A little bit of damage for themselves.
Sliver of HP left on, I believe that's Chari who's getting red there. Spotted out on the hillside. Fluketh still raining down pain on Deadeyes Guys, who are right with their backs to the blue on this next zone. They will have to move. And Vampire Esports, they're just going to have complete control over this terrain.
I think Fluketh, we talked a lot about Stone and how he's almost like star player for the team, but I think Fluketh and in fact, the whole team is very, very good. But I think Fluketh, as a fragger, is kind of, you know, we don't talk about him too much. But even in that first day of PMWI, on Erangel, where they got a ridiculous elimination score, I believe it was 24 total, Fluketh was one of the main contributors to that. And I think he has really supported Stone very well in that regard. It's fantastic to see. You know, they really do have all their own little roles on the team, and you can see them being played out as well. There's some very, very consistent gameplay coming through from Vampire Esports, and they know the drill.
I mean, those off angles from Ravenclaw, just time and time again, coming in so clutch in those fights. It's a very well-coordinated team. As you say, their macro, their rotations, their positioning, some of the best in the world.
That loot crate is still just poison, by the way. No one wants to head towards it. I think we need some kind of taste tester from the lobby to head on over. Oh, and another one drops in the location as well. So there's potential here for one team to quickly pick themselves up. The first airdrop and most airdrops in the lobby, but damn one Kia. Oh, dear.
That's bad for business. 7C, though. Love and life right now. Fabian about to get flushed. Aladdin actually pops on out. Shooting the railings, not going to do too much, though. Back into the pickup. Hit the deck again. Control the bridge.
I like this spot from Aladdin. He is slightly lonely out here, though. But realistically, he just needs support from Scout, Sarang, and Madman off in the distance. He just provides info, hits a few shots, and is very safe inside that pickup. Difficult to get to him in there unless someone takes high ground on him. Alpha 7 going at it again versus BTR here. BTR down towards the south, just the west side of Paradise Resort, and Alpha 7 making their wrap over this side. Nigma Galaxy as well as Falcons also starting to approach the circle. It's Nigma Galaxy who have made the big run through the Western Island. They're right behind Deadeyes Guys now.
Certainly are. Vampire Esports did move up a lot further north, so that traffic jam has shuffled along. But it is, you're right, the Hamodi has now leapfrogged the position from Deadeyes Guys. They're on the compounds in the northwest. No one really in those exact compounds to challenge them. Can Vampire Esports get the beat on them, get something done? those loot crates, by the way, those airdrops have still yet to be touched.
Like I said, man, they do have spikes on them. You got to be careful because getting too close to an airdrop can spell the demise of your team. Nigma Galaxy, though, I think they really do have to be careful on this approach. They've all taken up compounds on that northwestern edge, as you can see. And I think this is where they start to scout out, figure out where all these players are rotating into. But this circle doesn't really have a definitive area on either side of the island. That bridge is still in there. Vampire Esports fairly happy with the current spot that they're holding.
I feel like it is looking more like a Northwest Island finish, right? I mean, you have only got a fairly tiny chunk of that mainland, but we've seen crazier things happen, right? Certainly plenty of hard shifts going on today. So on a hard eastern shift, there is still potential. But those crossings that were made early, good news. Things like Stalwart moving across from boot camp, it feels like they've made the right decision.
100%. 7C, though, still being our fishermen's in the lobby. Throwing the long line with the airdrop being the bait here.
Like those team intros.
A lot of these teams are very, very smart with it, I suppose, the best way to play. It's a tricky fish to catch. A lot of these teams being intelligent in this game. S2G, though, they have moved out with the boat, and it looks like Madman was able to hit a very, very dirty spray. Silas, though, tries to take the shot, so Madman is having none of it.
I mean, the boat's up in flames. It's swimming for pretty much everyone in the water. Two of them are knocked out there, Raze and Hamzy. As that Raze knock did just come through. Are they looking to try and get these reses?
It's going to be difficult, but they got one. And Silas just trying to provide support, but I don't think he realizes that from that angle, Madman can just peek on the left side, and he's just never going to hit that shot through the window. Just trying to suppress, but the suppressing fire is just not good enough because it's never going to be a problem for Madman if Silas remains there.
Were they trying to go for the loot crate? I think they might have been. But it feels like S2G really have kind of shot themselves on the foot. Maybe they were just trying to look to cross more accurately.
There's another loot crate up here as well. It's all happened in the same location. It's out in the water, so you know it's very, very dangerous for any of these teams to even attempt it. So I think right now it's the chicken dinner that's on the cards. Maybe towards the end you have a little bit of a leisurely swim when there's less players in the lobby. Falcons, though, they've come in very late to the circle, and Nigma Galaxy, they've already taken up position.
Oh, straight on past down the hill. Hard cover from terrain, but the push comes through. Nigma Galaxy move forwards. Auto Shotty not going to be strong enough. Lord able to get the side swipe. Powerful. Back behind the rock. Needs to cower behind it. Not really too much to do here other than try and just hold out. Hold on for dear life. The flank comes through. There's an off angle from Nigma Galaxy. The pan to add insult to injury as Ralph swings in for the back angle.
Goodness me. Has he been fried? Is he easy over? Who knows in this situation, but he's certainly out of the game. Never Alone tosses the nades over the top. Try to find some damage. It's really good onto Hamodi, though. One more might do the trick. There's another player heading towards that location. This could be very bad.
Ooh, good damage. Hamodi managed to get the heal off there. Never Alone spots it, handles business on the swivel. Ralph now on the back angle. Could have been pivotal there, but didn't slow down the push from Never Alone. Looking to turn this one around. Team Falcons with 3. Nade in hand for Powerful at the back, but one's popped over the top. It will suppress the angle and has the backup for the rest of his team. Up the top of the hill, there's Freak, and Deadeyes Guys are starting to chime into the fight as well. Never Alone, finally taken care of. Deadeyes Guys handle the back lines, and it is all falling apart for Nigma Galaxy.
They've been ripped to pieces in a fight that they thought would be easy, and now it's all down to Ralph here. Does confirm one, and Lord and Hamodi making the long crawl across. It's Deadeye Guys who have their sights focused over towards Vampire Esports, so you know, potentially there's a chance here that Nigma Galaxy gets at least 3 players back up on their feet, but maybe not with Shifu, who is actually moving around the side of the coast here.
I believe S2G might have managed to pick up one of those crates out in the water in the meantime, but you have to think that Deadeyes Guys have made this choice consciously. They were ahead of both Nigma Galaxy and Team Falcons in the queue on that western side. They have chosen to stay behind. They have chosen to be at the back of the queue.
Damar, that's a nice long-range shot onto them, and even so, Deadeyes Guys were able to make a nasty little bit of damage over to all these teams. It's not been good, and Deadeyes Guys have really thrown all of these teams into the cauldron. It's starting to boil now here on Sanhok.
Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble. Not easy in the cauldron on the northern shore. Alpha 7 making their way to land, and will be able to do so. Rad trying to challenge position potentially. Carrillo trying to shimmy up the cliff and get the UMP out. Close range spray. Asada moves out of the line of fire, but unfortunately, barrel-based fish for the players at the back.
It's easy pickings for Alpha 7, but they are right on the edge at the moment, so they'll have to start to pick their moment to head further in. And surprisingly, Sung and Forest are still going, despite the absolute awful experience they had with 7C. They were able to put an end to their 4-man team there, dropping them down low to just 2. Rex off in the distance, not able to support the rest of his team. Alpha 7 crawled from the waters. What?
Okay. There you go. Alpha 7 managed to get the elimination across the way. In the meantime, I believe S2G have managed to get another crate on Kelsey, the last player standing. 5 eliminations for the team after getting that first squad wipe over in Paradise Resort. They have got a healthy tally and a healthy earning from this game already.
We might not get the chicken dinner, but we will get those match rewards. And honestly, with the amount of money that's been pumped into every single one of these matches, you know, you take that cash where you can. And I fully respect S2G for playing the game they did here. Shifu.
Ooh, close auto shotty in hand. Powerful has the UMP, but neither of them going to shoot off rounds aimed at either. Lord is traded off. Deadeyes Guys, though, managed to find Nigma Galaxy as well. Falls as well. Proving to be a little bit tricksy. Aladdin close to Zuxi. Oh, he knows. He knows. Oh, he knows. And he is going to shut it down. Liquid. Genfos at the back. Still crawling in. Should try and get a little bit closer here, but the blue zone will tick away. Aladdin repositioned to 7C. Hold out the east side of Hut 10.
That could have been very bad there. Alpha 7 able to shut down Damwon Kia. Just came out of the water very, very speedily. Falcons, though, still in this, despite having a rough start towards the end of this game. They're going to maybe bring this one back.
Circle finally sent us landward, as we will be spared the swimming antics that S2G have been operating under so far. Deadeyes Guys, Molotov onto Powerful, eliminates Team Falcons. On that northwestern side there, you can see just picking up the pieces for Deadeyes Guys, bring themselves back up to their 3 total players that they have remaining after the res.
Liquid swings past, bops his teammate on the head, you know. Get back in the game. We've got to win this one. Keep your wits about you. Alpha 7, though, swam across. 4 players still alive, John. They have done some absolute magic in terms of survival. Scout, though, 5 eliminations so far for 7C. I think Scout has an idea of where these players are, and Alpha 7 now have to make a long trudge over towards 7C's compound. Great smoke walls. This has been a classic move coming through from Alpha 7 throughout both days of the Afterparty Showdown.
For the position that Vampire Esports have held, the fact that they have no elims surprises me. I feel like they've been close to conflict for the last 10 minutes or so, but it seems like they just haven't opted to go in for these direct fights. They've been playing quite passively, and now the circle moves towards them on the south side shift.
Well, you remember the northwest side, all the teams who have fought over there have lost 1 or 2 players or are completely out of the game entirely. And they've decided to wait and bide their time, swing down towards the south side after this circle centers up just a little bit. And this is going to work out really well for Vampire Esports.
Nade over towards Alpha 7. Mafioso taken down.
Kelsey.
Kelsey for S2G manages to get to land. I mean, this is what loot crates can do for you, right? That's what the airdrops are there for. Get that ghillie in, and especially on Sanhok, could prove to be absolutely crucial. Mythic moves forwards to Mafioso's position. Scout suppressed on the roofline. And they will have to reposition, push further into Hut 10.
Kelsey spotted by Carrillo. They do not let any gunshots go unanswered. Very much on the swivel now. Kelsey's in an awkward scenario. 21 players left here. 7C still with 4. Unfortunately, Bigetron did take a knock there. But now Vampire Esports starting to spread their arms here in the circle, spread their influence.
The darkness swells, hopefully, for Vampire Esports in Hartin. Nades still pouring in towards Alpha 7, but 7C, they're moving into the back of the push for Bigetron. Now crunched between Vampire Esports and 7C. Aladdin falls back as there's answers from the barrels of Bigetron. Spray? Maybe? No. Turned around. Shut down. Mythic keeps them alive. Alpha 7 eliminate S2G.
Goodness me, Mythic has been unbelievable with these spray transfers because you know he's waiting for the money transfers back to his bank account, so he has to make them good. There's no way that anyone's getting behind this team with this player with Alpha 7. Stalwart, though, do take down Revo, and they're in a rough scenario at this moment. They're not quite in the zone yet, and it has been absolutely unbelievable that they've been able to get this far in the first place.
Liquid 1 versus 4 on the push against 7C. Repositions, new side of the warehouse. Do 7C know that he's made this position, made this push? Looks like they're still nading on the left stanchion, but in comes Scout. Looks to be the front man. Pushes into the position that they think he's in. He turns around the side. Liquid needs to get a knock or two as it is getting suppressed from the sidelines. 7C losing players on the off angle, and Liquid repositions yet again. Aladdin wants to go for the push, but Sarang around the side. Excellently executed, but Madman's down. Can 7C pick up the pieces?
Should be able to get this player back up and moving, considering they're still in the zone. Stalwart, Pika takes down Joker. And Stalwart have been very quiet during this map, but still have 3 players. But it's Scry who goes down. And Alpha 7, how have they got in once again? They just escape death from time to time, but now just Mafioso left alive.
They are the survivors here. 8 eliminations, tying up with 7C on 8 as well. But you're right, it is only Mafioso with so much to do and a long way to run. 7C looking their way. Stalwart as well, putting that lead right down range. And Mafioso trying his best not to eat it for lunch.
Vampires, they know where the shade is from the blue, and you'd expect it to be so. As it moves down towards their position, Stalwart's still ahead of them. They've not had to do too much at all, and they're starting to get some eliminations, 2 so far, but it's that 10K that they're looking for this game.
If Alpha 7 can take down 7C, or, well, I'll stop that sentence right there, because that is going to even up the elimination points. If 7C go down right now, could potentially be a little bit tricky on the tiebreaker for most eliminations, but Stalwart, they're suffering. In comes Vampire, pushing on through. They want the 10K chicken dinner. They want that money. And who can blame them? Champions of the PMWI here at the Afterparty Showdown. And spraying around the corner, Scout can't quite win out the fight against Pika. Pika's just a little bit too on the ball, but Sarang has the bead, has the angle. Scout, potential to get res, but Ravenclaw might have something to say about it.
This is so rough here. It's very, very lucky they were able to get that knock onto Schweppes and delay the fight, but Scout gets taken down. Now just Sarang and Aladdin, but Fluka with the DBS in hand.
What are you going to do against Dubbig Shotgun? Pushes on in, no Sarang out of the building. Aladdin down, 1 player left. They know exactly where he is. 7C to fall under the gaze of Vampire Esports, taking the chicken dinner on Sanhok.
Vampire Esports, they may have been slow in the beginning like a turtle, but towards the end with the DBS, they were showing the shells to 7C. They're out of it, and Vampire Esports will take home the chicken dinner and the 10K for that one. Beautiful stuff overall. You love to see it. They were just seeing the future, man.
Absolutely, and Alpha 7 staying in super late, consolidating their point lead. I mean, it feels like this team, at the moment, nigh on uncatchable on the points totals.
Honestly, I am incredibly surprised how heated it's getting here in the Afterparty Showdown. Every single team is looking to earn money wherever they can at the moment. S2G as well, you gotta love it from Galaxy. He was like, right, no one's picked up on these loot crates. I'm going to grab them myself and get a little money on the side. But Vampire Esports, 7C, India and Thailand going out towards the end. It's a beautiful way to finish that match.
What a game on Sanhok, but we've got a little bit more for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
Vampire Esports, another big win coming out of them today. That's 2 for them, and that's 2 for Team Falcons and 1 for Alpha 7. We could have another day here, a back-to-back day of 3 teams getting themselves 2 wins apiece. Let's take a look at our match rankings brought to you by STC so you can see all the points collected by them and, of course, the other teams out there who did participate. And speaking about participating, 7C Esports getting 16 points as well, tying things up.
It was always scary for them at some point. Like, you were talking about one compound in particular, north of Hatton, they had to take to try and stop Alpha 7 from getting involved.
Oh,
but
yes.
They're just full center in the middle and try to get a really good spot.
Sorry, I was still embodying the soul of John Allen there for a moment. Yeah, you're right.
You're
I
in his
mean,
spot. Yeah.
it's thank you. It's ultimately, yeah. There were moments where 7C could have really kind of held out positions, but yeah, it's just. It's crazy in those urban warfare moments where you're trying to move from wall to wall, trying to go from compound to compound, and then with all of that. But Vampires played it excellently to deal with 7C at the end.
That compound movement was indeed brought to you by 7C.
John Allen. Sorry. Sorry, continue.
But you were talking about, actually, while we were watching that 7C, making some missteps there, actually, with how they were dealing with Alpha 7, because Scout was on top of the roof before they transitioned in towards a different building, so he was keeping them zoned out, but then when they transitioned, they didn't go directly to the location that you were looking for, Colars.
I suppose. I mean, ultimately, the blue was pushing them. It's difficult to stay where they were, and then they could have potentially been vulnerable had it been kind of a roof-to-roof situation. So not exactly the easiest situation to be in whatsoever.
Yeah, and I do believe also that there's a situation where Alpha 7 do actually win that, right? I think that 7C got a little bit lucky, quote-unquote, because there was Kelsey from S2G that was like took down 2 players from that location. If they go in there as a 4-man, I think there's a clear chance they win that game.
And the cool moment is because Kelsey is trying to salvage some money in this game because SGG had gone down so early. Yeah. He's swimming around, getting crates. He comes up on the shoreline, has a ghillie as well as an MG3 during all of that. So, yeah, it was difficult for them to spot him, and then he becomes this proper spoiler for them to try and move up forward.
I wonder what would have happened if he wasn't spoiling, because I think he got a knock and a flush onto at least one member of Alpha 7.
Yeah.
And then it was Mythic that was able to finally finish him off. But one team I did want to talk about here is the team in 4th place, Stalwart Esports. Where have they been today?
To be honest, this entire Afterparty Showdown they've been pretty transparent, right? I think they've had a hard time adapting to this kind of lobby, to these type of matches in particular. So yeah, still not quite able to convert a win. I would like to expect at least one win coming out from Stalwart, but they just haven't been able to even get to the late game consistently. They're just very topsy-turvy right now.
Yeah, they've bled out in some of these games. Then they've been kind of crunched down on in some of these games. They've not been able to catch too much of a break.
Yeah. Yeah, well, hopefully in duos they'll be able to do so as they were leading at the start of the day. Let's take a look at some highlights, though, from this last match. Maybe we will see Kelsey channeling his inner mermaid, swimming from box to box, crate to crate to...
Yeah?
I wish we had that on camera. I do have a video of it, though, Max. Don't worry.
Oh, no.
We can post it up on Instagram.
Don't blackmail
Social media.
This blackmail is brought to you by John Allen. But still, I mean, a rough game nonetheless.
He's molding on the sidelines right now. It's brilliant.
One thing I did want to bring up, though, Claris, that I was mentioning before we actually went on air was, 7C, they've had a very rough day today. And I did ask you, do you think 7C got this far in the game because of the zone that was kind of gifted to them?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Harting, once it's moving up there, they're kind of holding in a very spread split. And I think that's really good for the earlier versions of these circles. Obviously, you had one guy over in kind of the dumpster area on the bridge actually holding people out as well. So it's a heavy split. It works out for this.
Yeah.
They did get together when they needed to, which is obviously kind of rule 101 for PUBG Mobile when it comes to these later circles. But again, transitioning through the urban ending is very difficult.
I think if it's any other compound, they could have held it. But like Hatton is a relatively big compound. For one whole team, holding all of those angles is a very hard task at hand.
It's not a compound. It's basically a city.
It's a mini city, basically, right?
Yeah.
So like, and because of that, Vampire could actually enter from the western side. If they actually had like a smaller compound, maybe they hold it. But that big of a city, quote unquote, is like just too hard to hold on to.
Yeah.
Well, we can see here, though, S2G 1 slot away from getting the full casino, the full slot machine.
The full package?
Considering they had not much going on in the later stages of the game, that's extremely respectable. It shows how much potential there is in the early moments of the game.
And they've been dominating Paradise today. Like, they won it in the duo Showmatch versus R8. They won it here with, like, 4v4 versus R8 again. Like, they are truly the kings of Paradise Resort. So if I'm R8 and I want to get more money, I might avoid it now.
I think when it comes to Paradise, they're doing a good job of controlling the outer walls, looking in on the compound. They're very good at that. If you've got a team that's dropping on the inner building, you're kind of a little bit paralyzed as to where you can move. If you can move into the courtyards of Paradise, that gets sketchy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we actually take a look at our overall rankings because I'm curious to see who will be sitting number 1. It should still be Alpha 7 with Falcons getting close. And we'll see. Yeah, I mean, that's actually still pretty decent lead, to be fair. And even Vampire with the 2 wins today haven't closed that gap up against the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, right now is the time to see. We're going to be seeing other teams get chicken dinner right now because it's a high contest and no one wants to share that $10,000 at the top.
I mean, at this rate, Alpha 7 is almost guaranteed to break $100,000 at the very end of all of this, once all the prize pool is tallied up, etc., and things like that. So the fact that they've been able to put 70k on the board for first place and still have a lead of, the 36 points that they do, that's nuts here from Alpha 7.
Yeah, with all the extra rewards on top too, right? They might reach 200k, like total plus the first place if they can remain up there. So like 200k in this format, unexpected, but it could happen.
Well, you're talking about 100Ks, you're talking about 200Ks. What about Vampire Esports, who have won 500,000 from the main event and are now sitting on 36? Like, that's 536,000, not including what they get for just being here. And obviously the team intros and the duos. That's a lot of money that they're sitting on.
And $500,000 now, you get that like pocket money. It's fine.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was you talking about this, Max, actually. The Vampire Esports, they went into this event, the second part of the event, right, thinking that if we just do okay here, we all could just buy houses flat out.
Yeah, they said, like, if we win 3-4 games and we do really good in 3-4 matches, like, we get a house pretty much. Like, they got 2.
That's crazy.
Right now, so if they get 2 more, like, they got a house. So, good investment.
What's better than 2 houses? 3
houses.
You can see down the list, though, on our rankings. I mean, S2G, $59,000, but in 5th place is insane as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're still going to see another chicken dinner from these guys, right? Unfortunately, I feel like they are taking some early skirmishes, but if they make it as a 3 or 4-man crew into the late game and they have a good position, we saw it yesterday on Livik in particular, they are a team that can close off games in really, really strong fashion. So I don't think we're going to see them end with 2 wins. I think we expect a few more. And I'm not going to shave my eyebrows. No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Ultimately, though, still kind of impressed that Bigetron Red Aliens have been able to gather the amount of points that they have without, with almost dodging some of the money in essence for this. But, there's still big money for placement overall moving forwards. It seems like that seems to be their focus currently.
S2G in 5th place when it comes to points, but 2nd place when it comes to earnings. Really well done by them, and obviously whenever S2G do well, we have the Turkish crew next to us, the talent, they're screaming. They are popping off, brought to you by S2G.
Yeah.
Damwon Kia, though, they've been insanely quiet today, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit quiet, unfortunately. I think that a few teams that we wanted to see actually pop off have been a little bit quiet. I want to see more from Stalwart in particular. Like, they really struggle. Yeah.
Didn't Damwon Kia have 40k coming into today? Correct me if I'm wrong. But if that is the case, then they're still at 40k. So it's really
I can tell you in a second when
thank you.
Actually take a look at a head-to-head matchup here between the Falcons and I believe, if I remember correctly,
You're stalling for time.
The team, of course, that has done exceptionally well today, Vampires.
That's not
I just sometimes talk really slow.
Okay, cool.
So
Yes.
where's that one?
Here's Vampire and Team Falcons, two of the
That's what I
greatest
said.
teams. As Jason continues to stall for some more time, Max, what have you got to say about this?
They're two amazing teams. They're great teams. Brought to you by John Allen, of course.
This entire segment has been brought to you in part by the man himself. But yeah, I think Vampires, we've seen from them here, very, very well done in terms of even the movement into the Hartin area during all of this. Because again, coming in from where they did from kind of south-west, with all of the teams congregated around that, and it being very open to get into there as well, it was quite impressive.
And seeing for Team Falcons here, they're playing like pretty much every battlegrounds, the edge play. And it's been working great for them so far. They don't really try and play central. They just play the edge. They go to the eliminations. If they still have the numbers in the late game, we saw it early on Livik, they can close off games too. So Falcons, happy to see them actually stepping up on day 2.
No healing attempt in Sanhok this time around.
Maybe it's due to the fact that the blue zone ticks harder after the fifth zone.
But we're still seeing people try it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, right, you talked about muscle memory. Teams kind of get into that mindset of like play it out like the way we normally do, and they're not really taking those changes into effect. You know, you've been talking about this graphic being brought to us by John Allen. Actually, it's brought to us by Aramco, one of the sponsors here of this event, making sure this event can be possible, as well as Saudi on top of that. And not to mention Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. Fantastic.
The man himself.
The man himself. The man, the myth, the legend, making
Yeah.
this event happen for us. You can see we have 1 minute and 10 left to go until we head into our final match with Miramar. But remember, we do have our screenshot, our best moments of the entire event, and you guys can win rewards at home. Make sure you guys are taking screenshots of your favorite moments over on YouTube and Instagram, and tag PMWI Best Shot to win a cool PUBG Mobile statue. If you want information, make sure you go check out our social media to find out about that. But we are heading to the final match of this part of the event. We obviously have the duo show match thereafter. But the question is, can Alpha 7 pick up a victory and yet again, in back-to-back days, have only 3 teams winning every match? So on over to our commentators, though, of John Allen and Blink.
Felt a little bit personally attacked in that last death segment. I don't know what's going on. They're just getting a bit aggy with it.
I think so. To be fair, Kalaris does a really good impression of you, John, to be honest with you. It's very much your likeness.
My name's Kilaris. I've got square buttons and I stand on a box.
I don't know,
What do you
man.
think?
It wasn't that good.
Do you think? I think it was perfect. I think it was spot on.
I don't actually sound anything like it. I feel like Kalaris actually does a really good impression of you. I mean, if you ever need to do any voiceover work, you could just hire Kalaris to do it for you. But I don't really think you bring that same talent for doing Kalaris.
Do you not think?
No, I'm really sorry.
Oh, well.
Do you want a basketball fact?
I would love a basketball fact right now.
Okay, so there was an interviewer who went to a high school game in America, and on the first try of sending the basket in, first take, by the way, got it in, and then all the people, all the staff at that high school event took him out for dinner, and he had a great time.
And everybody clapped.
And everybody clapped. You can find the video online.
What if I can't?
Well, then, you message me and I direct you in the location. Whoa, okay, Alpha 7. Dear me. I'll direct your focus now to the Afterparty Showdown, most eliminations and highest damage. Alpha 7, it's all them all day, every day.
I mean, nothing really stopping them at this stage. What was it, 70K so far in earnings?
Rubbish headshots, though.
Oh, I thought you meant the pictures. I was like, what, you're being so mean for?
No, they're just rubbish at headshots. That's all.
No, I see what you mean there. I do see what you mean. Although, wasn't it an Alpha 7 player at the top?
It was Mythic, but they didn't have all 3 up there, so I'm disappointed.
Oh, okay. That's fair. And they need way more Nadalims than that. I mean, come on.
Yeah, 2's like one
sucks.
less than the top guy.
Yeah, rubbish. Appalling.
Unfortunately, we still have the very charismatic Damar here, 343 meters, which we're all happy about. Unfortunately, A7 are not so happy, but you got to love the smile on Damar. What a cool guy. He was always smiling on stage, as well. He looks like a really sweet guy. I saw him down the player lounge, and he just looked extremely happy. And I think that's how everyone should approach PUBG Mobile.
No, I think great sadness. What do you think?
I think you're wrong.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to go hang with Damar now because you are bringing bad vibes to these games here on Miramar.
Good vibes only on Miramar for this game. The last of the main 4-player squad games today. Match number 6. Of course, we still have the duos game later, so make sure you stick around for that. But if you are sticking around for that, you might as well watch in-game. Watch PMWI together in the in-game esports center with your friends to win PMWI special sets. I'm Sean Connery now.
Okay, then. Unbelievable stuff. I like that a lot, yeah. Anyway, if you want to also look good in-game, not quite like Sean Connery, more like Indy, Harrison Ford. Everybody knows that guy looks very dapper. You can also look dapper with a PMWI gun skin and outfit. So those packages for PMWI are on sale for only a limited time, so grab them whilst you can. And you can also win yourself some PMWI treasure chests if you play PUBG Mobile during the PMWI, which you should all be doing. Because right now, these games are getting me fired up, hyped up to play some matches over on Miramar, over on Erangel, even Sanhok, Karakin, Livik. We've got it all here today over on the Afterparty Showdown, as well as tomorrow. So make sure you remain tuning in.
I've got a question for you, Blaine.
Okay.
If you had to do an impression of one of the other talent.
Tell me what you really think about me.
Can't be me.
Okay.
Who would it be?
Who would I do an impression? Yeah.
I'll put you on the spot here.
Well, Max, actually, because, you know,
Do you think?
the producer, Addy, who is a beautiful, lovely guy, reminded me that at the start of the day for me, I did a great Max Extreme impression, so I probably would do Max.
That's fair.
Yeah. Common Tapple 2.
Oh. Oh, no. Oh.
Savla.
I didn't think it could get worse. I didn't think it could get worse.
Com 7C Com Sar.
That wasn't terrible.
Yeah.
That was uphill slightly, but to be fair, rock bottom only has upwards trajectories.
Yeah. It's kind of my French is not great, unfortunately.
Tu ne parles pas français?
Je ne parle français. Je parle en français un peu.
Oh. Habla español?
No.
That's still French.
No, Addy, I cannot speak German either.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Yeah, I've got all. I know this is a multi-language stream. Unfortunately, I'll have to keep it to English because it's the only one I can do justice. If I start doing other languages, I will have people shouting at me in Instagram or all over. You know, they'll be very angry.
Oh dear. Madman on the road, cut across by Kato, but Sarang's there for the backup. It's a 3-way engagement on the positions here for 7C versus Riyadh. Looks like no one's really going down just yet. No one quite landing those shots, but Rex cut off from the rest of the squad.
Oh, and also shots taken from Madman. Not happy about this one. The Midi 14 comes into effect with a big result.
Here you go. Here's a fact. Another European language, albeit a dead one. Rex in Latin means king.
Well, good for him. 7C, though, Sarang continues to harangue Riyadh over here. Kaito comes in. There's a nade that comes through. I think both players had the same idea there. First aid kit. I don't think you need it right now, laddie. Maybe later, though.
Kaito losing the teammate. 7C managed to get that first elimination bounty as well. A swift 2K. Looking for a little bit more than that as well. They want the squad wipe. Kato goes down. Madman able to find it flush from Sarang. 7C moving as a unit. 2 players left for Riyadh.
Yeah, looking a lot more confident as we head into the latter half of the day here. You love to see it. There's the earnings on the screen. Alpha 7 firmly at the top with 70k. Ooh. You got the A7 and the 70k in the bank. I know that makes 7 Worlds Gaming happy to see. S2G underneath 159k. I mean, those guys, though, they've kind of been scrounging some money where they can, and I respect it, man. I respect it big time. You know, if you can't take the chicken dinner, take what you can elsewhere.
I mean, S2G, yeah, right. That's what they do.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Gaming. Yeah, that's what I was, yeah, just
that's what you're saying.
I was emphasizing your point.
Are you also saying that?
Sorry, who are you?
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
They let you in? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, they do. I don't know where you've come from.
Apparently I'm a timeless entity. That's what I've been told.
Right, anyway, at the game, 7C moving down. Circle's already hitting. Absolutely, we have to remind you all at home that these games are accelerated. We want the pace of these games to be fast, quick, and action-packed, which is exactly why we're doing this. Teams will have to make their way into the circles pronto. Los Leones on the western side do have Deadeyes Guys, and all the teams didn't have a lot of time to loot up, but there is a fair few decent paths of rotation to get into this one. A few of them using the eastern roads. That's R8 who are still making their way down. D77 though, he is a bit far out. He's still in El Azahar. The rest of this team, you know, asking him if he can hurry up just a little bit.
On the back foot, maybe. Hopefully boosters on the cards for Mafioso. They'll need to heal up. Because he's got one energy drink there in the pocket. And a little bit of a booster there still on the bar. See? Still in the first phase though, so might need to get a little bit more. And they're still a way out. 3 first aid kits though. They will be absolutely fine. It's still early circles. Western side looking a little bit more open than the east right now. Though Nigma Galaxy do have that west road on lock. The closest engagement, I think you can see right in the middle there, just near power grid on the south side, Stalwart and 7C. Very, very close to one another.
Yeah, one of the players there rotating through. Rod's in front of A7. Revo immediately spots this and careens off to the right-hand side. So that drops out for just a second, maybe to take some shots, but decides against it, realizes, you know, they're just in as much trouble as Alpha 7 is right now, trying to get into the zone itself. But we are heading down towards Chumacera right now. Nigma Galaxy rotating dangerously close to Dam 1 Kia. Not actually taking any shots as of yet. I think both these teams concerned with their own well-being, and this is a gentleman's agreement that we shall ride into the zone itself. I take it back. Lord, you are a very naughty man. This is not how this is meant to go down.
That's against the code, unfortunately. But fortunately enough, doesn't actually manage to land too many shots. Doesn't really do too much to slow things down. Just diverts course slightly. Looks like Riyadh still on the warpath. I mean, they didn't get the memo that the duos game is next game. They are going to be playing with 2. Sung in a flaming car right now. We'll have to try and regroup. Just keeping himself nice and warm. You know, warming the hands at the fire. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, I mean, he's having a happy time there. I mean, he will have to get that vehicle soon because it does have a bit of a time limit on it. S2G rocking up to Deadeyes Guys. Silas will be tossing a grenade soon. Takes a couple of shots. I'll have to put that pin back in it.
Shifu needs to have an impact from the off angle here. It is outnumbered right now for the Deadeyes Guys on their current position. Turulov around the side there, trying to keep this angle suppressed. Beautifully found there. An off angle for Joker at the back there, all the way across the way. Nearly shut down, but still up, still kicking, and still pumping out lead. S2G falter on their push.
5K bounty is still here, John. No team eliminations have come through as of yet. Sadat just drops out and lays Scry low there.
Knock found, actually, over onto Chari, who will have to drop down. I think Vampire Esports weren't too far away from this. Raze knows where Shifu is now, drops the smoke, stops the push up the ridgeline, seeing him on that angle. A nade over from Silas, still not quite under the watchful gaze of Shifu, swings around the side, repositions the buggy, potentially a little bit of cover there. But are S2G wanted to go for this, or are they disengaging?
Really sparse on loot at the moment. S2G, if you took a quick peek at their meds, you can see right there, bandages, 1 painkiller, 1 energy drink. It's really rough in terms of stims as well as medical supplies. This would be a fight that would be nice to win, just to, you know, steal some equipment off the enemy team. But I think right now, Deadeyes Guys are certainly outlasting S2G. Move just a bit further into the zone here so they can keep this fight going for a little bit longer. Circle heads back up towards Picardo. Stalwart, a little bit unhappy with this one though after losing Scry there.
This is this engagement right on the eastern side of the next circle. Raze not quite finding those angles. That was the first airdrop collected. Did you catch who it was? I was focused on the engagement.
I did. Yeah.
Who was it?
I gave him a little golf clap as well. It's Ralph. Picked himself up. A nice little airdrop. That's on the western side of the map. Directly opposed to this engagement here, which is right on the eastern edge. R8 are moving in through the northern side of this engagement. I wonder if we're going to have the back and forth between R8 taking down S2G, S2G taking down R8. Could be amusing, but it looks like R8 are more prioritizing getting into the circle itself here.
Kelsey on the roof. Covered, actually. I think this is a pretty good spot for Kelsey. The way up to the roof is covered by his two teammates, meaning that if you push up, you need to deal with Silas, you need to deal with Raze first. Either that, or you just win out those trades hands down. Ooh, potentially able to bobble a little smoke there onto the stairs to push on up. They know Kelsey's up there, but they can't quite get there yet. And it's not going to be super easy to make that push unless you can get a little bit of a squeaky, cheeky play done.
Yeah, they're kind of locked in this fight now, though, with Kelsey on the top side. It's going to be difficult to get him down without completing that fight. You can see already the blue has made its way over to the circle, so it is not waiting around for any of these teams. It is go time. Next circle about to hit and heads down towards Alpha 7. Looking to pack another chicken dinner into that backpack of theirs. And honestly, they're going to need a level 3 at this rate because they have had so many.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be one each if they can take this one home. Lovely nade onto Raze. This is what we were talking about before. The openings that need to be found in order to get up towards Kelsey. Silas laid bare, somehow dodging through the hailstorm of bullets. Staying alive for the time being. Hang on a minute. Who's this? Someone else coming into the engagement potentially? No. Shifu does get spotted. Kelsey shooting on down. That's where the bullets were coming from. Now they're looking to try and mount up this pressure. Nades potentially popping out through the windows. Kelsey trying to swerve around the side, and Silas still going out in the open.
I mean, they're not making it easy for Deadeyes Guys, I'll tell you that now. Kelsey, though, with the UMP, continues to send Deadeyes Guys further down. At some point, Deadeyes Guys will have to leave. Kelsey can almost sacrifice himself here for the greater good so that potentially Silas is able to leave.
Maybe trying to look for another way, but seems like the only one that's going to work on out. Deadeyes Guys really getting slowed down here. Trying to evacuate their location. Kelsey takes a nade, and that is the end of the Castle King at the top of the building. Los Leones must be left now. Silas still alive, but on the northern side and alone for S2G.
Yeah, there's your sacrifice made by Kelsey. Silas drops him the salute. He starts to run away here, but he has locked them down. Stalwart Pika, top, action. Still in this one, they're only lost Scry earlier on, so 3 players still up here, ready to go. You can see Alpha 7 off in the distance, but they're very central. They'll be waiting this game out. Damar, nice shots down towards Aladdin.
Nicely found. Shots to the back of Scout. Coming in, potentially a third party. I think that might have been R8 potentially chiming in, or maybe even Rod. But 7C suffering heavily right next to Stalwart. That is not the place where you want to take a couple of unfortunate knocks, and that is the end of Stalwart. A nice nade over the top. Oh, it was Vampire Esports who chimed in onto Scout. Look at the number of teams that just got those limbs onto 7C as we tune on in with R8 and Falcons.
Yeah, Bando got knocked on the approach from Yusuf with a very nice nade here. Falcons only have 2 players, but so far they are sending this 4-man unit back. Yusuf keeps popping down the stairs. They're very low HP, not really having opportunities to heal off. As of yet, you can see Prestige tries to pop the first aid, but it's just too little too late. And now Never Alone, the clutch maestro, hits one.
You can't jump those gaps when Never Alone is on the case. Unfortunately, the blue zone is too much to handle. And R8, with 1 player left, are still going, but they lose that swiftly. Vampire Esports take them down, and now just Yusuf is there. I don't think you can res in this zone. Yusuf just needs to heal, if he can.
Ooh, Vampire Esports and Alpha 7. They've been going at it with the fisticuffs at the moment in these games. Coming off Vikendi, where it was one or the other there to get the chicken dinner. And now they're both inside this circle. It could go either way depending on the next shift. But Nigma Galaxy, they're in already. Revo goes down to Lord.
Excellent find through the doorway. Lord up to the wall. Will be able to get this first aid off. Closes the door. Stops that vision. Nicely opened onto the engagement. Revo smoked out. Mythic wants to try and get his teammate to safety, but you can't make that break. Not yet. Not until you get an off angle. Not until you can suppress the position for Nigma Galaxy.
Hits Revo very hard there with the grenade, and it's unlikely to get their boy back up again. Now Alpha 7 once more down to 3. Nigma Galaxy causing huge problems. Vampire Esports have problems of their own though. As down one Kia swoop into the compound underneath them on the south side of the circle itself. But they'll have to cross the road, so it's really interesting. There's 3 very good compounds inside this circle, but all depends on this next shift where it goes, especially with the crossroads right here. How do you get across these open zones?
It's brutal. Open ground. A couple of ridges to play around, but the speed at which you can traverse them, super, super low. Rod try and crash straight on in, and it's all going to be a part of the seams, but finally they stitch it back together. Fortunately, there's an off angle for top, and they will be able to stay in with 3.
That's the kind of response time you want from your teammate. The enemy team falls, and just as that happens, action rolls up, and the buggy is immediately getting you back up on your feet. In this case, you don't get a rest playing with Stalwart. You are constantly in the game.
Fortunately, Stalwart now drawing attention. Vampire Esports sending shots their way. I think that was shots coming through from Bigetron. Really, really far away there. And shots from Alpha 7 as well. Schweppes taken down a peg. Hopefully Vampire Esports can get that one back up. Here's a replay of the crash that came through from Rod. Pika does go down, but it is that angle from top.
Yeah, action was coming in hot there. He had the sirens on and everything. A little bit unfortunate for Vampire Esports. They do push out just a little bit, but now it's time to recoalesce. This is a fantastic shift for them. And down one Kia's compound's just about out. It will give them some survival time. Turulov looking to hold on here. Last member of his team for Deadeyes Guys, but surrounded by the aliens.
Bigetron with Genforce trying to pop a nade in. A little bit left on that nade, but might do the job. Just a slimmer HP left. But they know where he is now. Genforce pushes up to the vehicle, takes it away. Bandages, only the 1 for Turulov. It's not great.
He's going to be really struggling. Just try to get as many points as possible for himself. Now Alpha 7 will have to deal with the rest of Nigma Galaxy. They're ahead of them here in their rotational path. They're absolutely stacked though. Good smokes. Once again, the train comes through. And they're looking to move through the steam here and start somewhat strong for themselves. Molotov out the window will prevent the push-up just a little bit. And with the confusion laid bare by the smokes, that was a nice nade. Starts things off strong. A7 heavily injured now.
Bigetron will eliminate the Deadeyes Guys, but in goes that push. Carrillo in the corner. Mythic and Mafioso trying to give any sort of support that they can. Ooh. Lord takes a little bit of damage from a nade around the side. Carrillo up the stairs. A little bit of respite, a little bit of safety. Trying to blow the doors off the hinges as Ralph goes down first, bringing the numbers even so far. Mafioso, though, is going to get traded off. The flush is good, but Carrillo's there, caught with nade in hand. The push comes through from Momodi, and he's allowed to sneak through the gaps. Only 1 player now for Alpha 7, and they know where he is. It's Carrillo up the stairs, potentially looking to get this res if the doors are going to keep that cover going, but Carrillo opts instead to pop that Molotov down and give themselves a little bit more cover.
That was an insanely fast molly he brought out. He knew exactly what he had to do in that moment, but he tries to move out of the building. But it's BTR. Genforce comes out of nowhere. They've moved upon this position, and Nigma Galaxy are just completely trapped.
But BTR have moved up to this position. They've given ground to Vampire Esports, who have now got the lion's share of this next circle.
I mean, they've been here for such a long time, John. It's been very difficult for them not to take all this space, but they're starting to push out. Ooh. Once again, the cloak of the Vampire starts to envelop the rest of these teams. It's a question of whether they can continue to dominate in the circle. Lord still alive, though.
They're controlling down one Kia on the south side of the road. They are moving into position to block out Bigetron. With Genforce down already, they're locked in this engagement. The ridgelines are so bare, so barren for them on this Miramar. And Vampire Esports control the circle. They control the quadrant. They're gonna have another chance to take home another 10K.
This will be beautiful stuff for them. They'll be happy with the money that they've earned. They've got a fair few team eliminations as well, so there's potential for even more cash on the line for them. Beautiful nade from Song, though, from down one Kia.
And another.
3 players still going.
Oh, didn't quite find anything else there. The res should be possible over onto Ravenclaw. Song, you imagine, doesn't have too much more in the back pocket in terms of utility. and maybe even then wants to save it.
Oh, dear.
Bigetron regrouping. Zuxi spotted. They will not be able to move forward to more than 3.
They take their chances there as well. I love that from BTR. They hear the third party, instantly wrap around and try and surround them from both teams' side, understanding that Damwon Kia is over towards the south. They'll take the north, and now Vampire Esports are going to have to play out their mind as a 4 to prevent these teams from just starting to crush them between 2 walls of players.
They need to take one of these fights or certainly win it out as fast as possible. The nades continue to just bobble over the top of the roadside from Damwon Kia. Unfortunately for them, the blue zone is pushing. They will have to move. The smoke wall has been established. They will push through. Frontman Sung looking to try and draw some fire potentially, try and allow those teammates to refrag. Jumping in, trying to gather info. The smoke starts to clear. Vampire Esports have clear reign. Across with the car. Fabian careens across the side. Sung taken down on the first push. Fabian low as well. Should be handled. Now they need to turn their attention to the last player from Damwon Kia. Trying to get across. It's looking hairy. It's looking ropey. And I don't think they're going to be able to do too much more. Forest finally dealt with. Schweppes did go down in the meantime. What can BTR do?
Really good smokes coming out from Vampire Esports to isolate that fight between them and Damwon Kia.
Big.
Another nade, though, onto Ravenclaw, and now it's 2 versus BTR, but there's 2 down! How does it happen? Just Luxy alive!
Last player going in. Fluketh 1 versus 1 against Luxy from BTR. One of the longest standing members on this roster. Made the name for Bigetron. They've been dodging the money all day, all tournament at this after-party showdown. Is now the time that they take that 10K. A nade pours in over the top. The reses are coming through, and they are denied yet again. Vampire Esports take the 10.
Quick on the swivel, quick on the game, and quick on the decisions coming through from Vampire Esports in those final moments. It was very, very difficult. You know, it felt one of those stressful situations where you're in an escape room, you see both the walls start to close, and you have to figure out a solution in that moment. And you know, Stoned, the rest of the team, they had a solution in the back pocket. They've trained for this exact moment.
Certainly did. I mean, it worked out incredibly well. We know what sort of strength they have in these engagements. We talked about it so much. We've praised them so many times. But we've got an American, a Frenchman, and a Yorkshireman to talk about the match standings. Brought to you by STC.
I was wondering if I was the Frenchman there, and then I realized we have Max, and I also realized I have no ability to do accents whatsoever. But anyways, Vampire Esports, they take the 3rd win, 30,000 bucks on the day just from chicken dinners alone, 23 points as well, helping close that gap right behind Alpha 7. But Bigetron, that was the first time we've seen them really show up so far yet today, Max.
I'm a little bit offended you forgot about me for a second there, Jason, but hey, still here, not going anywhere, not especially my eyebrows. But yeah, Vampire able to get himself the win here, good to see on their side. And yeah, back-to-back coming into this one. I believe the first back-to-back we had, even though a lot of teams actually got 2 wins yesterday. So yeah, Vampire, they're here to play, they're here to take the wins and get themselves a big portion of that prize pool.
Yeah, nobody wants to share these wins, which I think is kind of cool to see, to be honest, with the effective dominance of some of these big teams up at the top being able to consistently assert themselves well with the positions that they're taking here. And Vampire Esports, once again, does so well. And it also shows, at the very end of this game, the importance of keeping even just a little bit of utility here or there, because being able to get those nice arcs on those nades and being able to shut down a 1v1 almost instantaneously against a potentially deadly threat in Luxy is very important.
You had very predictable lines of sight, right, that were going to come out from the other side. So if you do not have that nade, I think that he could have picked up the 1v2 pretty easily because you knew exactly where they're going to peek from.
And I think he had the better equipment because Luxy had an AUG.
True.
Going up against that gun is a laser. So I don't really want to take a 1v1 against that, to be honest.
Yeah, I've been learning quite well not to take 1v1s pretty much against anyone because I'm terrible at PUBG Mobile. But still, I mean, it was at least great to see Bigetron step up. The funny thing was we're watching the match in our room, and we have the Indonesian talent room next to us who are 5 minutes ahead of us because we're on a little bit of a delay. And we hear them scream, and they're like, oh, I guess Bigetron's doing well. I guess they're going to be at the end of the game. But yeah, in the end, like they still weren't able to close things out. And I don't remember where they actually stand when it comes to the match awards ranking. But I feel like they're one of the lower teams.
They indeed are, yes. They were kind of very middle ground in terms of overall placements, but it was pushing them up enough to kind of negate where the overall rewards from money came along, but they still were very low. So this will give them a little bit of a boost, I guess, for all of this. And I like some of the transitions that they were doing. Although that being said, they're not on there. So maybe the next page, question mark.
Stalwart's still taking money every time. Even though they didn't get the wins, they still bring in some money every single game. So they still clearly have a game plan in mind, even though it's not like chicken dinner oriented. They still get some money, right? So you can't really argue with that one too much.
Yeah. But I feel like that domination we saw in the first week out of Stalwart has just completely disappeared.
Yeah,
Where have they gone?
We were expecting like some pretty major changes, right? Because main tournament compared to the Afterparty Showdown, everything is different, right? So not too surprised. But one thing that has remained consistent, though, is the fact that Vampire dominate not only the rankings, but also these extra prizes, the game awards and eliminations. teams eliminated too. I mean, yeah. I mean, 500k was not enough for them.
Yeah, and you know what? They might come out winning this event as well. I mean, you think about PMGC down the line, Vampire Esports are definitely putting a bullseye on their back for all the teams to come for.
Especially since we saw Alpha 7 put their head above the parapet so far here when it comes to the lead as a whole. But yeah, Vampire is really bringing the fight back to them with another 23 points on the board. I'm looking forward to the overalls.
I mean, they were looking at buying a house potentially. I think you can buy way more than a house is how much they want here. They're going to get a whole mansion. Okay?
They could buy us a house.
I'll accept it. Thank you.
I'll take it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, James, you have a house.
Yeah, true. But that's a big catch-up.
I'm more of a Mustard fan myself, to be honest, but 27 points, Vampire Esports are behind Alpha 7. We're only down by 12,000 bucks. So we did have S2G up quite heavily when it came to money. They're actually in second place still when it comes to just the earnings alone. But obviously the prize pool at the very end, determined by your ranking or placing, still is quite a big factor.
Yeah, S2G really struggling to convert chicken dinners, mostly due to the fact that they're taking a lot of early mid-game fights, right? They lose a player here and there, and then late game, if you don't have the full squad, then you're going to struggle because you've got Alpha 7, you've got Vampire still there as a 4-man squad. Damn One, if you're one of the games where they're popping off, they're still alive. So S2G need to maybe rework the early stage to make sure they can get a chance for those wins.
Damn One's still alive in a lot of these end circles, but because they're not getting the chicken dinner conversion off the back of it, and they're not really being flashy up towards it as well, they're not getting first eliminations, they're not getting most team eliminations, etc., and things like that. They're really not moving in terms of much money whatsoever. So actually, for a Damn One, it's been quite a little bit of a fall off here throughout the day, considering they were nicely in second place.
I feel like we kind of expected that, at least when it comes to earnings, right? Damn One don't really have a playstyle that allows them to get up these big rewards. They're not usually getting the first eliminations or the most amount of squad wipes. Exactly. They're a team more about winning and getting to those late zones. So it's kind of reflected in that.
I would also say there's been a major change of aggressiveness in general from yesterday to today. I think teams you're looking at Rad, you're looking at R8, 7C, Deadeyes Guys a little bit too at some time. They see, okay, we're not getting a lot of money, right? That is the goal of this tournament. It's not like the main tournament, you're going to get 500k. No, that's not the case. Here, you want to be extra aggressive. And I think that is hurting the side of Damon a little bit more. There's very positional focus, right? Sure. And teams are willing to contest a lot more, so they use players and then chicken dinners. They don't really come your way as often.
Yeah, or you catch circle and you've got a nice spot to play with. But it's not happened here throughout the day, really, for them, to be honest, so it's difficult.
Okay, well, we do have a minute 20 left. Remember, that was our last when it comes to squads. We're going to be heading over to duos in our show match here.
That's right. Yeah, I'm excited for it. Obviously, we saw Stalwart not have the best of starts in the duos today, but yesterday was great for them. Keen to see what's going to happen here. It's Livik, right?
It is. It is. Thank you very much for reminding us all at home. Livik with duos would be extremely exciting, but we can't get to that until I tell you about STC, about Spotify, and of course about Razer, who are all sponsors here of PMWI, but also not just PMWI, G8, which has been an event that's been going on for 5 weeks with multiple different titles, but we know they save the best for last. And speaking of saving the best for last, that's why we got John and Blank here to bring you all the action here in our final match of the day.
2 players per team, 1 map, 1 more to play today. Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to be throwing it back to the best for last later on after this game as we do head back to the desk afterwards. So very well said. Thank you very much.
What about Jason comes in here all hype, having a great time, and then you pick up with the most chillest little throw to the game, which is fair play because we're heading over to Livik. It's duos. You want these teams and these players to be chilled out. They've got to have their wits about them. They've got to be cool, collected coming into Livik, because this is a map where you really, really do have to be on a swivel. You have to be swinging on a dime if you want to make sure that you want to live to the end and earn that dime with the match rewards for the duos. The best duo.
But all we hear is Radio Livik. Radio Crabgrass.
All right. I like that a lot.
I thought of that. I needed to say it. I've said it now. We can move on.
Well, let's kill the radio star and get right back to the video because we're here in game. Keep your eyes peeled on this screen because you're about to watch it pop off here on Livik. Revo's out. He sent it. Look how fast this guy is in the parachute. I swear this guy's got rocket-propelled boots on at the same time, which is going to take off when he hits land. You know, it's not quite the same as ice skates on Karakin. Doesn't help you as much, in my opinion.
He's moving like Martin in the pool. I don't know if you saw Martin swim the other day. Yeah, it's like a seal.
Like a seal?
Yeah, cuts through the water. Nimble, agile.
Yeah, he is like a motorboat. He's fast. He's speedy.
No, that's 7.
What, 7?
Don't know what all the bubbles are behind him, but he goes quickly.
He does. That is true. You know, I feel like he's cheating somehow, but we're not sure. I do see him eating a lot of that cabbage in the hotel dinner, though, so I might be having something to do with it, but I'm not too sure. Anyway, straight back over to Livik. We get our first circle, heads down towards power plant. Already got Damwon Kia over here with that big shotgun that we have seen them use before. The DBS comes in clutch for them. I think that, you know, they've practically stuck around power plant for the majority of this time. R8, though, here over at this beautiful place in the map with a waterfall in the background. It's happy days overall, and it'll be even happier days if you participate in the PMWI Watch Together with us. We love that you are hanging out with us here on the English stream or any of the other streams as well. Just make sure you are watching together with us in-game over at that esports center with your friends if you want. You know, get as many people involved as possible, and you could win some of those coveted PMWI special sets.
And if you want a gun skin or an outfit, then you know what? You're in luck, because PMWI packages are on sale for a limited time. And you can also win PMWI treasure crates if you play PUBG Mobile during PMWI.
That's right, and only one more day to do that, so get cracking, get a move on, get in game, grab those chicken dinners, absolutely dominate the competition, or just play and get taken down early like this. It doesn't matter. Just as long as you're in the game. Powerful already down to Revo. Alpha 7 not looking to lose their top spot in either of these things, either in the duos or over on the match reward and earnings in the main tournament of the Afterparty Showdown.
Bad news bears for Team Falcons. Still one player to go though, Yusuf, trucking along. Will be solo from now on in. There's the M1014 on the back of Carrillo, the auto shotgun replacement. I mean, it's still the big shotgun, but it isn't quite the same.
That long shotgun. That's the one.
Sure. Flukuth with one of his own shotguns in hand, chasing R8 Escaton up the stairs, nade down the bottom of the staircase, drops down himself as well, tries to evade the damage, and maybe giving Vampire the old slip, but the spray with the UMP will give the game away. Ravenclaw around the side, Scar in hand. Player up the top as well, P90 as well there. Around the door frame, good for one. SK-Ton needs to be aware that there's a player dropped out, and he'll find the bullets hitting the back. Prestige in the meantime got dealt with. I don't know who by, but chased back up, and he's given them the old ropey-dope.
Ooh!
It's R8.
Okay then, SK-Ton, the grenade sails over the top of his head, but R8 will anchor the run here for Vampire Esports in the show match right at the beginning of the game. We're down to 11 teams already, but Stalwart, they picked up the scent. They smell the action over off in the distance, not the action on their team. They don't spend much time sniffing him, but he's definitely doing the work for them.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, look, I had to clarify, you know.
You bad man.
Look, I clarified. Stalwart, you know, they know where the action is at all times. I need to get away from saying action alongside with Stalwart because that player causes problems for me.
I'll tell you what else causes problems is SK-Ton. I mean, this was fast. This was good movement coming through from SK-Ton. You love to see it. I like this push back because he'd been running around in circles the whole time. He completely caught Vampire Esports off guard, right, on that push back. It's the first time he'd done it, and at a crucial time.
Yeah, I mean, he checks his fitness watch. He's done his 10,000 steps for the day. He was up and down those stairs like a shot. So, you know, I'd hope for him and Prestige, you know, they chill out for a little bit now. They are towards the center, so they don't have to do too much more walking in these final moments of day 2 for the Afterparty Showdown. We are again here in the show match. Just to remind you, we're playing duos at the moment to figure out just who is the deadliest duo of them all here in the Afterparty Showdown. There is money on the line as well for these teams for the points at the top. We'll figure all that out tomorrow in our final show match on day 3.
We've got to get some of these thumb socks.
We do.
I keep feeling so jealous of all of these players when I see those thumb socks on.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've got those slippy fingers. Sometimes I'll go for a spray and whoop, I'm over just looking 180 degrees behind me. It's very unfortunate. But that does sometimes cause massive surprise to the enemy team. They're unsure whether to take shots at me or not because they're like, is this guy AFK? Do I take shots? Is this allowed?
Nobody
Is
knows.
it ethical? And then whip, I'm around like a shot, and I find the team wipe. It is my classic move when I play here on Livik.
Oh no, I am just a helpless little player.
That's right. You've seen me in game.
Blast him.
I like to deceive the opponents.
That's right. Throw them for a loop.
That's for sure. And deceiving, misdirection. That's what it's all about here for the magicians of Alpha 7, who have been doing some incredible work today. And I've said multiple times where, you know, there's no chance that Alpha 7 is getting back into the circle. I look back round again, it's Houdini staring me in the eyes as Alpha 7's found their way into the circle and found some damage onto the enemy teams. Down Kia, though, in power plant, stamping the mark here.
I beg your pardon. Down Kia, just spraying it down like it ain't no thing. Kelsey takes the knee, takes the L, not down fully just yet, but Silas quite a way away from it to regroup. Really can't be going for this wide of a split when you know there's players this close, unless you know you're going for that full engage. Silas hopping around, trying to back it up, but you've got to expect he's going solo from now on.
I think for Damwon Kia here in power plant, they really do have to bring the energy from the midst of the turbines, because honestly, you know, there are so many angles you can take around here. You have to full commit to this position. Silas has moved in here because he has no choice, really. He's got to hide. He's got to remain tucked away so no other teams can find him. I don't think Damwon Kia is even aware of his presence. Kelsey has gone down, though, so he is all on his lonesome.
There's a Scar and a shotgun on the back.
That long shotgun.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right, man.
That's right. Good in these close range engagements. I mean, you're looking at level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, so still a force to be reckoned with is our Silas here. We've seen him do so much work in general, S2G. Still a long way to go, though. Still with 11 teams in it. Vampire Esports, the only team to take both the Ls so far, going down to R8.
I mean, Silas, you know, a veteran on a lot of these Turkish teams, going way back towards Class Digital Athletics and even before that as well. And even there, he was popping off all the time. It's nice to see him finding some good success here on S2G. And he's surrounded by pretty damn good teammates actually as well. So that is, it's very fun for me to watch. And check back in with players that maybe I don't commentate all the time. BTR, on the other hand, you know, we definitely have a very, very fond relationship with this team, considering, you know, they were around right when we started.
You're not Santa. What are you doing, Joker?
Yeah, that's not okay. And I don't think you're going to be gifting anything out other than a nade in the mouth, which no one wants. And honestly, look, it's not okay to be in that chimney because I'm pretty sure you're now stuck. I've decided it.
Well, you're certainly not allowed to get out of there.
It's been decreed.
And even if he is Santa, he hasn't given me any presents.
Exactly.
So what's going on?
Maybe
Sort it out.
Maybe that's why he's the Joker, you know. He comes in with a jest, says he's Santa, rips off the outfit, he's wearing a jester outfit underneath. You get a bag of coals, you go on your way. But Deadeyes Guys, they want a few more points, honestly, here in the duos. I've been actually quite impressed with Deadeyes Guys. I think Chari's had some good moments, and you know, it's nice to see On Top coming through into Deadeyes Guys. has done some fantastic work over in the South Asia region.
Seems like 7C and Riyadh are having quite a few clashes, quite a few conflicts in these last couple of matches, and that will continue as Scout takes down a player for himself, bags the point, pops it into the bank.
Everyone was not happy with Scout, other than everyone at home, including us.
Everyone disliked this.
About that scouting play. Insane shots, though. You know, he made it happen. Took Stalwart completely by surprise. Maybe looking to do similar here, but it's Alpha 7 with the ghillie suit in the grass.
Ooh.
That's going to be one sneaky fellow.
Oh, I don't think long's going to last too long here. Last player for Stalwart. Bang, bang. He's out of it. Out of the park. Nigma Galaxy picking up the point. 2 eliminations for Nigma Galaxy. Hamodi and Lord will keep on going. Stalwart, not so lucky.
Picks up the loot there instantly. That's a John type of play.
What the hell, man?
Slurping up the loot.
Can't believe you do this to me.
Not letting anyone else get involved.
Look, I really need a 3x.
That is fair play, honestly.
Dude, you just don't understand.
3 elims here, though, for R8. Really, really well done. You know, they're still going. They've got a slight split going on at the moment. Just looking out towards their south. Now they're going to have to start to pay some attention up towards this northwest side. BTR will also have to move. Down one Kia. They've not moved a muscle. Looking at their fitness watch, on the other hand, there are 0 steps. So, I mean, maybe they need to get a move on. Just a touch. But honestly, for them, sitting here all day long works out.
Certainly would. But how else are you going to burn off the chicken dinner, you know?
Maybe they don't have to. You just enjoy that chicken dinner.
That is true. I mean, I've got the metabolism that I've had for so far my whole life.
Yeah,
it's still going quite well for me.
You have a metabolism of a raging furnace. I'm not sure. Like, the food goes in, and then it disappears. So I don't know how you make that happen for me.
It's fueling this giga brain of mine.
Fueling the giga brain. I will agree with that. That is fair play. I don't have the same luxuries, unfortunately, but I do enjoy myself a nice chicken dinner from time to time. Silas, though, drops around the side. The long shotgun working out fantastically. There is another big gun over that side for BTR, but Silas immediately disengage.
Pulls it back, pops the nade. Luxy not going to be able to get teammate back up, and low HP there. You have to wonder, does he have the meds? Okay, yep, did manage to get that first aid off. M to 4-9 back in hand. Instead pops the nade in. Might be good if Silas stays where he is.
It's one long barrel against the next. See who comes out on top. Next circle shift down towards power plant. Down one Kia. Absolutely laughing right now. This has worked out fantastically in their favor. Again, not really able to take too many shots up towards the little cliff sides that run around this area, the ridges. But for them, as long as teams keep coming towards them, they get the onus on these fights. BTR does go down, though.
Unfortunate blank. You know what? I'm going to say it. There's no way that Alpha 7 get into this circle.
You don't say it. They'll prove you wrong. They've done it before. They'll do it again.
That's what I was hoping for. That's what I was hoping for.
It's all right. Maybe that's the key. We have to doubt them. We must be the sad doubters here on the desk, so that A7 may succeed.
Oh, you doubting Thomas, you.
That's me.
That's us. Doubting Thomases.
Falcons are still going. Yusuf with the ghillie. Pretty good loadout as well. Unfortunately, just the adrenaline and the first aid. Molotov to his side.
Just chilling. Doesn't even move. That's going to make him move.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, dear. Nade around the side. Those guys try and cross. They're like, oh, loot, loot, loot. Shut down immediately. Hamodi cuts it. A little bit short. Joker is out of the chimney into the frying pan.
Which is not something you get to say very often. Alpha 7, though, dropping the smokes, trying to make their way across the road. Start to make the long run. Carrillo moves across. Joker might have seen him here. It is Nigma Galaxy out inside the balloon. Carrillo drops some heavy shots towards him. Does make it in.
Deadeyes Guys finally going down outside the zone. Hamodi still alive. Alpha 7 are there. They have had a little bit of a truck from the blue. Hamodi with a broadside at the back if Silas wants to peek it. But no, it's down one gaming. The Arbiter's a power plant.
Down one Kia, though, will now have to start making a move here. Pull on the trainers. Start to walk just a little bit. Alpha 7.
There's no way they make it.
There's no way they make it. In fact, they're in a pretty good spot to make it. They will start to have to make the wrap, but it's SK Tom with a dinner plate, ready to serve up some fresh, hot eliminations over towards A7 if they can make their way round. Revo, the M4 though, very good for long-range sprays. SK Tom drops to the deck. Will go prone.
Silas has been alive for a very long time. To be fair, the circles have allowed him to keep on going, but finally Damwon Kia removed the thorn from side. And we'll keep it on going. Revo peeks out. SK Tom wants those shots. Immediately takes the drop, but Revo knocked out in the open, crawls across in cover. Carrillo is looking for the res, but in goes Prestige. They don't want to allow Alpha 7 to get in any further. The shotgun in hand, the res not there. Molotov around the side to potentially stop that push. Over the top, it will stop. And over the high ground, Carrillo tries to send it. Low HP, needs to find a knock. Prestige is low, but it will be enough. R8 stay in it, and it's 2 versus 2 now, Blank.
The amount of stims in this man's body as well just kept him running for that last moment. Basically, the heart beating on adrenaline alone. Prestige, though, starts to move up, has hit himself with that first aid kit, but now Damwon Kia, they've been very leisurely, and they're looking for a leisurely win too. Both M4s here. SK Ton still with the DP. All right, looking to finish strong here on this map.
Slowing things down for the time being. Currently ground, I would say, mostly controlled by R8. That's a really solid Molotov to move SK Ton off position. Could allow Damwon Kian some openings, some positioning. The utility, though, that Damwon Kia still have, phenomenal. They've held inside power plant this whole time. This is the first time they've had to leave. And now they're pulling the pins. Forrest tries to shut Prestige down.
Oh, no.
Chomps down on an 8, and R8, the Saudi Arabian team, try to shut it out, and it's Damwon Kia to get cut out. R8 take the duo.
And when we talked about that dinner plate there, and they did serve up some fresh, hot eliminations, but also, as a side dish, a chicken dinner as well. So very, very well done for R8 at the end of the day here in our final show match of day 2. And R8 finish out strong. SK Ton, Prestige, they're a deadly duo.
Home turf, seemingly. Great for R8 in these duo matches. We'll see what that does to their standings as well. I mean, as you say, what a way to end the day for them. Hopefully carry that over to tomorrow. Earn a little bit more money, potentially, in the main Afterparty Showdown.
I mean, they've only got a little bit of time. One more show match to try and bump up those rankings. And we'll see who's at the top when we head to the desk very, very shortly here.
Yeah, we are going pretty quickly over to the desk with the match rankings, sponsored by STC.
Speaking of heading to the desk, look who's here. It is the desk. Jason Kappa and Maxman and Kalaris to break this one down. Vampire Esports, that's not right. This one's right. R8 Esports for the team that took the chicken dinner. 18 points for themselves to potentially climb up the leaderboard and get one step closer towards the, what was it, Stalwart. Actually was in first before earlier on. Damwon Kia, though, again, hasn't really shown too much today. Unfortunately, Alpha 7 trying to get momentum from their matches today. Oh, no, not a bad game, and great to see R8 have a great start, or great finish.
And very important for the duos, right, to be consistently on the top, because the $15,000 are spread only towards top 4, right, if I'm not mistaken. So you want to be in those top positions consistently, which R8 has not been able to do so far, but they gave themselves a win. So if they can replicate that tomorrow, they might be able to just barely push themselves in the top 4.
Yeah, potentially. I felt like for today, where was R8, man? Like,
Wishy-washy.
We've really not seen too much of them, but this is a great little step up for them in the duos. Damwon Kia as well, getting themselves yet another top finish. They're just so adept at being able to wiggle their way on through and find themselves a good old spot.
That was a very good spot, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so good that they just got naded in it, but yeah, it's pretty decent.
I still do wonder, though, Damwon Kia, we haven't really seen them rise up to the ranks that we've seen in PMGC, that we saw in week 1. But again, there still is one day to go, still a lot of money to win for all these teams out there. And Team Falcons, unfortunately, 1 point coming through for them after getting 2 chicken dinners on the day. At the same time, the question is, Vampire, not even on the top 8. They won 3 chicken dinners. Maybe they're just tired. Maybe they're like, I'm tired of winning. We'll let someone else do it.
It's fine. I think they're allowed to have like a little bit of a breathe on. It's the duos, right? I think that is definitely not their main focus. Their focus is getting the big bucks and the big games and the show in the after party showdown. So yeah, I'll give it to them. It's allowed. permitted.
Yeah. And of all the games that we had, once again, I mean, we're seeing a lot of hard shifts throughout the past couple of days, but this one was, we're going east, we're going west, we're going east. It was really rough to try and accommodate to the moving around for this one, but, you know, R8 playing it nicely. I think one of the most important moments for them really was kind of holding out Alpha 7 from the north, because if they don't hold that position, hold them out for that period of time, then they potentially get sandwiched by Alpha 7 as well as Dam 1, and that's a death sentence.
And as the point you made earlier, right, it's very important to hold on to that utility until the very end.
Yeah.
That utility made it so much easier for R8 to not having to take the conflict versus Dam 1. If so, Dam 1, we know how good they can be in those closing moments. It could have been going a little bit all over the place. So holding on to utility, it seems like teams are learning that a little bit as we go on.
Maybe this is some pressure off of R8's shoulders, considering they haven't had the greatest performance so far in the Afterparty Showdown. They're playing in front of a home crowd. We got to hear the cheers as well.
Yeah.
Maybe this is what they need to unlock themselves and unleash themselves into tomorrow.
I mean, this is the thing, right? When you saw them as they got the win there, didn't look super excited about the whole notion, right? I think that they realized that today's not been the easiest of days for them. Getting a win under your belt here is great. You will be able to bump up, but yeah, beyond that, difficult.
Let's go here for our winners of the day. Sertani with Vampire Esports.
Where we are joined by Sertani from Vampire Esports, the coach no less. Now, Sertani, I have to say, 3 chicken dinners, 38 eliminations today. What an incredible performance by your team. I wanted to ask you, the talk of the town backstage has been match rewards. What match rewards have you been focusing on for these past 2 days?
I think for second weeks, we just focus for playing for fun first. Also, we can make the good team around the world just like the first week. So I think this just like the biggest scream for us. And also, we just only focus on the chicken dinner because we can gain a lot more than the other one, you know. Yeah, just like that.
مرة ثانية رجعنا لكم من جديد في المسرح أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور مع الكوتش حق فريق ستالوارت اي سبورتس أو فامباير اي سبورتس. زي ما احنا عارفين بعد ما فازوا على الفريق الخصم في الأسبوع الماضي وقدروا ياخذون الكاس حق PMWI. السؤال الأول اللي كنا بنسألهم إياه بنقول لهم إيش رأيكم في اللي قاعد يصير من ناحية أدائكم في المباريات؟ إيش الشيء اللي تركزون عليه أكثر شيء من ناحية اللعب حقكم؟ الجواب حق الكوتش كان بيتكلم على نقطة إنه أكثر شيء احنا نركز عليه هو التشيكن دينر. زي ما احنا عارفين إنه يقدرون يجيبون أكبر قدر ممكن من الجائزة فيه والبلاي ستايل هذا حقهم يمشي مع الطريقة اللي هم يلعبون فيها.
Well, you won last week's main tournament and you are now currently sitting in second place going into the final day of the Afterparty Showdown. So I just wanted to know, did you prepare a lot in all of the new maps between week 1 and week 2? Or is your confidence in your team just so good that they're playing this consistent?
About the map plays, just only Erangel and Miramar and the Sanhok that we played before. So okay, that's map really familiar for us. But also the Vikendi, Karakin, or just another map, they are not have a time to scrim or practice much. But I think it's about the experience of the player before they play on the ranked game. Just before they came here, they just like playing for fun, finding some bad position, and just skill, just like that.
السؤال الثاني كنا نتكلم مع اللاعب عن ايش الشيء اللي يخليهم دائما يكونون كونسيستنت ويخليهم دائما مستمرين في نفس الاداء في اثناء البطوله يعني من بدايتها الى نهايتها لانه زي ما احنا عارفين فازوا الاسبوع الماضي والان هم في التوب 2 معنا في البطوله فكان الجواب على انهم متركزين على انهم يقدرون انهم يسكرمون قد ما يقدرون والسكريمز اللي هم يلعبونها والتدريبات اللي يلعبونها يحرصون انها تكون على نفس البلاي ستايل حقهم لكن اذا جو يلعبون قبل البطوله يكون اللعب حقهم شوي ممتع وشوي فور فن ويختلف عن اللعب اللي ممكن يلعبونه في العاده.
Sertani, let's look to the future. Let's look to tomorrow, the final day, okay? What are you planning on changing to make sure that you get those chicken dinners and maybe even another PMWI trophy?
For tomorrow, we just focus on playing on the same timing like this. Because for now, I think the player confidence and the momentum just came to us. You just see the circle just come to us today. So I think tomorrow we just focus on what we have to play, the confidential, aggressive style, just like that we do before. And also we want to win the second week again. Thank you.
زي ما احنا عارفين غدا ان شاء الله بيكون هو اخر يوم معنا في بطوله الافتر بارتي شو داون. حبينا نسال الكوتش انه ايش الشيء اللي انتم بتستمرون تسوونه عشان تقدرون تضمنون انكم تفوزون في البطوله. الجواب كان بكل بساطه انه احنا الان عندنا مومنتوم مره عالي وبنفس الوقت الثقه اللي موجوده عندنا جدا عاليه فودنا اننا نستمر على نفس الطريقه عشان نقدر انه في نهايه الاسبوع هذا ايضا انه يكون هذا الثاني تروفي نقدر ناخذه من بطوله PMWI.
So Tani, congratulations to you and your team for a very successful day too. We wish you all the best of luck going into the final day of the PMWI, but also the after-party showdown. Please, everyone in the Gamers8 arena, give it up one more time for Vampire Esports.
Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
Okay, we're going to head back over to the desk to round out the day. See you in a bit, guys.
شكرا لكم اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور. خلونا على طول نروح استوديو تحليلي نتكلم عن كل الست مباريات اللي شاهدناها اليوم، ايش ممكن نتوقع من مباريات بكره، فعلى طول على الاستديو.
All right, well done. Great to hear from Sir Tandy yet again. Maybe he has the desk blessing and they can take themselves a big win yet again tomorrow because they've been looking fantastic today. 3 chicken dinners. Unbelievable out of this team. You know what? It's great to see a team be able to compete against Alpha 7, though. Yeah, they're still a little bit behind in points, but it's great to see that it's not going to be Alpha 7 running away with it.
Yeah, and it's even more insane when you think about it, that the fact that they might be able to win 2 international major events in a row, back-to-back, like that. True. And it like, because they were not a team that I had like on my list of potentially winning the main tournament. They won it, and it's clearly not just like a one-hit-and-run like kind of deal situation. Like, they actually have a plan, and they really stick to it to get the win.
And it's even more impressive because it's not like Alpha 7 even slowed down today from yesterday either. They're still #1. They still had a nice lead. They were still gaining a lot of points across these games. So very, very impressive by, I think, Alpha 7. But as you say, Vampires will be able to catch up, try and compete, and trying to push on tomorrow, which will be close. I think it's going to be close tomorrow.
Yeah, and I hope it to be. I mean, we've been talking a lot about Vampire, we're talking a lot about Alpha 7, but Team Falcons as well. As Clarissa said, the best team here.
The best.
The best, hands down.
There's a few bests, but yeah,
there's a few
really
bests, but they're so close as well.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, let's check out our end of the day winners, get a recap of what all has went on today if you guys missed out on any of the action. We know it's been 8 matches, but it's been 8 action-packed matches. And we're seeing here, that's
still a lot of Vampire wins.
A lot of teams don't want to share the chicken dinners, I think is fair to say.
Even Alpha 7 tried to snatch one at the end, but no, it's
so
not
wait,
theirs. Give it back.
Technically, Vampires got 4 chicken dinners on the day, right? Because they won the show match
1 duos
in the beginning.
Yep, they got 3 wins today out of the 6.
4.
I mean, 3 of like the main tournament, I'm thinking, not like any focusing on it, but plus the duo on top.
So they won 50% of the matches today.
Yeah, that's a good.
That's a lot of matches. That's a lot of wins. That's a lot of chicken.
That's like 30k in like pure wins alone, without counting all the extra awards. Like, I'll have to calculate exactly how much that is, but they made so much money in a single day. That's as much as your day rate, Kalaris.
Thank you.
So divided.
I like how you
between 4
took
players.
my joke that I always do to him and just took it as your own.
Because I like it. You know what? This is like.
We're all one. We are one cohort as a desk.
The hive mind. Yeah.
That's right.
All right, let's take a look at a recap of today and the points overall within the after-party showdown. So you know Alpha 7 should be first place at the end of this at 137 points, but Vampire Esports are getting close, and technically Team Falcons in striking distance as well.
And it's going to be that barrier, right? When you look at these top 3 and how many points they've been able to put up, I think for Down 1 Kia, it might be quite the stretch, even though they got 72 wins under the belt for the first day. They actually, you know, we actually looked at it. Yes, they had 30k from yesterday. They got themselves 10k today. Yeah. But it's still not as much as they could have garnered, considering their performance from yesterday. So I think our eyes firmly fixed on that top 3 tomorrow to see who takes it. All question mark, even though there's a lot of distribution.
Yeah. It's cool to see that this there's still hope, though, I would say, for a lot of the teams. If you see what Vampire did today, if you can replicate that, if you can match it, and you're like potentially, I don't know, Stalwart, Nigma Galaxy, S2G, BTR, even maybe Down 1, they can still make it up towards the top position, maybe even contest for first place. But you need a huge day, and you're also hoping that Alpha 7 had a bad day. And from what we've seen so far, I think Alpha 7 are going to keep popping off tomorrow.
And another story that's kind of standing out to me for Bigetron Red Aliens, the fact they're on 11k in earnings. You know, in the past, we have talked about they've been a team that have been slow to adapt, thinking back to a year or 2 years ago. It seems like they're almost slow to adapt in this tournament as well, because every team around them has over double the amount of money.
I would love to see the breakdown of the 82 points as a whole, see where is placements as well as eliminations, because I would guess it's going to be a lot of placement, not that many eliminations, maybe a few here or there, and that's kind of where we're seeing this position, but not that much money come from.
Yeah, and unfortunately placements are not very valuable in the after-party showdown. Right? Eliminations are very important, and especially how you can adapt to with the rule sets, and I feel like adaptation has not been really present for BTR, so unfortunate. Also surprised with the little bit of a surprising downfall from S2G. They had an absolutely outstanding day 1, but unfortunately we saw a lot of rough circles and them struggling to adapt, so S2G, I'd like to see them potentially get back on their high horse on day 3.
You say that when it comes to points, but when it comes to total
money-wise,
they're second place.
Doing
so
all right.
They're doing
I'm just
really
jealous.
well in a
okay.
different part of the event, right? In a different focus, depends on how you're looking at it. But also Stalwart Esports, I mean, 31K, not too bad, 67 points, kind of not really expected. I mean, Action was the MVP of the main event we had last week. And yet, Stalwart have just kind of fallen off.
I think if you ask them, they'd probably say that they feel slighted by the circles. I think that probably doesn't aid them. But yeah, there has been, as I mentioned, halfway through the day, there's been a bit of a bleed out. They lose members here and there. And then as it comes to rounding out the game, I don't know, it feels like there's a little hesitation there because we know them to be technically very powerful, but it's not working out.
I think it's their team intro, man. It was just a lot of effort and a lot of physical effort,
All
and
of it
strain
went
on their
into
body. Now they like got cramps all over their arms and hands like that.
That's right.
I think that might be actually the issue. But no, it's fine. There's still some time for them to get up there, and it's still 31K. That is still a significant amount of money in like a single 2 days of play.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, that's like $15,500 per day. That's really not that bad. That's actually a lot of money,
That's
to be
really
fair.
good.
As you said before, Max, this is the biggest event in terms of cash you can earn per match.
That's wild.
That's what he said.
That is what you said.
That's what I
was
said.
going to remind you.
I'm just surprised that I'm giving credit, for something I actually said.
I mean, if you think about it, I've actually been extremely nice to you this entire event, but that all can change tomorrow, Kalaris.
There is 1 day left, Max.
And that 1 day will be coming up tomorrow at the exact same time. But before we do go, I want to give a shout out here to MasterCard and Saudi Investment Bank for being sponsors of G8 and PMWI. Remember, this event has been going on for over 5 weeks across multiple different titles, but saving the best for last with PUBG Mobile. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to round out the day. We know exactly what's at stake going into the final day tomorrow, but we'll be back at the exact same time to see you more for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Find the heart of a dragon. Got gasoline in my gut. Get in my way, you'll regret it. Red devil blood runs through my veins. Red devil blood. I'm the hunter hero of prey.
Bodybuilders gotta raise the bar, push the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Boom. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future